This is Audible.
The Punk. Lost Boys Book 3. Written by Kelly Fox. Narrated by Declan Winters. Before we begin, it always tickles me to write a stoic character because my wife provides me with all the inspiration I could ever need. We've been together since 2010, and there are still moments when I look at her and have zero clue what she's thinking. Seriously, don't play poker with this woman. Her expression gives nothing away. She's the kind of person who does most of her talking through her actions, and a lot of Sawyer's nonverbal displays of love come directly from things my wife has done for me. Believe me, even when they're quiet, both Amy and Sawyer are romantic as hell. Hendrix, on the other hand, shows his affection by incessantly poking at Sawyer. I had no direct inspiration for this character. He is a complete figment of my imagination. My wife is watching me as I type this, and her smirk, while subtle, is very loud. So many of our lost boys have been looking in the wrong direction for love, and I adore this story because when our two guys finally start looking at each other at the same time, sparks fly. Finally, I continue to traumatize my editorial team with my Texas phrasing, inconsistent apostrophes, and steadfast refusal to use the word think in the phrase, "You've got another thing coming." Hashtag sorry not sorry. Content warning. Brief mentions of homophobia, transphobia, and general family bullshit.
Chapter 1. Hendrix. "That's why you'll never love me," I sang, holding on to the last note even though my voice was completely shredded. The crowd of 40,000 plus at the Foro Sol had been amazing. Despite the blazing sun and my band being one of the first acts of the day, the place was packed. Our fans sang along with every number, and when Robbie hit the song's final riff, they shook the stadium with their roar. It made giving up the scheduled 3-day break from our tour worth it. We'd been hesitant to accept it first, given how badly we needed the rest, but when the largest traveling rock festival in the world asks you to sub in for one of their opening acts, you do it. We had barely unplugged our equipment in Prague when we were rushed to the airport for an overnight flight to Mexico City. I'd been too amped to sleep, or eat for that matter. 12 hours later, I was backstage meeting one of my rock idols as thousands of people poured into the stadium. When he told me that the song I'd written about my high school shop teacher was one of his favorites, I'd nearly passed out right then and there. That may have been from the exhaustion, come to think of it. Now I swayed as the crowd went wild. One more song. That's all I had to do. Then I could sleep for 24 hours before we had to wing our way back to Eastern Europe for the last 7 dates of the tour. I could do this. I could do this. Gripping my guitar pick with a shaky hand, I wiped the sweat off my upper lip as I checked the set list at my feet. We changed a few things for the festival, and I was having a hard time remembering which song we'd chosen for the finale. Looking down, however, made the stadium violently unstable. Not spinning, more like swooping back and forth, like I was on one of those, carnival Viking boat things. Swings, with the lights and the piped-in music. Back and forth, back and... I vaguely wondered if Mexico City was in the middle of another big earthquake. But Sego, our drummer, went right into the opening beat of the next song. Maybe there wasn't an earthquake. We always ended our concerts with one of our old favorites, but I still couldn't process which old favorite, and I had no hope of reading the set list. I gave Sego the signal to repeat the opening, something I'd had to do more than a few times on this tour. The crowd loved the edging and went wild for the extended intro. I tried to widen my stance to stave off the vertigo or whatever, but the world kept swooping back and forth. It was a good thing I hadn't eaten anything today, 'cause I'd be puking for sure. Only thing in my belly at this point were the yellow pills our manager handed me before I hit the stage. Weirdly, I could focus on the row of unopened water bottles at my feet. Fuck. No wonder my voice was so wrecked. The sun was... Damn it, I'd missed the intro again. Robbie glanced at the crowd and walked over to me, strumming his guitar, concern forcing his brows together. Dude, you look... That's when everything went black. Thank God. At least the world had stopped swinging back and forth. I knew where I was before I even opened my eyes. It was hard to miss the sharp smell of disinfectant or the rasp of shitty hospital gown material. I know you're awake, Paul said, his voice rough and annoyed. Cracking an eyelid, I noted that he looked about as awful as I felt. The bags under his eyes were amplified by his glasses. His cheeks were red from drinking too much, and his stringy hair had been badly combed back over his bald spot. I had no idea of the time or date. I'd regained consciousness at the stadium, then got rowdy in the ambulance. When they refused to take me to the airport, I decided to take a nap, which was not the same as passing out. What the fuck did you give me? I asked, eyeballing my IV and the monitor clamped to my finger. Shh, Paul said, looking around as though Mexico's version of drug enforcement was right outside the door. The usual. That was an interesting way to put it, since he'd only started giving me pills when we'd hit Eastern Europe. He had said they were to balance me out, help me focus, and keep my energy up. I'd been too exhausted to care about the details. My buddies back home in Texas had begged me to stay off the road, but I would have gone out of my skin if I'd stayed. I didn't know how to make it make sense. I loved being with my friends. I even liked what my hometown was becoming. But being there felt like wearing a scratchy wool sweater 3 sizes too small. Maybe it was the way my parents asked after each other, even though they'd been divorced for over 10 years. Maybe it was the way my friends were falling in love with one another, and how that underscored the fact that the one guy I'd loved forever was never going to be mine. Maybe it wasn't the town. Maybe it was me. Look what good running away did me. I'd made a deal with the devil, and now I had to see it through. My quiet reflection seemed to grate on my manager. Look, he said, fidgeting. You're not going to tell them about the... Tell them about the what? Sago interrupted, walking in with Robbie. Paul shook his head and sat on one of the bedside chairs. The cheap plastic and metal squealed under his slight weight, and like everything about this place, it agitated me. I didn't answer, and Robbie filled in the silence. He's been giving you pills before each show, he said, tilting his head toward Paul. What are they? I shrugged. I didn't know what the pills were. I didn't care, and I wondered if anything would ever feel good again. Are we even a band anymore? Or just a collection of exhausted, strung-out guys on stage? Sago asked, frustration and hurt in his eyes as he set my overnight bag on the table to my right. Hell, maybe we're just 2 fuck buddies and a singer, I spit back. At some point on the last tour, those 2 had gotten together. They thought I didn't see it, but I did. Everyone I loved was finding a partner while I was finding new and different ways to debase myself. Sago's jaw muscles bunched, and he reached for Robbie, putting a possessive arm around his waist. We're way beyond fuck buddies, Hen. Then why didn't you tell me? Because we didn't think you could handle it, Robbie replied. That was an interesting answer. They'd only ever seen me fuck randos and sex workers, so I would have understood if they'd thought I wouldn't respect their relationship or that I wouldn't agree with it. That they'd thought I couldn't deal with it, however, was a wrinkle I had not expected. Why not? I asked. Every time you come back from Seguin, Sago started. What about Seguin? I asked, my lips curling into a snarl. It's hard to describe. On the one hand, you look about 10 years younger, and on the other, it seems like someone's just ripped your heart out. Robbie bobbed his head in agreement. Like it's the one place you can relax, but something, or someone, there has you in a twist. Every time you talk about one of your friends falling in love, you say it like it's the worst thing that's ever happened. No, I don't. Robbie's quiet look shattered in my chest like a bomb. I thought I'd hidden everything so well. But the two guys who spent more time with me than anyone else saw everything, apparently. And suddenly I was so homesick I couldn't stand it. I need everybody to get the fuck out, I said, despising how hateful I sounded. I couldn't help it, though. I could feel the panic welling up, as though they were sucking all the oxygen from the room. I needed space. I needed Texas. Robbie and Sago glared at Paul, then they approached me. Get some rest. And fuck this tour, Sago whispered in my ear, glancing at the black leather overnighter that traveled with me everywhere. Robbie gave me an awkward hug. Please take care of yourself, Hen. His desperate whisper broke my heart. He and Sago didn't deserve my shitty attitude. They always looked out for me, but I never let them in. I never let them see the real me. Maybe that needed to change. Lord knew something had to. Whatever was going to happen, I couldn't stay here a minute longer. They drifted through the door and Paul hovered near the side of my bed. So, you're not going to tell anyone? Here I was, woozy as hell, my hip aching, with no clue what day it was, and Paul's only concern was getting busted for whatever fucking drugs he'd given me. No, Paul, I'm not gonna narc on you. Now get the fuck out of my room. Paul moved quickly for a guy who treated his body like a trash can. I doubted he wanted to be here any more than I did. As soon as the door shut behind him, I ripped out the IV. A small spurt of blood stained the sheets, so I quickly wrestled off my hospital gown and wedged the cheap cotton into the crook of my arm, silently apologizing to the staff who'd have to clean up my mess. I paused to regain my balance as I unzipped the bag and examined the contents. Thank fuck. Bless you, Sago. I'd always made it a point to travel with a clean set of clothes, my phone, and my travel documents in this bag. But I'd been so erratic this trip I couldn't remember if I'd kept up the habit or not. I'd bet real money Sago had taken over that responsibility. I owed him an apology. And probably a bouquet of flowers. Going back to the neat stack of clothing, definitely Sago's work, I decided that underwear was too high a mountain to climb. Skipping that step, I pulled out the old pair of jeans that had been skin tight at the beginning of the tour. But when I put them on now, they hung loose around my hips. I briefly wondered when I'd last eaten. The swooping sensation returned, but I couldn't stay in this room a second longer. Gripping the bed rail for dear life, I shoved my feet into my old chucks and dragged the soft Van Halen t-shirt, thin from years of wear, over my head. At the bottom of my bag was... Sago, you are a godsend. My phone. I pulled up a rideshare app, verified that they served Mexico City, and made my choices, hoping they were the right ones. As I passed the little sink and mirror on my way out of the room, I was shocked by my own reflection. My cheeks were hollow, my skin was deathly pallid, and my eyeliner had smeared. I didn't want to risk being photographed looking like one of my grandmother's Calavera dolls, so I grabbed the strong antiseptic soap by the sink, turned on the hot water, and scrubbed my face. When I finished, my skin felt like sandpaper, but at least it was clean. Had I ever gone out in public without eyeliner? Didn't matter. I had to hoof it because my rideshare was already approaching the hospital. I peeked around the door and saw a nearly empty corridor. I figured if it looked like I knew what I was doing, no one would harass me, so I walked out of the room and headed for a bank of elevators. All the signage was in Spanish, and I thanked my high school Spanish teacher for her memorable lessons on directions. Between those and a few helpful arrows, I put together how to get to the entrance. Down 3 levels, out to the left and then right. Emerging onto the street, I was blasted by bright sunshine. I checked my phone again, noting the date and time. Only a few hours since I collapsed. Good. Maybe I could get out of town before this became a thing. Hendrix? Asked a man in a red Renault Kwid. He was middle-aged, paunchy, and kind-looking. More importantly, he fit the description on the app. Tez? I replied, and he nodded. ¿Te encuentras bien? He asked, his eyes darting between me and the hospital. He wanted to know if I was feeling okay. Más o menos, I replied. More or less. Between his concern and my broken Spanish, I verified that I wanted to go to the airport. As he drove, I texted Paul. Me. The tour is canceled. Paul. You can't do that. I just did. Tell the board. Ignoring the rest of his texts, I opened my airline app and found a direct flight to San Antonio taking off in a little over an hour. I booked it as Tez pulled into the drop-off area. He hurried around the other side of the car and let me out, his eyes large. You don't want to go back to el hospital? He asked gently. I no charge. Maybe not a good day for airplane. I swayed, gripping his shoulder to steady myself. I want to go home, I said, the words hitting deep like a truth I could no longer deny. Okay, he grimaced, his eyes filled with worry. Que Dios te bendiga. I thought about Paul, begging me not to tell on him for whatever he'd given me, and Tez, a stranger who'd inquired after my health, then asked God to bless me. Only one of those men had my best interests at heart, and it wasn't the guy who'd known me since he'd recruited me back in high school. I dug into my beat-up leather wallet and fished out $100, then thought better of it and doubled the amount, pressing the bills into Tez's palm. Gracias por todo. Thank you for everything. I walked off before he could protest and slipped into Mexico City International. This airport was always crazy, but it was a manageable sort of crazy, especially with global entry and a first-class ticket. I normally couldn't make sense of paying 5 times the price of a regular seat, but today I needed every advantage I could get. I laughed. Sawyer, my poshest friend, the one who nagged me more than anyone, would be so pleased with that choice. Once I was through security, I pulled my hoodie up to minimize the risk of being recognized and made my way to the boarding gate. The gate agent started the boarding process a few minutes after I arrived, and I went in with the first group. I took my seat and leaned my head against the window. I didn't remember taking off. Sir? Sir? Startled, I took a sharp inhale. I blinked, trying to orient myself. The last thing I remembered before I'd passed out was firing my entire management team as one of the flight attendants asked me to put away my phone. Where am I? I asked the guy in a familiar flight attendant's outfit. Sir, you're in San Antonio? He said, the line across his forehead deepening. Are you Hendrix Cavanaugh? I nodded, letting him help me out of the seat and into the aisle. I'd started toward the exit when he stopped me again. Your bag, sir, he said, holding it out for me. Shit, thanks. Looking around, I realized that I was the last person on the plane. Sorry for holding y'all up, I said, my voice a horror show. Not at all, sir. I, saw about your collapse earlier today. Fuck. Sir, can I have our concierge arrange for a driver for you? The world was starting to swim again. I need to get to Seguin, to my cousin's place, I said, reaching for my phone. I found the right screen and handed it to him. I didn't remember much after that, not even the ride to Ozzy's house. Blearily noting the pretty Texas sunset, I let myself in with the key he'd given me years ago, then sat at the kitchen table and laid my head down on my crossed arms. I was awakened by Walker's rough twang and my cousin Ozzy's lyrical voice. When I raised my head, there was just enough moonlight coming in the window for me to spy them kissing. No, they were consuming each other. Back in school, I'd never had the guts to tell Walker how much I fucking loved him. He had no idea that my biggest hits were all about him. No one did. Not long ago, Ozzy'd asked me if I was okay with him pursuing Walker, and I'd said yes. Some foolish part of me thought I was over him. Or perhaps I'd said it because I'd been distracted by the hot guy about to go down on me. A bit of both, probably. If I was being brutally honest, though, I'd said yes because I hadn't thought Oz had a chance in hell. Walker had only ever been straight. The evidence in front of me was incontrovertible, though. For years I'd imagined what Walker would sound like when he was turned on, how he'd moan and say my name. Ozzy, baby, His fuck me voice was deeper and more sensual than I'd have ever guessed, and I had to stop him before they went any further, if only to preserve my sanity. Guys, I said, hoping not to scare him. Sorry. Figured I should let you know I was here before you started getting naked. Ozzy turned on the light and Walker, beautiful Walker, stood there, ready to defend my cousin from a dangerous intruder. The second he recognized me, his face reverted to its usual sunny disposition, and the ache in my chest went deeper than it had any right to. This might have been a mistake. Chapter 2. Sawyer. I was on an evening Zoom call with DB, my boss, as well as our finance guy when my phone went off. They were chatting about a project I wasn't involved with, so I unlocked my phone screen, wondering if my mom had gotten the results from her cardiologist. She'd started having heart palpitations, likely harmless, but her doctor had ordered a battery of tests just to be sure. The notification, however, was from one of the Google alerts I'd set up for Hendrix. My stomach bottomed out as I read the headlines. Punk rock superstar collapses in front of record crowd. Hendrix Cavanaugh rushed to hospital in Mexico City. Cavanaugh leaves hospital AMA. DB? A personal emergency just came up, I said, opening my texting app. DB immediately halted his conversation with Schultz. Is this about your mom? He asked, concern in his expression. I shook my head. It's Hen. DB and I had always had a good professional relationship, but one night after a business dinner in Dallas that had run a little too long, we'd started sharing our personal stories. Turned out he'd been in love with his now husband for years, but had held off because of a misplaced sense of duty. Hendrix was one of our clients, so even though DB wasn't a fan of punk rock, he knew who Hen was. I'd admitted I'd been in love with Hendrix since high school, even though he was in love with someone else. Until then, my best friend Major had been the only other person who'd known how I felt about Hendrix. When I'd gone to DV's office the next day, I could barely look him in the face, and he'd called me on it. There's no shame in loving who you love, Sawyer, he'd said right before introducing me to his husband, a gorgeous Viking of a man with long blonde hair and a trimmed beard. I was sure DB had been trying to encourage me not to lose hope, but watching my hard-nosed boss go soft for his man had made my morning eggs turn in my belly. I'd never have what they shared. Go take care of him. Let me know how it goes, DB said, bringing me back to the present. I thanked him and logged out of the call, then fired off a message to Hendrix. Me. Hendrix, I just saw the news articles. Where are you? Are you okay? Do you need me to come get you? Fuck, I hadn't even known that he was in Mexico City. He'd been touring in Eastern Europe, and he was supposed to have had a couple of days off before the last several stops. I stared at my phone, willing the 3 dots to appear, but they never did. Hen was many things, but he always responded quickly to my texts as long as he wasn't on stage. After 2 minutes, I couldn't stand it and gave him a call. It went to voicemail, so I called again. And again. Then sent him another text. James Hendrix Cavanaugh, you'd better fucking respond to this damned text. Nothing. 7 eternal minutes later, I pulled up the group chat. Did y'all see that Hendrix collapsed on stage? Tristan. Shit, no. Do we know if he's okay? No. The article says he was taken to the hospital and then left against medical advice. I didn't even know he was in Mexico City. He was supposed to be in Prague. Ren. Mexico City? What was he doing there? I don't know.
I pulled up Hendrix's schedule to verify my understanding, wondering why Tristan and Ren were the only ones responding to me. Where the hell was everyone? Me. He's supposed to be in the middle of a 3-day break. Ren. I'm reading an article that says that an early slot opened for them at the last minute. Apparently, they'd been playing a killer set until he collapsed. Tristan. Looks like he was playing for the biggest crowd he's ever played for. A bunch of the guys went out to Lupe to install the bunk beds and have dinner there, so they might not know yet. That explained it. When we went out to Lupe, we tried to be as present as possible, which meant silencing our phones. After another moment, it dawned on me that tonight was the night Major was going to ask Leo if he wanted to move into his spare room. Fuck. I'd wanted to go help out, but it needed to be on the call that I'd abandoned. As I began to panic, Ozzy responded to the group message. Ozzy. Hendrix is at my house. He somehow got himself onto a plane and flew to San Antonio, and the airline concierge helped him hire a driver to get here. Thank God. But I lived in San Antonio. Why the hell hadn't he called me instead? Me. Thank God. How is he? Ozzy. He looks awful. He was basically passed out on the table waiting in the dark for me to come home. Walker almost beat the shit out of him until we realized who it was. I'm heading over now. Man, he's out. Rest up tonight and stop by tomorrow. I just need to put eyes on him. Won't stay long. All right, come on over. Hopefully we won't have to tie him down to keep him from heading back out on the road as soon as he can stand up. He did say he was willing to go back to the Page's cabin. Good. I tipped my hand more than I normally would, but it couldn't be helped. I'd been sitting by for too long as Hendrix ground himself to a fine pulp. I knew Ozzy would take excellent care of him, but I couldn't watch from the sidelines for a second longer. Normally, when I went to Seguin, I'd head straight to Major's house, but I assumed Leo would be taking the guest room until we got the spare fixed up, so I carefully packed for the trip and called my mother. Sawyer? How'd you know I'd gotten the results back already? Oh, I didn't. What did they say? Please be good news. Please be good news. I still have to go to the cardiologist so they can tell me the same thing I read online, but the notation called my palpitations unremarkable. Can you believe that? Unremarkable. I brought my hand to my chest in relief. It's like they don't know you at all. Her gentle laugh was music to my ears. Right? That's downright rude if you ask me. Agreed. After a beat, I went in with the real reason for my call. Hey, Mom, my buddy Hendrix had a health scare and is back in Seguin. I'm coming into town for at least a night, maybe a couple of days. Do you mind if I stay in your guest room? Her soft inhale told me how much this meant to her. Of course you can. Your father and I would love for you to stay here. You're always welcome. I let out a sigh. Mom and Dad had not exactly been supportive when I'd come out to them in my first year of college, and we had more or less stopped talking to each other. Thankfully, Truman and Evangeline, my brother and sister, had my back, as did their spouses. When they started having kids, they made sure I was welcome to all family events. I began to visit Seguin more regularly, and after a few awkward encounters, my parents and I began speaking again. The fact that we'd progressed to the point I felt comfortable asking to stay at their house was huge. Mom and I ended the call, and I hit the road. Ozzy opened the door, concern marking his features. Come on in. He's in the guest room. Needing no further invitation, I made my way through his house, careful to be quiet. Hendrix was curled up on Ozzy's guest bed, illuminated by moonlight through the blinds. He looked so pale and small that my heart ached for him. I went to his side and knelt next to the bed, watching his narrow shoulders rise and fall on breaths that smelled sour and seemed too shallow. His normally shiny hair was greasy and overgrown. Nothing was more telling, however, than the ragged condition of his cuticles and the chips in his black nail polish. Hen prided himself on a fresh manicure, and I'd never seen his nails look like this before. I brushed a kiss on his cheek and then walked back to the living room where Ozzy was waiting for me. He looks like he belongs in the hospital, I said, unable to keep the waver out of my voice. Ozzy's jaw clenched. He wouldn't let me take him. I know a good concierge doctor. I'll see if she can be here tomorrow, I said, shooting off a quick text to my friend. Good. Ozzy's rough voice betrayed his emotions. I know it's stupid, but did you see how bad his nails were? I bit the inside of my cheek, willing myself to keep it together. Yeah, we'll figure out his health and then I'll take care of the rest. Okay, and I'm calling Ren in the morning. Hen's not fucking going back out on the road. My phone buzzed in my pocket. No, I said, checking the screen. I showed Ozzy Dr. Ahmed's confirmation. He's not going anywhere. We said our goodbyes and I headed to my parents' house, haunted by the image of Hen, so fragile in that bed. My parents were waiting for me on the front porch and we exchanged hugs. It was late for them, but Mom insisted that we take a detour to the kitchen for Dad's homemade cowboy cookies and milk. As I tucked into the delicious baked goods, I thought about how my mother had reached out to Hendrix's mom, Portia, for advice on how to be supportive of a gay son. I'd always thought that had been a really brave move on her part. Things with Dad had required more of a nudge. After Mr. Page passed away, my mother had offered me her condolences and invited me to lunch at our favorite gym's location in San Antonio. She'd surprised me by arriving with my father. A man of few words, he'd pulled me into a hug and said how sorry he was for my loss. That had surprised a few tears out of me. His eyes had also been suspiciously red, but both of us had kept it together because that's what the Finch men did. Still, the choice of restaurant had been a sentimental one. Both my father and I had lucrative careers. We could have easily gone to any number of high-end restaurants. But I suspected Jim's had been his suggestion because their waffles had been my favorite ever since I was a kid. He'd gone with nostalgia rather than a big financial outlay. That simple gesture carried a world of weight and healing. After, Dad had started emailing me his favorite recipes. We didn't talk or text much, but those recipes were his way of connecting with me. I'd once mentioned that cowboy cookies were my go-to comfort food, and I was deeply touched that he'd made them for me. I downed 3 as I gave my parents an abbreviated explanation of what was going on. Once we'd caught up on Mom's test results and had put a sufficient dent in the cookies, they walked with me to their guest room. My mother's love of florals and lace was evident, but the decor was carefully curated, and I kissed her forehead, offering thanks as I accepted a brief hug from Dad. They seemed to pick up on the fact that I needed to be alone, and we said our goodnights. I opened the closet to hang up my garment bag, and my mother's myriad sewing projects flew from the shelves as if they'd been spring-loaded. I organized them and put them back so they were visible but not a risk to innocent bystanders. I should have left it at that, but her sewing notions were an entire mess. Kind of like my head. She had an organizer that she'd ignored in favor of dumping gnarled-up spools of thread, all sorts of needles, and knotted piles of embroidery floss into a bin. I spent half an hour unpicking everything, then placed each item in its appropriate section. I then snuck down to the garage and grabbed a couple of large, flattened Amazon boxes that my father had neatly stacked in the organization area of his garage, quickly putting them back together with the shipping tape he'd hung on his precisely outlined pegboard. Spotting his label maker, I grabbed it and went inside. Once I'd affixed labels to the notions drawers, I pulled the clothes I hadn't worn in over a decade out of the closet. I folded them into precise squares and stored them in the boxes, which I set aside to take to Lupe the next chance I got. "Your mother doesn't like it when I try to organize her things," my father said, startling me as I taped the last box. "I'm sorry, did I wake you?" I asked, dusting myself off. He shrugged. "You're quiet, but our stairs never did allow for stealth." "True," I said with a wry grin, thinking about how I'd had to get creative when I'd snuck out in high school. Gesturing to the closet, I asked, "Do you want me to put it back the way it was?" He shuddered, then shook his head. "God, no. I'll sleep better knowing it's been fixed." I'm surprised you could sleep at all knowing that there was a closet in this house that wasn't properly organized. He lifted a shoulder. "Your mother is patient with my fastidious ways, so a single messy closet seemed like a fair trade." That's a good way of thinking about it.
We went quiet, neither of us much for small talk. After a long moment, my father asked, "Son, what are you really doing here?" I hung my head. This thing with Hendrix is serious, isn't it?" I rubbed my jaw. We'd never discussed matters of the heart, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd been referring to both Hen's health and my feelings for him. Either way, the answer was the same. Yes. "We love having you here, but I'm curious. Why aren't you staying with him?" "He's at Ozzy's. They don't need me underfoot." He nodded to himself. "Your mom wants us all together for breakfast, but she'll understand if you decide to spend the rest of your time with him." I wasn't sure which was more uncomfortable, waiting till after breakfast to return to Hen or having my father express his understanding. "I don't want her to think," he held up a hand. "She knows." "Okay." I let out a relieved breath. "Thanks, Dad." "Of course." He knocked on the doorframe. "Sleep well. Also, if you don't tell your mom about the closet, I won't either." "Fine, but when she finds it, I'm letting you take the blame." He chuckled, then left me alone with my thoughts. Despite the long day and the impromptu closet organization, sleep didn't come for a long, long time. Chapter 3. Hendrix. I woke up earlier than I had in years. I was blurry as I watched the sunrise through half-open shutters. I didn't know how long I lay there, going in and out of sleep as the sky brightened. I knew I was in Ozzy's guest room. I remember that much. I couldn't remember the name of the guy who'd driven me to the airport, but he'd been solid. I should probably send his kids to college or whatever. I went to scratch my nose and ended up painfully tugging on an IV line in the back of my hand. Following the tube, and I squinted, spying a banana bag hanging from an IV pole. Another bag, nearly empty, contained some kind of creamy liquid. I followed the line from that bag to my nose and realized it was the cause of the itch. A feeding tube was taped to my nose and cheek. I swallowed, now aware of the tube that wound its way through my sinuses and down my throat. Shit was thoroughly unpleasant. My eyes went back to the IV in my hand. "Don't rip it out." I blinked slowly as Walker walked into my room. God, he was fine as fuck. I liked him better when he was all scruffy, but this Abercrombie look Ozzy had him in wasn't hurting my feelings. "What the fuck is all this?" I asked, gesturing to myself and grimacing when the IV shifted. Walker unsnagged the line from a drawer pull on the bedside table, then leaned in close to examine where the IV entered the back of my hand. "You were dehydrated and not getting any nutrition," he said, toothpaste on his breath. "How long have I been out?" I asked, vaguely remembering trips to the bathroom. I may have fought them on the catheter, come to think of it. "Where's Oz?" Asking about Oz reminded me that he and Walker were officially a thing, and I was supposed to be happy for him. Thankfully, I was too dead inside to muster much emotion, good or bad. "Better part of 3 days," he said, crossing his arms. "Ozzy had to go take care of something at the restaurant. He'll be back soon." I fucking hated Walker seeing me like this. "Who set this up? Did Paul?" "Paul? He that useless manager who let you drive yourself into the ground?" I fussed with the tape holding the IV in place. "Don't," Walker repeated, knocking my hand away and smoothing down the tape. He had the kind of veins that were visible from the back of his hand all the way up his muscled arms. He was even more built now than he'd been in high school, and I used to jack off to his veins at least once a day. Which, now that I said it in my head, sounded kind of fucked up. "We ain't heard from Paul," Walker said, "and he'll stay the hell away if he knows what's good for him. Sawyer hired a concierge doctor to monitor you. She said the feeding tube was a precaution and you'd be able to get it taken out as soon as you felt comfortable eating by mouth." I wasn't surprised Paul had abandoned me, but of fucking course Sawyer would overreact. A concierge doctor? For fuck's sake, I just needed some sleep. Eating by mouth? Why are doctors always so weird? How the fuck else am I supposed to eat? I groused, agitation working my last nerve as the meddlesome harpy himself strolled into the now overcrowded room. I suggested a suppository. Sawyer pushed past Walker to check my lines, but Dr. Ahmed said she'd stick with the tube. It was damned annoying that I was in bed looking like trash while Sawyer, as always, looked like a GQ model. He had perfectly styled dark hair, startlingly blue eyes, and a freshly shaved face. Add an insult to injury, he was wearing an expensive button-down with the sleeves rolled up, and I was assuming equally expensive slacks. Savile Row, I'd bet my guitar on it. To be fair, he looked like a worried GQ model, but still. What? No tie? I cracked, my throat dry as toast as he laid the backs of his fingers on my forehead. I batted his hand away, tugging the damned IV again. Ouch! Stop that! You've already hired a ridiculously expensive doctor who's hooked me up to all these goddamn tubes. No need to further Florence Nightingale me. Ignoring me, he brushed his fingers through my hair. How are you feeling? He asked in that officious way of his. I'm fine. Though I might have reconsidered coming home if I'd known you were going to mother me to death. Aren't you some genius network security something or other? Can't you go be important somewhere else? He held up his phone. I've been working remotely. I can be important from your bedside. Walker snorted, his eyes ping-ponging between me and Sawyer. Wish I could stay and watch you two argue, but I gotta pick up some supplies for Lupe. Mind taking a couple of boxes of clothes with you? Sawyer asked, adjusting it. Was that a fucking cufflink? Cheese and fucking rice, dude. They're in the trunk of my car. Sure, man, Walker replied affably. Take me with you, I begged, using the sultry look that usually got me pretty much whatever I wanted. Oh, hell no. You are not up to going out. Plus, Sawyer here's the only one who's been able to get you to act right. My mouth dropped open. You just said I'd been asleep for the better part of 3 days. How have I not been acting right? Sawyer pursed his lips as he fished his keys from his inner coat pocket. His eyes sparkled with amusement, which I found rather rude. Walker shook his head, accepting Sawyer's keys. Your brief forays into consciousness included, but were not limited to, trying to take out your IV, refusing to eat, fighting the doctor when she tried to take your vitals, making your mom cry, hitting on your doctor, making your dad cry, hitting on me. I hit on you? Oh yeah, he said, flushing. Pinched my ass and everything. I wanted to crawl under the bed and die. And on that note, I'll say adios. Walker tipped an imaginary hat. Sawyer, I'll leave these on the hook by the door. Thank you. He then left me alone with Sawyer, who tilted his head to the side, examining me. I stared back at him, bored. You're more awake today than you've been in the last 3 days. Wait. You've been here this whole time? I asked, scratching my groin. I despaired as my eyes caught on my ruined manicure. Did I accidentally molest you as well? I came over the second Ozzy said you were here. And no, thank the deities, you kept your hands to yourself around me, he said, refolding his shirt sleeves. Must have been torture, holding back that I told you so for 3 whole days. He smirked at me. Nah, I whispered it in your ear every night before I went to sleep on the couch, he said as something whistled in the distance. That'll be the hot water for your tea. Tea? You are such a fuss budget, I muttered. I actually preferred tea, but I also enjoyed goading Sawyer. Win-win. Maybe fuss budget should be my FetLife username, he countered as he left the room. Fucking Sawyer. He could be funny sometimes for a stick in the mud. No way he was on a kink app. Psh. My eyes fluttered open, and the light in the room had changed. Also, a very tall woman wearing a hijab, a white jacket, and slacks was holding 2 fingers to the pulse point on my wrist. She had a stethoscope wrapped around her neck. I vaguely recalled asking for her number like a fucking asshole. Hello? I asked, pulling my hand away. You're Dr. Ahmed, right? Yes, Mr. Cavanaugh. I'm your concierge doctor. Gesturing at my setup, she explained, I'm the one you can blame for the IV and the feeding tube you hate so much. I've also been by a few times to check your vitals and to give my opinion on what therapy might be most useful to you. I'm not going back to the hospital, I said, letting her guide me into a seated position. Nor am I doing one of those 28-day resort facilities for exhausted celebrities. I winced when I made the air quotes. Considering that you've already left one hospital AMA, then traveled alone across international lines while barely conscious, I'm inclined to believe you, she said, her delivery bordering on judgmental. Good, I said as she slipped a baby pink blood pressure cuff on my arm. Is that a children's cuff? Yes, Mr. Cavanaugh, she said, gesturing for me to give her my arm. I paused because I was a little shit, then complied. If Sawyer saw me giving the doctor a hard time, he'd crawl up my ass and camp there. She inflated the cuff while holding the stethoscope to my wrist, scowling at the number on the gauge. Not good? I asked, knowing my blood pressure ran a little low to begin with.
Better than I expected, considering what showed up in your blood work.
I didn't even know what I was taking. What did show up in my blood work? Ritalin, mainly.
The hospital in Mexico City also suspected severe adrenal fatigue.
That what happens when you don't sleep for days on end? I asked casually. It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. You don't sleep, you get adrenal fatigue, and then you can't sleep, she said, injecting something into my line. What the fuck was that? Vitamin B, she answered, pressing the stethoscope to my back. She ordered, Take a deep breath. I complied, but only because she was at least 6 inches taller than my glorious 5'4". Listening intently, she moved the stethoscope a few times, demanding deep breaths. Anything wrong? I asked as Sawyer walked in holding a steaming mug. No, thankfully. You had a faint crackling sound in your left lobe when I first came by. The beginnings of a lung irritation. Maybe bronchitis. Thankfully, it cleared up after a few days of rest. She gave me a look that was both shrewd and warm. Your tour schedule is so rigorous, I wonder who approved it. I laughed to myself, imagining how badly Paul would shit himself if he had to stand before her assessing gaze. He doesn't work for me anymore. Good. She added a few notes to her iPad. Well, whoever he was clearly did not have your best interests at heart. Honestly, with the state you're in, I'm surprised you didn't collapse sooner. I guess I'm just stubborn, I said, shrugging. When do you think I'll be able to get back on the road? Sawyer made a rude noise. Not any time soon. Dr. Ahmed chuckled. I have to agree with Mr. Finch's assessment. You need time to recover both physically and mentally. Sawyer looked a little too smug as he held up the tea. He's good to drink this, right? It's chamomile. Anything you can get in him that isn't alcohol or uppers would be great. So no Coke or caffeine. Got it. He joked. I discovered early on in my career that cocaine and I didn't mix, so avoiding that would be dead easy. But if they thought they were going to get between me and my morning caffeine, they had another thing coming. On that note, do I have to have this damned feeding tube? I asked. It's annoying as fuck. I would much rather you ingest food the usual way, but you have to promise to actually eat, she said, eyeballing me as though she were trying to peer into my skull. And I'm serious about you staying off the road. Oh, he'll eat, Sawyer said, putting his hand on his hip like some kind of disappointed parent. And he's not going anywhere anytime soon. You do know that holding me here without my permission is a crime, I noted. So is the way you've treated your body, he shot back. Call it even. Dr. Ahmed looked between us, amusement playing at her lips. Your boyfriend cares very deeply for you, Mr. Cavanaugh. You're a lucky man. I laughed into my tea. Boyfriend? Absolutely not. Can you imagine it, Sawyer? Sawyer looked away as Dr. Ahmed cleared her throat. I apologize for the assumption. Allow me to correct myself. You're very lucky to have such good friends, Mr. Cavanaugh. That I am, Dr. Ahmed. Even if they do tend to overreact. With an amused press of her lips, Dr. Ahmed faced Sawyer. We chatted before about moving here, and I'm fine with it as long as you're not going too far. The rental is less than 15 minutes away. Turning to me, he explained. Ren has the cabin all set up. If you'd rather stay here for a few more days, though. I'd already been enough of a burden to Ozzy, and I didn't relish the thought of having to witness him and Walker getting all hot and heavy with one another. No, I'd rather get settled in. Sawyer checked his phone while Dr. Ahmed removed my IV and feeding tube. These go back in if we can't keep your levels up, she warned. I saluted her, glad to be able to move freely. Yes, ma'am. After she left, I turned to Sawyer. So, this must be your every fantasy coming true. His eyes widened. What? I tapped the side of my fist against his, rock hard abs. You're gonna boss me around and make me eat healthy things, and there's nothing I can do about it. I bet you're in heaven. More like hell, he muttered, stepping back. Though yes, you will be eating, sleeping, and moving on a schedule that I will arrange. I don't suppose if I told you I'll be fine on my own, you'd fuck off to whatever corporate synergy/network security meeting you have on the calendar? I cracked, woozy as I stood up after 3 days in bed. He touched his collar, likely mourning his lack of a tie, and narrowed his eyes at me. Not a chance. All right, Agnes. Let's get this show on the road. His disgruntled mutter at the old high school nickname made me smile. If I was stuck with him, he was going to be stuck with me.
Chapter 4. Sawyer. Hendrix was being combative, but I saw the way he wobbled, so I followed closely behind as he made his way from the bedroom to Ozzy's living room. Sit there, I directed, pointing to the couch. I'll grab your things. Fine, Agnes, he said, dropping down, his thin frame enveloped by the overstuffed cushions. And stop calling me Agnes. Not a chance, he said, throwing my words back at me. My lower belly tightened, and I tried not to imagine his bratty behavior under different circumstances. Healthier, less clothed circumstances. Sneering at myself, I grabbed his old leather duffel and gathered his things. I'd purchased him a few more items of clothing and had them overnighted, then washed them along with his meager t-shirt and jeans. He'd be set for a while. Once his bag was neatly packed, I moved to the closet where I'd stashed my garment bag along with other essentials. After ensuring that the suits would not get wrinkled on the short trip to the rental, I walked into the living room with our things ready to go. Hendrix's eyes were closed and he was humming a tune while tapping out a rhythm on the arm of the couch. I don't recognize that song, I mentioned as I grabbed the items I'd picked up from the grocery store, tucking them into a lined chiller bag. Is it new? He stopped his humming and drumming and turned to look at me, the tiny red veins in his tired eyes visible. You know my songs? Of course. We all do, I said as I made sure the bag of apples was properly sealed. Prove it. What's your favorite? I rubbed my chin. Depends on my mood. I keep your classics on heavy rotation because they're nostalgic, but I've been enjoying your more introspective work lately. The song about the bluebonnets is really good. How do you know it's about bluebonnets? He asked, sounding faintly surprised. I hummed the tune to myself, then sang, You're the purple blue carpet of spring, at first a field of wonder, then gone like I didn't mean a thing. He was quiet, so I pivoted to see if he was okay. His head was tilted, making him look like a confused dog. What? I asked, self-conscious. You just sang my song to me. Badly, but still. There's a reason I work with technology and not art. Had I really just tried to sing in front of him? Don't get your panties in a bunch, Agnes. I wasn't making fun of you. I was impressed, he said,
wobbling as he got to his feet. I rushed over to stabilize him, then gathered the various bags. "Hold on to my arm while we walk out to the car," I snapped, hopefully hiding my worry. I expected a snarky comeback, but miracle of all miracles, he complied. I made sure not to rush him, though I was surprised at how slowly he was walking. "Don't look so worried, Agnes. I landed on my guitar when I passed out, and now my hip is sore as hell. It's fine, though. They x-rayed it in Mexico and didn't see anything concerning. We can get an MRI or a CT if you want," I offered. "Jesus, Agnes, I said it was fine." I gripped the handle of my garment bag, refusing to take the bait. His hold on my arm was so weak I was tempted to pick him up and carry him. If I did that, though, he'd kill me in my sleep, so I tried to be satisfied with the fact that he was up and about. After gingerly situating him in the passenger seat, I packed the trunk carefully to ensure that nothing got jostled during the drive. I texted Ozzy as I made my way around to the driver's side. Me. Hendrix wanted to go to the cabin, so I'm taking him there now. Ozzy. Wow, okay, there was no rush. I think he wanted to give you and Walker space. Oh, man, he didn't have to worry about that. I'll stop by tomorrow and check on him. Sounds good. I got into the car and double-checked the instructions. Mr. Page had inherited a property with 3 vacation rental cabins, and it had provided a good supplemental income for him and Ren. Ren had made sure Hendrix had access to the best one, and I was grateful. Hendrix rested his head against the glass as I started the car, and he stayed quiet as I made my way through town. A few minutes later, we turned into the property's festively marked driveway, and I pulled out my phone as I drove up to the gate. The code in Ren's email was familiar, though I couldn't remember from where. I punched in the digits and the gate opened. Once we went through, it closed automatically behind us, and we were confronted by 3 paved drives with small wooden signs indicating the way to each cabin. I turned left toward cabin 1 named Liba's Nest. Quaint, Hendrix noted as I pulled into the crushed granite circular drive. It was quaint. The white clapboard bungalow had sharp, dark gray trim and shutters, a cheery red front door, and a small front porch. The lawn and window boxes were well maintained, and the building sat like a jewel among winding oaks and knobby cedar trees with the greenish-blue Guadalupe River quietly flowing behind it. The trees blocked out any indication of life beyond this lovely plot of land. Stay here, I told Hendrix before going to the trunk to grab our bags. I made my way up the porch stairs and entered the same code to open the lockbox. After opening the front door and shoving our luggage inside, I hurried back to the car to help him out. He smirked when I offered him my elbow, but he took it, still unsteady on his feet. Sit down, I said once we were in the living room, which offered a comfortable camel-colored leather club chair and a matching couch with a colorful throw draped across the back. I'll put away our things. Yes, Agnes, he croaked. The property's simple, refined look was reflected in the interior as well. The pitched ceilings, pine floors, white walls, and massive windows gave the combined living room and kitchen a light, airy feel, and the fireplace would make the place cozy in the upcoming chilly months. As much as Hendrix was pushing back against our help, the tension in his body seemed to release, at least a little. I forgot how nice this place was, he said, his rough voice trailing off. I wondered why he hadn't stayed longer the last time. The short hallway in the back had 2 small rooms on one side, the door to the back porch on the other, and a generous bathroom at the end. I set our toiletries in the bathroom, then put his bag in the room closer to the bathroom and mine in the room closer to the living room. The bedrooms were essentially identical, each containing a queen bed with a low headboard to fit under the windows that looked out over the private land. Each also had a simple wooden bedside table and a tiny closet with an efficient storage system. I laid his new socks and underwear on the shelves and hung up his t-shirts and jeans, then went to my room and unpacked, relieved that my suits had survived the trip without any creases. I came across the compass Mr. Page had given me, rolled carefully in a pair of socks. Figuring I'd be here for a while, I walked out to the living room and set the compass on the mantel, noting how perfectly it fit in with the rest of the elegant bric-a-brac. After arranging our food in the refrigerator, I brought Hendrix a glass of water, a sliced apple, and a few slim wedges of brie. Here, eat this. Jesus, Agnes, give me a chance to catch my breath before you start nagging. Shut it, Hendrix, and eat your food, I snarled, aggravated by the state of his nails. He sighed, glaring at the snack plate. I can't eat all of this. Fine, I'll share it with you. I sat and held out the plate, arching a brow at him. He took a sip of water, then reached out and grabbed the thinnest slice of apple, crunching on it with an impudent look on his face. Take a piece of the brie, too. Oh my God, he muttered, selecting a small wedge. Your turn, he said, gesturing at the plate. I took a slice of apple and a piece of brie, then pushed the plate back in his direction. He yanked the plate from my hands and started eating. I'm only doing this to shut you up, he mumbled through a chunk of cheese. Don't get a big head about it. I wouldn't dare, I replied, rising from the couch. I paused to push his hair back from his forehead. Stay here. Bossy motherfucker. I ignored him and went to the bathroom where I selected a few items from the toiletry bag I'd put together. He laughed when I returned to the living room and rejoined him on the couch. Are we painting our nails? No, I'm painting your nails. Ozzy wanted to take you to a nail salon, but we agreed to hold off on that until you were feeling better. Oh, you two agreed, did you? I'm so glad I didn't even factor into that discussion. Apologies, James, I snarked back, using his first name as I soaked a cotton ball with the potent varnish remover. We made the decision as Dr. Ahmed was threading a feeding tube up your nose because you'd become delirious from lack of food and sleep. You weren't exactly in a position to comment. I held up my hand, stifling the urge to pull Hendrix onto my lap when he reluctantly slid his palm over mine. His polish was so badly chipped I was able to remove all of it with just one cotton ball. He snarled at me when I accompanied him to the kitchen sink to wash his hands, but he let me steady him without comment when his knees threatened to buckle. We moved the rest of his manicure to the small breakfast nook, and I carefully applied the base coat, color, and quick-drying top coat, just like I'd seen on the YouTube video I'd reviewed. I had to use a Q-tip to clean up the edges, but it was acceptable for my first try. Hendrix wrinkled his nose at me while blowing on his nails. I held his gaze with practiced neutrality. I figured you'd feel better with your nails done. I'd feel better if I could sleep for 10 years, but this is a not terrible first step, he said, yawning. Jackass. Do you want to take a nap? Probably, he said, stretching his neck first to one side, then the other. He stood, then grabbed the edge of the table. Despite cursing at the offer of my elbow, he took it and let me guide him to his room. I tucked him in, and he slept till mid-afternoon, barely waking when Dr. Ahmed came to check his vitals. She was happy he'd gotten a snack, but emphasized his need for regular meals. Ozzy and Walker were both busy for the rest of the day, though they checked in several times. I dragged a chair from the breakfast nook into Hendrix's bedroom and caught up on my emails while he napped again. I hated that he was so exhausted. But having never been given free rein to simply look at him without worrying about how many seconds were too many, I indulged in the opportunity to take in his delicate beauty. Even with the skin under his eyes the color of a deep bruise, he was breathtaking. As he relaxed into sleep, his hard edges softened. He looked 10 years younger, and I wished I could somehow give him that kind of peace in his waking hours. I had given his parents my phone number, and we texted back and forth through the afternoon and into the evening until he roused again. You're still here, he complained, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Normally a sparkling cerulean color, today they were a flat navy devoid of shine. I'm here for the duration, Hendrix. Get used to it. I'll try not to nag you too badly. He sat up and set his feet on the floor, swaying a bit. Yawning deeply, he stretched his arms out to the sides, revealing a strip of pale, inked belly and 2 sharp hip bones. I wanted to kiss him while spreading my palm across his warm skin, and then I wanted to feed him until his ribs were no longer visible. He put his hands down as if to push himself up, but he stopped and looked at me. Wait, was that a joke? No, it was a promise. If you cooperate, I won't nag you. Okay, fine. Maybe I was being dramatic about the nagging. But you do like to tell people what to do, don't lie. Actually, I particularly liked telling him what to do, and that was part of our problem. Not only was I a buttoned-up fuss budget, completely unlike anybody I'd ever seen him with, but I wanted to guide him. With his permission, of course. That dream was doomed, however, because he loathed being given advice. Often to his own detriment, he would do the opposite of whatever he was told to do. I especially liked that about him. Not all people, I answered truthfully, going to him as he pushed himself off the bed. I don't need your help, he said, batting my hands away only to nearly topple over. You were saying? He narrowed his eyes at me. I have to pee like a fucking racehorse because someone insisted that I drink like a gallon of water. Do you mind getting out of my way? I stepped aside, then followed him down the hall. He shot me the finger as he entered the bathroom on shaky knees. I listened at the door to the sound of him peeing, and despite some cursing, he seemed to be okay. But then he growled, "Shit!" just as something hit the ground. I whipped the door open, terrified. He stood there, glaring at me, covered in powder as he clung to the sink. He'd knocked a bottle of baby powder to the floor, and his oversized sweats, also covered in powder, were bunched around his ankles. The tip of his cock swung limp below the hem of his t-shirt, and I averted my eyes, unable to help the spit pooling beneath my tongue. The things I would do to him. Would you like some help? I asked, staring at his knees. Fuck off. And yes. I grabbed a hand towel and gingerly brushed the powder off his thighs. He wobbled and started to fall back, so I reached out, barely managing to intercept his fall with my extended forearm. Since I'd rolled up my shirt sleeves earlier in the day, his small bare ass rested on my naked skin, and the hair on the back of my neck rose. He weighed practically nothing. Fucking fantastic, he muttered, trying and failing to maintain his balance. Kneeling on the heavily powdered floor, I pulled him against me. Stop fighting me. Just fucking hold on while I get you arranged, I demanded, annoyed that he'd almost fallen again. His talented hands gripped my shoulders. Fine, sir. A shiver of want went down my spine. I clenched my teeth as I slid the sweats up his legs and over his hips, pulling the waistband out far enough that the excessive foreskin on his sweet little cock didn't get caught up in the material. Since Hendrix wasn't careful with his choice of lovers, his impressive erection could be found on any number of sites. I never sought out the photographs, but his Google alerts were a necessary bane of my existence. And yet they were incomplete. Google hadn't shown me, for example, how petite his cock was when he wasn't aroused. Perfect for a sissy cage, my brain unhelpfully supplied. No, none of that. There, he rasped. I needed you after all. Happy? Thrilled. No, of course not. I never want you to hurt yourself, I said, getting to my feet while keeping a hand on his waist. Reaching out with my free hand, I turned on the water and he rolled his eyes at me in the mirror. Wash your hands, I said, unable to help myself. He did as I asked, even as he mumbled under his breath. What was that? You can't tell me what to do. I dropped my gaze to his soapy hands. You sure about that? He let out an annoyed grunt but continued washing his hands, a small grin on his face. I hadn't seen him come close to smiling in a long time, and I counted it as a win. I batted the rest of the powder off him and myself. You need to eat again, I stated, ready for his protest. Would you like it in the bedroom or living room? Are you actually giving me a choice? He asked, aiming toward the bedroom. Don't worry, I won't make a habit of it. I got him settled back in bed and brought him a tray of shredded rotisserie chicken, red grapes, and crackers, which he ate without comment. They're in love, you know, he said out of nowhere. Who? Ozzy and Walker. Ah, yes. I saw it happen. Not sure if they had any choice in the matter, I said, hoping to soften the blow. He'd told Ozzy that it was okay to pursue Walker, but I'd never fully believed he meant it. Hendrix chewed the edge of his lip for a few seconds. He started humming again, tapping his fingers on the duvet. Finally, he lifted his gaze to mine. It's a good thing, right? Those two being together. I believe so, I answered, completely selfish. Besides, he said on a sigh, No one's still in love with their high school crush at this stage, right? Caught off guard, I didn't know what to say. He continued before I could answer, clearly having meant his question to be rhetorical. Oh, look who I'm talking to. I bet you've never had a crush in your life. I stood. You'd be surprised, I said, taking his empty plate. Get some rest. 'Kay, he said, blinking slowly. Night, Agnes. Chapter 5. Hendrix. I slept like the dead again last night, then got up early and made my way to the back porch so I could watch the river while the sun came up. The morning was chillier than I was expecting, but I was too tired to go grab a blanket. Honestly, it was kind of nice to be able to feel something other than numb. I just wished I had my guitar on me. Maybe Sago or Robbie knew where it had gotten to. Thankfully, Sago had packed my notebook and pen, so I spent the early dawn listening to the sounds of life around the river as I scratched out some lyrics I wasn't sure about. The melody from the other day came back to me, so I closed my eyes and drummed my fingers on the arm of the old Adirondack chair. The weathered wood gave a pleasant heaviness to the beats, and I wondered what the song would sound like without the drums and screaming guitars. Stripped down. Sago and Robbie often played around with different sounds as a thought exercise. I wonder if they'd... My mental meanderings were interrupted by Sawyer stepping outside carrying a breakfast tray, a blanket over one arm. Agnes, why are you dressed like a lawyer at 6:30 in the morning? I teased, then sighed as he set the tray on the table between the two Adirondacks and spread the blanket over my legs. That felt so good. Not that I'd tell him. Stop calling me Agnes, he muttered, and eat your breakfast. I picked up the mug, grateful for the heat, and took a deep sniff. Is that licorice? He sat next to me. I bought some throat coat for you. Who the hell thinks of specialty throat tea? Know that I'm only drinking this because I don't want to have to deal with your nagging. Hendrix, buddy, you have no idea how much I bite my tongue. If it had been up to me, you would have been off the road months ago, he said, picking up his mug. He pointed at the plate of scrambled eggs and toast and pursed his lips. See how you nag me? I asked as I grabbed the fork and took a bite of egg. Fuck, that was buttery and delicious. I paused to take a bite of what looked to be 12-grain toast. I stared at the toast, then glanced back at Sawyer. Did you put honey on this? Again, for your throat, he said, automatically reaching for his tie. Dr. Ahmed will be here a little before noon, so I wanted to make sure you'd had at least one good dinner and a decent breakfast. Don't want her to think I've fallen down on the job. As much as I made fun of the man, he was being really thoughtful, and I made a mental note not to bust his balls as much. Gesturing to my notebook, he asked, Am I interrupting your process? Kinda, but I don't mind it so much. Nah, just don't judge me if I need to hum through the specifics as I write down the notes. He dropped his chin. I would never. I snorted, taking another sip. Yeah, sure. You look like you're about to go into a courtroom. I look like I got dragged behind a semi. This is just how I dress. I'm not judging you, Hendrix. I never have. I rolled my eyes. Bullshit. All you do is nag at me. I swear, if I let more than 30 seconds go without responding to something on the goddamn group chat, you switch to private messaging me, all up my ass about it. That's not judgment. That's concern, he said, clasping his hands on his lap, his breakfast only half eaten. I grabbed my phone and pulled up my notifications. This you? I asked, shaking the screen at him. Missed calls, missed texts, using my government name, what the fuck? His jaw sharpened as he dug into his jacket pocket, retrieving the newest iPhone. Tapping the face, he turned the phone so I could see the display. You set up a Google alert for me? I asked. I swear you're worse than my publicist.
He made a face, then tapped the screen again, pulling up a video from the concert in Mexico City. Someone close to the front of the stage had been recording my performance on their phone and caught everything. The way I swayed, the way I missed the first and then the second intro to the song, the way I fell to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. My guitar, which was more for show than anything else these days, broke, sending a squeal through the speaker system. Fuck. I might not play much live anymore, but I'd owned that guitar, named Mary Ann, since high school. Refocusing on the video, I watched as Robbie threw his guitar down and raced over to me, untangling me from my now dead instrument. He rolled me onto my back and checked my pulse and my breathing, sending a thumbs up to the horrified crowd. Seconds later, Sego was there, rolling his vest to place under my head while someone from the crowd was hoisted onto the stage by security. He's an emergency doctor, Sawyer explained as I watched the guy order around the concert paramedics, who'd rushed the stage from the side. I handed his phone back, not wanting to see any more. I'm not nagging you. I'm not judging you. You scared the shit out of me. Out of all of us, really. We've been worried about you for a long time, Hendrix. The morning's cozy vibes vanished into thin air. I set down my tea and wrapped myself up in the blanket, staring at the river. After a few minutes of icing out Sawyer, he took the hint, gathered his things, and went back inside. Dr. Ahmed was thrilled with my progress. You look so much better than yesterday. I gestured at Sawyer. Agnes here has been making me eat and drink. I blame him. Sawyer's jaw sharpened at the nickname, and I felt a little guilty. I hadn't liked being reminded that I had people in my life who loved me and wanted me to be okay, if only because I was such a spectacular failure at being okay. Well, keep it up, she said, her expression stern. On top of that, Mr. Cavanaugh, you need rest. Deep rest. Lots of sleep and good nutrition. I hate sitting still, I whined. Aw, poor thing, she pointed at Sawyer. We'll chat about getting him on a strength training routine in a month or so, but for now he needs to recover. I gaped at them. Don't I have any say in that? They looked at each other, then looked at me and responded in unison. No. Jerks. After Dr. Ahmed left, Sawyer tucked his tie into his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and set about making lunch. He hadn't tried to speak to me since the morning, and it left me feeling kinda itchy. Right as I was beginning to overthink his silence, someone knocked at the door. I got up before Sawyer could react, but I could feel his eyes boring into the back of my head as I made my way, still hella unsteady, to answer. I rocked back when I opened the door to my mother and father. I hadn't seen the two of them in the same room together since I was a teenager. Even though his hairline was starting to retreat, my father was a good-looking man, and his sheriff's uniform was, admittedly, impressive. My mom, however, was on another plane of existence. I'd always thought she looked like a mashup of Morticia Addams and Marilyn Monroe. Her facial structure was delicate, and she had pale skin, huge blue eyes, and full lips, along with a fall of stick-straight black hair past her shoulders. She refused to color her hair or wear more than minimal makeup. The thick white streak that originated at her part and the crow's feet around her expressive eyes were newer, and they somehow made her even more beautiful. Today, even with her hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing a simple t-shirt and classic worn-in jeans, she was elegant. My father gulped as she brushed past him to place a kiss on my forehead. We'd all come a long way from when they split up, but I didn't think he'd ever get over her. She'd dated on and off since their divorce, but never anything serious. When they sat on the couch, he put his arm around her waist and she set her temple against his shoulder. I wasn't sure if that meant anything or if it was simply a gesture of support between parents who probably had more to be concerned about than most. Sorry for worrying you, my voice cracked. And, for apparently making both of you cry. Son, your voice, Mom said, bringing her hand to her mouth.
Seconds later, I couldn't miss the sound of the water faucet being turned on and the clicking of the stove. Agnes was making me more tea. I know, I've been overdoing it. I've already canceled the rest of the tour. My manager is screaming mad, but I think I'm done. I don't think I want to do this anymore. I discovered a number of texts and voicemails from Paul. I was happy to let them go unanswered, but Sawyer had demanded to read and hear them, after he'd taken his phone and gone outside. I felt like a wimp, letting him handle what was no doubt a tense conversation with Paul. I had a feeling, though, that Sawyer had made sure he'd never leave me another message ever again. My father's jaw trembled and my mother slumped against him, looking like the weight of the world had just been lifted from her. She turned into his chest, and her shoulders started heaving. He raised his hand to stroke her back. "Son," he said, his voice unsteady, "your mother and I have been so frightened for you. That video, God, it was awful. You have no idea how grateful we are that you already look so much better. That's because Sawyer is basically force-feeding me. Don't let the fancy clothes fool you. He's a drill sergeant under all of his finery." The kettle went off, and seconds later Sawyer set down a steeping mug of throat coat. "Would either of you like tea or coffee?" he asked my parents, far more nicely than he'd ever asked me. They declined, but Sawyer insisted they stay for lunch. He went back to the kitchen to prepare the food while I was left to fend for myself with the dueling guilt trippers. My mother was still leaning against my father. "I know I fucked up a lot of things," my father confessed. "A lot. And I know some of this has to do with how I fucked up. But I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm here. I'm here to take care of you and to support your mom. We love you so much. And whatever is driving you to treat yourself this way, we have got to figure it out. Together." A snarky comment sat poised at the tip of my tongue, but I kept it to myself. When I was a teenager, I could be counted on to say the most cutting, awful thing possible in any situation. Back then, it had felt justified, given how much I'd thought my father hated me. But the way he was looking at me now, I wondered if maybe he'd never hated me at all. Hearing him say he wanted me to take care of myself was enough of a mind fuck that I might just listen to him. I grabbed my mom's hand as I answered my father. The thing that fucked me up at the beginning of the year was sitting alone in this cabin, going stir-crazy. This go-round, I need to make sure I have something to do. Sawyer walked in and set a glass of water in front of me, along with a tiny pile of supplements. "You won't be alone this time. I'll be staying with you, and once you've rested sufficiently, I'll make sure you have plenty to do. We've got to build some muscle onto that frame of yours. No need to go around looking like a Dickensian orphan." I gave him the bird. The Dickensian orphan aesthetic happens to be my bread and butter. He narrowed his eyes. "Besides," I continued, "don't you have your big tech job or whatever in San Antonio? You can't stay with me. I've got it all set up. I'll be working remotely, which I'd already started to plan." "Really?" Glancing at my parents, he answered, I bought a piece of land out by my parents' place last year. Now that my brother and sister have kids, I don't want to miss anything. I've been working with an architect to finalize the plans and then with the city to get on the grid. It'll take the better part of a year, so this just gets me into Seguin a little sooner." I tilted my head. "Am I the only one who didn't know you were moving back?" He shook his head. I didn't want to say anything until it was all in place. My parents and I have been steadily working on our relationship for a while now. They've progressed so far in their acceptance of me that now I want to live closer by. This is why I call you Agnes. You overthink every fucking thing." My father snorted. "He's carefully considering his next steps while, I might add, taking care of you. Whereas you once set off a cherry bomb under my police cruiser in full mascot regalia because someone dared you." That was a fun memory. What my father didn't know was that doing it netted me a blowjob from a football player on the down low. So? Being thoughtful isn't the same as overthinking, my mother said, looking into my father's eyes before turning to me. Just something to ponder while Sawyer helps you to recover after you spent years flitting around the globe without any attention to your personal well-being. Sawyer's mouth twitched as he raised his damn brow at me, a nonverbal, "I told you so." Dick. Fine. I do tend to jump from one thing to the next, but I still maintain that he has no goddamn reason to be dressed like he's ready for court. Sawyer didn't take the bait, though he seemed to relax a hair at my admission, which made me feel guilty. He was so being bossy, but maybe I'd scared him more than I'd realized. Also, not that I would ever admit this to him, I understood his wanting to come home, now that things were good with his parents. My mom looked between us, tapping her nose the way she used to whenever she was trying to figure something out. I think Sawyer taking care of you is a good thing. You need someone who knows how to manage the details. I blew raspberries at the thought. It was strange, though. She'd always been the one to take care of me, and on some level I'd thought she'd offer to take over. Yet here she was, feeding me to the wolves. "Thank you, Miss Cavanaugh," Sawyer said, giving her a slight bow as he darted another haughty glance my way. Swear to God, that eyebrow of his was a paid actor. Side note, Sawyer sometimes tended to admit things when he was drunk, so I happened to know that he went to a professional for both his perfect brows and his pubes, which was beyond ridiculous since, another drunken confession, he was also an exclusive top. I mean, I got my business waxed and bleached on the regular, but at least my smooth, perfect hole made some goddamn sense. I love being rimmed and fucked into the mattress. I'd bet my right nut he got a Brazilian every third week on the dot, and I doubted that a mouth or a dick had ever been in the vicinity of his ass. Truthfully, I'd never understood how Sawyer fit in with our group. I had frequently wondered if we were too much for him, but he kept hanging out with us. Even now that we were adults, he still showed up. Given my current circumstances, I found myself grateful for his stubbornness. Things I'll never admit out loud for 1,000, Alex. "You know I'm the world's worst roommate, right?" I warned. "I leave my clothes everywhere. I hate doing dishes, and I burp. Very loudly." And what part of that is news? Sawyer picked a piece of lint off his dress shirt, giving me a bored look. Mom laughed. Traitor, as I rolled my eyes. Fine. It's your funeral. The smell of garlic perfumed the air, and Sawyer ducked back into the kitchen while Mom and Dad caught me up on their lives. Dad kept his arm around Mom's waist the entire time. It was something I'd typically call out, but I held back. My coming out had destroyed my family, a fact that fucked me up whenever I thought about it. Mom, of course, would deny that I'd caused their divorce till she was blue in the face, but I knew better. I loved my mother for her immediate, unbending support when I came out. God, it had hurt to watch her shut down her feelings for the man I knew she adored. If his arm around her today was a sign that they were repairing something I'd torn apart, I wasn't going to mess with it. Besides, I'd missed my dad something fierce. I would never have owned up to that as a teenager because, ew, emotions or whatever. As an adult, though, I could admit that I liked having him around. I'd been a difficult kid, always getting into things and testing boundaries, but until I'd come out, I'd always thought my father kind of admired my don't-give-a-fuck attitude. He'd never encouraged my mischief, of course, but I could see it in the glint in his eyes whenever I'd gotten into trouble. Not that I'd thought through my coming out at all. "James Hendrix Cavanaugh, what the hell is this?" my dad said, holding the joint between his forefinger and thumb. "Well, Dad, based on the way you're holding it, you know exactly what it is." He tossed the joint into the sink and ran the disposal. "Son, I have a standard to uphold in this community. That kid from San Marcos you've been hanging out with is a bad influence. You never even thought of doing something like this until you met him." "God, Dad, why are you acting like some 1950s pot is the devil activist? Jimmy is a good guy." Dad's jaw bunched. "Look, I didn't want to say anything, but you have to be careful hanging out with kids like him. Kids like him? What the fuck does that mean? Watch your language, he said as Mom walked into the kitchen. What are you two fighting about now? She asked, her eyes dull like she'd grown tired of our constant back and forth. He's been hanging out with that Jimmy kid again, and I found a joint in his backpack, Dad spat, pointing to the sink. Mom let out a heavy sigh. Dad and I had been getting under each other's skin for a while. The truth was, ever since Holden had been beat to shit, I'd had a hard time keeping it together. Me, Holden, and Beckett had all been carrying the same secret, and that assault put the reality of being queer in small-town Texas into sharp focus. To his credit, Dad had investigated the incident thoroughly and presented the county attorney with enough evidence to put the DeWitt fuck away for a good long time. Once the lawyers got a hold of it, however, DeWitt basically got a slap on the wrist. And why don't we like Jimmy again? She asked him, rubbing her head. He smokes pot and does who the hell knows what else. Dad, it's just pot and beer. Oh, it's just pot and beer, huh? At your age? No, sir, Dad said, putting his hands on his hips as he stood taller, trying to exaggerate his height. Besides, that's not all. I have friends in the San Marcos PD, and they say he's... You know. No, I don't know, I fired back, not retreating as I should have. He goes into Austin, Dad responded, distaste visible in the snarl of his lips. The fact that he couldn't come out and say what he meant fired up a rage in me that I couldn't hope to control. Austin had always been the blueberry in the tomato soup, the lone progressive spot in a state bound and determined to kill its queers. The city had one of the nation's highest per capita populations of LGBTQ+ folks, a statistic the rest of Texas just loved to point out. By referring to Austin, Dad was calling Jimmy the F-slur without actually saying it. That kind of shit, along with the fact that assholes like DeWitt never got punished, was the reason those who were in the closet stayed in the closet until they left Seguin. Yeah, well, I've been to Austin with him. Several times, I spat back. Vicious. I wanted to see him lose it. What I got instead was a look so heartbroken and disappointed that it would haunt me for years. Once those words left my mouth, there was a whole lot of no son of mine and you cannot treat my son this way between my mom and Dad. I was barely acknowledged, and I doubt they noticed when I left the room. Mom found me a little while later. Pack a bag, she said. We're not staying here. I had what so many queer kids didn't. At least one parent who stood up for him. But it felt awful. Everything about being gay, pan, whatever, felt awful. I was a slut. I was indecisive. I was less than for loving to bottom. I was so many shitty things. And I'd destroyed my mom's life. I blinked back to the present as Sawyer called us over to the small dining table to eat. I wasn't expecting him to have made tacos, but they were delicious, just like breakfast. Another thing I'd never admit was how cared for I felt whenever he fed me. Fucking Agnes. Dad sat close enough to Mom that their thighs were touching while we ate, and I swore I saw her squeeze his hand for a half a second while Sawyer told them of his and Dr. Ahmed's plans for me. I yawned, suddenly exhausted by the conversation. Get some rest, son, my mother said, kissing my forehead. Dad stood and pulled me into a hug that lasted a long time. We'll visit again when you get settled in. We? Huh. I nodded, fighting back rogue tears. I look forward to it. Chapter 6. Sawyer. So, how are things going with Hen? DB asked as we wrapped up our weekly video check-in. Hen was in the living room, swathed in black loungewear, bopping to something on his headphones, while I sat in a suit and tie at the compact dining table. I ran my hands over my face, cursing under my breath. That good, huh? DB asked, letting out a deep chuckle. Yeah, I admitted, knowing better than to try and lie to a guy who discovered the truth for a living. I swear that man is going to drive me to drink. It's like he forgets that he collapsed just a few weeks ago. Have you been stuck in that cabin with him the whole time? Basically. DB widened his eyes at me. What? Lifting a hand, he answered, I'm just wondering if he's not the only one who needs to be reminded of his limits. I adjusted my earbuds, not liking where this was going. What do you mean? You haven't left his side in 3 weeks, Sawyer. No one would blame you for needing some time away from him. Maybe go visit a friend. Doesn't what's-his-name, Major, live in Seguin? Have you gone to see him? He swung by to see Hen a couple of times. All our friends have. DB tapped the camera as if he'd like to do the same to my forehead. And how is that anything like getting out and giving yourself a reprieve? I already said you could take off from work or shift your deadlines, yet you've made not one single adjustment to your calendar. I don't want to get behind. DB's get real glare packed a punch. I checked to see that Hen still had his headphones on, then let out a long breath. Fine. I guess I could give Major a call. Excellent. And how are things with your mom? Good. The doctor realized she'd been having palpitations during her cardio classes and asked her to take it down a notch. DB laughed. In a shocking turn of events, the entire Finch family is too intense for their own good. Pot, the kettle is calling. I'd lie and say that wasn't true, but Odd just walked in. His husband dipped into view and waved. Hey, Sawyer, don't let this one give you any shit about anything. He put up with a fucked up artificial knee for years because he didn't consider pain a good enough excuse to get it fixed. DB snarled. That's not true. Oof. Odd's get real look was even worse than DB's. Before I could come up with a good retort, my lap was filled with tiny punk god. Hendrix pushed his headphones down to his neck and pilfered one of my earbuds. Inserting it, he leaned in toward the camera. Is this the legendary Deshaun Blaylock, man in charge of all my digital safety? Hen had taken to draping himself over me at inconvenient times, and DB's amused look only further irritated me. Hen, get off, I pushed at him. He sighed and settled in deeper, smelling suspiciously like my deodorant and shampoo. I haven't gotten off in far too long. 2 sets of laughter filtered through the earbud as I willed my dick to stand down. Stop encouraging this bad behavior, I grumped as my hands went to Hen's hips. DB's husband waved at the camera. Hey, Hendrix, I'm Odd. Big fan of your music. Hen leaned in and smiled, then fluffed up his hair. Well, hey there, Odd. Name like that, your parents must be Norwegian. That they are, Odd said, a fact belied by his Texas accent. Last time I was in Oslo, I spent some time at that go-go bar. What's the name of it? His ass nudged my crotch, and I recalled the pics he'd shared on the group chat. They were definitely not HR approved, and I should get him off my lap and off this call as soon as possible. Blaze, Odd replied with a grin. Hen wiggled happily. Busted. Odd chuckled as DB narrowed his eyes. What kind of bar is this again? The kind where the ladies don't wear very much, Odd said, then kissed DB's nose. And some of those ladies have very accommodating boyfriends, Hen sighed, biting his lip as he lay back against my chest. So very accommodating. That's my boss, Hen, I reminded him. At the same time, Odd grinned and responded. Good to know. DB grumbled and smacked Odd's ass. Just so you know, dear husband, nothing's being accommodated here, he said, glaring at me as he pushed Odd, laughing, out of view. An entire HR nightmare. Don't look at me like that, DB. I told you not to encourage his bad behavior. DB cursed under his breath, though it looked as if his eyes were tracking his handsome husband off screen. We quickly said our goodbyes, and something told me he and Odd would be occupied for the rest of the evening. That was fun, Hen said as I belatedly moved my hands from his hips to retrieve my stolen earbud. For you, maybe, I muttered, returning the earbuds to their case, glad my cock hadn't given me away. You can get off my lap now.
He complied, then snorted when I began returning my electronics to their specific pockets in my laptop bag.
Fine, but you have to admit that I added flair to an otherwise boring meeting.
I will admit no such thing. I crossed the living room to set the laptop case in the hall closet, then tucked my tie into my shirt and rolled up my sleeves. How do you feel about spinach tortellini?
Are you even allowed that many carbs? He asked, following me into the kitchen.
I turned on the water and began soaping my hands. I factored that into my other meals this week.
Oh my God!
He let his head fall back. When I didn't respond to his theatrics, he straightened and shook his head.
This is why I call you Agnes.
Not everyone treats their body like a funhouse, Hendrix, I replied as I rinsed and dried off.
You do understand that fun isn't a bad thing, don't you, Agnes?
Stop calling me that. And of course I know that fun isn't bad, I said, grabbing the big pot from the bottom cabinet. I raised my voice so he could hear me over the sound of the water as I filled it. That is why I put it on my calendar. Every Saturday at 2 o'clock, I have to find something fun to do.
Oh, Agnes.
He dropped his head to my biceps, and I wished I could press my nose into his messy hair.
I know the line we're telling people is that I need you to stay here to watch over me, but I'm starting to think you need me as much as I need you.
You have no idea how true that is. I pulled out my phone, distracting myself by looking up my father's recipe for Alfredo sauce. It's possible, though if you really wanted to be useful, you could grate some Parmesan for me.
You could buy it already grated.
Or you could obey me for once, I snapped, setting the pot on the big burner. When I was greeted with silence, I turned to find Hen gaping up at me.
What? Did you just tell me to obey you? He asked, his voice pitched up in disbelief.
Fuck, I had. I nearly groaned, visualizing Hen under me, obeying my every command. Shut up, I muttered, salting the water.
I'll cooperate, because I'm craving pasta after all the vegetables you've been shoving down my throat. But we will be returning to this subject.
Just grate the Parmesan, you menace, I said, hip-checking him. This man was going to be the death of me.
Chapter 7. Hendrix. I felt itchy watching Sawyer stand in front of the hall mirror, sliding into his beautifully crafted blazer as he prepared to visit Major. Wren had come by yesterday to check on us, and I'd overheard Sawyer grousing that his boss had spent the last 2 weeks nagging him to get out more often. I suspected that DB's actual recommendation had been to take a break from me. Fair, but ouch. Either way, I was tickled that Sawyer was getting a dose of his own medicine, especially when Wren had agreed with DB. So are you and Major a thing? I asked, catching his eye through the reflection. His laugh was almost bitter.
No, Major is one of my oldest and dearest friends.
But y'all used to fuck in high school, right? He sent me a sharp look in the mirror.
Not many people know that.
Caught y'all making out in his truck once, remember?
Right. I forgot.
Tense in his jaw, he said,
We were learning about our queerness together, but we quickly figured out that we were better off as friends.
I gestured at his expensive outfit. Then why are you dressed up like you're going on a date with him? He tugged at his collar like maybe he wanted a tie. Honestly, I was surprised he was willing to leave the house without one.
Saturday morning isn't the time one goes on a date.
You're a weird bird, Sawyer Finch. He glanced at me, smoothed down his lapels, and made his way outside. I often had a hard time reading the man, but something about that line of questioning had bothered him. Actually, he'd been bothered ever since I'd picked something up in that obey comment the night he'd made tortellini Alfredo. Whatever, Agnes. Keep your secrets and go visit your old fuck buddy. I don't need you here to harangue me. 10 minutes into solitude, though, and I was climbing the walls. Luckily, the day before, Wren and Holden had dropped off the junked-out truck Mr. Page had used when caring for the cabins. It looks like shit, but it's got a full tank and an engine that runs. Wren had said before getting into Holden's car. Lending me the truck was a nice gesture, but I hadn't thought much of it until I had to listen to the sound of my own breathing. Grabbing the keys from the entryway table, I locked the cabin door and climbed into the rusting mid-'80s Toyota 4x4. As Wren had promised, the engine fired up right away, and I briefly considered the fact that I hadn't had an American driver's license in at least 6 or 7 years. Ah, well. There were a few benefits to having your dad be the sheriff. Not exactly sure where I'd end up, I pointed the truck toward downtown Seguin. I circled Central Park, admiring the new businesses that had popped up around the tiny town square. Allie's coffee shop caught my eye, and I found an open parking space half a block down. I walked past Joel and Ozzy's bar and restaurant, both still closed for another hour, and let myself into the Seguin Bean. It was starting to rain, and the cozy, inviting interior was a welcome change. When Allie noticed me, her mouth broadened into a big smile. "Hen, it's so good to see you." "Hey, sweetheart," I said, kissing her cheek. "How's business?" She gestured to the square outside. "That syrup project that Ozzy and Joel have going is really helping. Getting more businesses downtown sends more people my way." "That's good to hear," I said, searching the extensive chalkboard menu behind her. "You still make that drink with the chai and 3 other kinds of tea?" "Oh, the orgy? Absolutely," she said, unsubtly selecting a massive ceramic mug instead of a to-go cup. I grinned and found a booth in the back. I recognized a lot of the other patrons, but everyone kept their distance. I wasn't sure if they didn't recognize me or were respecting my privacy. Either way, I'd take it. A few moments later, Allie appeared at my table holding the mug full of chai, white, green, and black tea goodness. In her other hand, she carried a small plate. "Is that your coffee cake?" I asked, grabbing for it. "I haven't had this in forever." "Well, there's more where that came from. Eat up. Looks like you could use it." I sent her the best smile I could manage and went to town on the coffee cake. Inside, I winced at her comment, though. I generally didn't like it when people pointed out how skinny I was. Still, Allie's coffee cake covered a multitude of sins. I was dragging my finger through the last morsels on the plate when I sensed another presence. "Hendrix?" I looked up to see a couple I guessed to be in their late 50s. They seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite put a finger on where I knew them from. "Yes?" "We're the Finches. Sawyer's parents." Oh, shit. Sawyer didn't talk much about his mom and dad, but I knew they'd all worked hard to build their family back up again. I knew exactly how delicate that could be, and I didn't want to do anything too Hendrix and fuck things up. "Hey," I said, hopping up to give Mrs. Finch a hug, which she returned effusively. Mr. Finch didn't seem like the hugging type, so I offered my hand. He shook it, and I awkwardly pointed to the open seats across the booth. "Want to join me?" Please say no. Sawyer's dad hesitated, but his mom grinned. "Oh, that'd be lovely," she said, sliding in. Mr. Finch reluctantly joined her, and they both stared at me. Before I could think of something uncontroversial to say, Mrs. Finch pointed at my mug. "That looks divine. What is it?" I chuckled. "It's called the orgy because it has like 4 kinds of tea. Allie denies it, but I'm pretty sure she named it after me." Her eyes widened, and I slapped one hand over my mouth, then another. Why was the first thing out of my mouth a reminder that I was basically a whore? "Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Finch," I said as I lowered my hands. "Agnes says I should not be allowed out in public, and he might be onto something." "Agnes?" his mom asked, confused. "Fuck. It's my nickname for Sawyer." Their stunned silence made the anxiety crawl up my throat and spill out of my mouth. "Sometimes I call him a fuss budget. He once said he was going to make that his FetLife username, but I'm pretty sure that was a joke." She blinked at me. "I did double-check the app. If he's on FetLife, it's not under that name." Oh, God, what the fuck was I saying? Kill me now. "Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Finch. Just sorry." I covered my eyes and made plans to flee the country. After another beat of silence, though, a loud, deep laugh interrupted my self-flagellation. I looked up. Mr. Finch's eyes were amused half-moons, and his laugh continued to build. Mrs. Finch smacked her husband's arm, then let out a giggle like tinkling glass. Sawyer's dad stuck out his hand again. Horatio, but my friends call me Ray. Nice to meet you for real, son. Hendrix Cavanaugh, I said, grateful that this handshake was warmer than the first. Cordelia, Mrs. Finch said, sending me a wave. I shook my head. I really don't mean to be a menace. It just occurs naturally. Still chuckling, Ray said, I can see why my son likes you so much. He gets too far into his head, and I'm guessing you help with that. Agnes likes me? That's news. I spread my hands. I was just telling him the other day when we were making tortellini that he needed me as much as I needed him. Bet he hated that, Ray said, his eyes sparkling with humor. Do you like the sauce? It was my husband's recipe. Cordelia's cheeks were rosy. Wait, I said, pointing at Ray. You're the one helping me get back up to fighting weight? He lifted his shoulder in a self-effacing way that looked far too familiar. My son's been asking me for my best recipes. I'm glad they've come in handy. He's annoyingly bossy, your son. But it's all worth it for the home cooking. You'd think a guy with a body like that would be all unseasoned chicken and broccoli, but he's got skills. I grimaced as I played back my words. Fuck, I did it again, didn't I? Hendrix, Cordelia said. Yeah? You're fine. Okay, thanks. If I had to go back to that cabin and tell Agnes that I'd offended his parents, he'd have me doing burpees till the end of time. She reached across the table and gripped my hand. My son has only ever said that you are a good, supportive friend. A half-truth, but I'll accept it. See that you do, she said, patting my hand. Ray then slid out of the booth and she followed him. We won't take up any more of your time. Just wanted to stop by and say hello. I rose with him, accepted another big hug from Cordelia. Mind if we take a selfie? Not at all, honey. Ray was game as we gathered for a quick picture. Then he surprised me with a hug of his own. Take care, Hen. I hope your recovery goes well. Thanks, Ray. I sat down and watched them head out to the street, then laughed as I sent the pic to Sawyer. That went better than I thought it would. Chapter 8. Sawyer. Major stepped aside and let me into his house. A lot had changed since the last time I'd been here. Leo had only moved in a little over a month ago, the same day Hendrix had shown up on Ozzy's doorstep. But his presence was already felt. A backpack sat slumped on the couch, and a huge jacket too big even for Major hung from the hall tree. Massive, smelly tennis shoes sat by the front door. Ode a teenager, I said, walking into one of Major's big hugs. You don't know the half of it. Leo's a good guy, pretty neat for a teen, but he and I had to have a man-to-man conversation about the funk he'd been bringing into this situation. It's cool he's getting to live with a grown-up. I know they did a good job mentoring him at Lupe, but there are things he probably missed out on. For sure, Major said, giving me a look. What? I asked, not defensive in the slightest. Are we going to continue to talk about Leo, or do you want to discuss the hangdog expression on your face? I rolled my eyes and moved the backpack aside to take a seat on Major's modern yet comfortable olive couch, sinking into the soft cushions. I only see you when I visit the cabin. He settled himself in the recliner across from me. How's it going, living with Hen? God, I hated that question. I avoided it for a moment, taking in the familiar lines of Major's gorgeous house. The living room's cozy furnishings and high vaulted ceilings were soothing. A dramatic balcony overlooked the living area and kitchen end. Stop staring at the ceiling, Sawyer. Answer the question. I sighed. Busted. Can I assume that Leo is nowhere around? Major nodded. He's over at Wildheart with Lovett. Are they? They've held hands, and Lovett says they'll share a kiss on graduation day. I put my hand to my heart. That really is kind of precious. I see what you're doing, Major huffed. Stop trying to change the subject. I curled my lip. What was the question again? He raised a brow at my attitude. What's it like living with Hen? I let out a sigh and toed off my shoes. This had been much easier to answer when DB had asked me. Major was going to want details. I tried tucking my legs under my ass the way I usually did when I sat on this couch, but it didn't work in my suit pants. I gave up and sat normally, looking at my socks. Better and worse than I thought it would be, I finally answered. Major tilted his head, taking me in. How so? He's not going stir-crazy like I thought. That's good, right? I'm guessing he appreciates having your company. Yeah, mostly, I sighed, gathering my thoughts. He's also a lot quieter than you'd expect. Not that this moment is an accurate representation of the man, but you know the big personality he puts on for the stage, right? Of course. Way over the top, and the crowd loves it. Exactly. I guess I hadn't realized he was also putting on a show for us. I ran a hand through my hair. In what way? He still makes fun of me, of course, but unless I'm trying to force him to eat or sleep, he's quiet. Does that impact the way you feel about him? I shook my head, wishing for once I had a different answer. I always wondered who he was behind the smiles and the jokes. If anything, that's making things worse. Go on. I'm more in love with him now than I ever was, I confessed, pulling on my collar. Seeing him with his parents? It was like watching the blown-apart pieces of him being stitched back together. And I want to be there for him as they figure out how to be a family again. I want to be included in it. The words were almost too painful to say aloud. Major nodded, his expression contemplative. He was never quick to give his opinion. He was kind and thorough, and for the 1000th time I cursed myself for not being able to fall in love with him. He was my dearest friend, and I loved him unimaginably. I would give him any organ that he needed, but my heart could not and would not let go of James Hendrix Cavanaugh. After all these years, I'd stopped hoping it would. Do you think there's a possibility that he might be open to something with you? I hated that question even more because I knew the answer in my bones. I knew with more certainty than I knew my own name. No. Why? Lifting a shoulder, I responded. It's a combination of things, though I don't know if I could explain it. I bit the inside of my lip and Major remained quiet, patiently waiting for me to think through my reasons. Finally, I sighed and told him the truth. Based on the way he acted around Walker while we were at Ozzy's house, I'm pretty sure he's still in love with the man. He at least loves the thought of him, and more than he's ever let on. But he told Ozzy. He lied. Why? The answer was so simple it hurt. Hendrix loves Walker, but doesn't think he's enough for him. And he loves Ozzy so much that he'd rather Walker be with someone who he considers a better man. Someone who deserves Walker. Major cursed under his breath. That does sound like Hen. I swear I love his parents, and I'm glad that they're on friendly terms now. Maybe more than friendly, I muttered. Really? Sheriff Cavanaugh had his arm wrapped around Portia's waist the entire visit, and she kept putting her head on his shoulder. Major made fists with both hands. Look, if they were able to repair their relationship and come back together, that's great. Fantastic even, he said, far too dryly. But Hen never got over tearing them apart. That wasn't his fault. I know, Major snarled. I've always known that. Hendrix, though. Remember what he called himself when they got divorced? I grimaced. The destroyer of love. And who would think they could fall in love and make something last while believing that about themselves? He asked, far too reasonably.
I clenched my jaw, hating the harsh buzz behind my nose and eyes, the one that signaled tears. Having emotions this close to the surface was frustrating as hell. I took a few slow breaths, only looking at Major when I knew I could hold it together. Even if he thought he was worthy of a relationship, it wouldn't matter. I'm clearly not his type. How could a man who's never opened himself up to the possibility of a relationship know his type? Major asked. He's pan. He's on the record, both with us personally and in public, saying that he's only ever interested in a person's vibe. I opened my mouth to respond, then closed it, not sure I wanted to continue with this conversation. After a moment, Major asked, "Can we talk about the fact that it's a Saturday morning and you're dressed like you're about to go into the office?" Touching my naked throat, I shook my head. "I always wear a tie to the office." Major shook his head. "Between this and the unrequited roommate situation, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a masochist. You can't even relax properly. Hell, I used to make fun of your high-end athleisure wear when you stayed here, but that was better than whatever this is." "Nobody says anything when Beckett wears his collar every fucking wear," I grumbled. "That's because being a preacher, a spiritual leader, is in his bones. Now, I know you're way more fashionable than me." Major gestured to his t-shirt and sweatpants, which I thought looked just fine on him. "But even fashionable people relax. What is going on?" That painful feeling in my nose returned, and a single stupid tear tracked its way down my cheek. I couldn't speak for a few minutes, but Major waited. Finally, the words came to me. "I do dress casually when I'm home by myself, but living with Hen is so much harder than I thought it would be, and the clothes remind me not to let it get too personal, you know?" "And why don't you want it to get too personal?" "He calls me Agnes," I said. Major chuckled. "Yeah, I heard him do it the other day. Pretty funny." I blinked and a few more tears escaped. "Unless it's not," Major said, moving onto the couch next to me. He held out his hand. I grabbed it and he squeezed my fingers gently. "It's another sign that he won't ever think of me in a romantic way. And I knew if I let him see the less rigid side of me, he'd do that thing he does, and I can't." "What thing?" "That thing. You know, when he sort of flirts with all of us. It doesn't mean anything. It's not serious. He has that smirk, you know?" Major rubbed his beard. "He's never flirted with me, intentionally or otherwise. I've never been on the receiving end of his smirk, I can tell you that." "Oh." I wasn't sure what to do with that information. When I get a smirk from him, it makes my heart and head do very stupid things. As long as he's calling me Agnes, though, maybe I can hold on to the last remaining shred of my dignity. Major considered my words. Scooting back, he angled himself to face me. "So you're saying if you allowed yourself to relax around him, if you allowed him to see you, to do whatever this flirty thing is, you'd give in to what? The temptation to flirt back?" "I'd have him bent over the couch in 2 seconds flat," I admitted far too quickly. "And he'd let me. Just the one time, though." "What do you mean? You'd fuck him and he'd kick you out?" I lifted a shoulder. "He'd be nicer than that, but basically, yeah, I think that's exactly what he'd do." Major tapped my forehead. "Do you really think he'd throw out the guy who's taken such good care of him?" "He fights me at every turn, Major. If he let me stay after that, it would be because I'm the only person available. Portia works from home, and the sheriff's schedule would no doubt allow him to check in on his son throughout the day. So why is Hen not staying with one of his parents?" "Who wants their parents to take care of them? Besides, now that they might be getting back together, it'd probably feel pretty weird for him." "Okay, that makes some sense. But why aren't any of us surprised that it ended up with you and him at the cabin?" "How the hell would I know that?" "I'll tell you why. You're the one who keeps after him the most. If he doesn't respond in the group chat, you get on him. Every time he's in town, you examine him like a mother monkey examining her baby, and you comment when you think he doesn't look like he's had enough sleep." "Which is why he calls me Agnes." "He does. But he still lets you take care of him, doesn't he?
Yeah? Okay then. All I'm saying is, maybe it's not as hopeless as you think. I shook my head. I can't afford to think like that. It hurts too much. I understand. But I'm going to ask you to do me a huge favor. What? Be careful with your heart, Sawyer. But maybe stop guarding it so much. Go change into something more comfortable, and just live in that goddamn cabin, even if nothing romantic comes of it. At least figure out who you are. I opened my mouth to protest, but he kept going. You might have the other guys fooled, but I know you. And this corporate attire bullshit you've got going on is a lie. Sure, you love a good suit, who doesn't? But you look like you're about to go out of your skin because you're not wearing a tie. You've crossed the line into ridiculous, and I say enough. Enough. I dropped my face into my hands, annoyed when my fingers encountered wetness. Okay. Am I interrupting something? Leo asked as he walked in. I dashed away the tears while Major said, No, just having a sensitive conversation. Oh, is Sawyer upset because you told him how you feel about Ren? Both of us gaped at him for a moment before I turned to Major. What is he talking about? Major shook his head. Not a clue. Leo snorted. Okay, fine. If you're not in love with him, why do you keep giving him your strawberry preserves? That brought Major up short. He shifted uncomfortably. I'm being nice. I narrowed my eyes. You've never given me a jar of your preserves. Leo snorted, and Major rolled his eyes. Oh, Jesus, not you too. Leo opened his mouth to say something unfiltered, I'm sure, but Major cut him off. What are you doing here anyway, aside from causing trouble? I thought you were going out to Wildheart. I am. I just had to grab my toolkit. They've got a few plumbing issues at the ranch, and I told them I'd take a look. I figured I'd give it a shot, and if I didn't know how to do something, I'd call you for advice. Or I could go out and help you. Leo scrunched his nose. No, I don't want you interfering with my weekend. So you do know it's not nice to interfere with other people's love lives, Major said, squinting at Leo. He tacked on, or assume anything based on my generosity with preserves of all things. Shrugging, Leo went through the kitchen and opened the door to the garage. I saw what I saw, he said, his voice muffled. Whatever, Major called after him. It's not like you're going to do anything this weekend, Leo. Lovett isn't even going to kiss you until you graduate. Leo returned from the garage, toolkit in hand and a smug look on his face. Let's just say I got an early graduation gift. Major and I looked at each other. Leo, we said, jumping up to give him a hug. Leo flushed red and pushed us away, but not very hard. Shut up. It's just a kiss. No, it wasn't, I said, pointing at his face. Just a kiss doesn't make someone look like that. Like what? He asked, shifting uncomfortably. Like they've been walloped upside the head. Leo glared at us. Shut up. Stealing his words, I pointed to my chest. I see what I see. Fine, but serious question, he said. Why doesn't anyone ever tell you how amazing kisses are? I mean, yes, you see the big romantic kisses in movies, but nobody said they were magic. Leo, was that your first kiss? Major asked, grabbing his arm. Maybe. Don't shame me. You know my history, he said, trying to hide a smirk. Major shot me a panicked glance. I knew very little about Leo's history. But whatever it might involve, I didn't put it past him to use it to win a point or make an inappropriate joke. God, Major, he's fucking with you. Leo's muffled giggle confirmed my suspicions. Major let out a patient breath. That's not funny, Leo. It's a little funny. Okay, fine. But I can also be proud of you and Love for doing things on your own timelines. This time Leo's grin was real. I'm proud of me too, he said, letting himself out the door. I'll call you if I get stuck on anything. Drive safely, you menace, Major shouted, his hand cupped around his mouth. Leo chuckled as he shut the door. At the same time, my phone played the opening chords to Crawl Through Hell, my notification for Hen. Shaking my head at our young friend, I fished my phone out of my jacket pocket. What the?
I held the screen up for Major to see, and he snorted into his fist.
Fucking Hendrix.
For sure. This is a sign of the apocalypse, I moaned, staring at the picture in my hand. A goddamn selfie of Hen with my parents at the Seguin Bean. Hen.
Ray and Cordelia say hi. I was on my best behavior.
Another text came in, this one from my mother. Major laughed even harder when I showed him that message. Mom. Hendrix is a delight, a handful and not fit for mixed company, but a delight nonetheless. Boy, are you in trouble. Fucking hell. I returned my phone to my pocket and rubbed my face. I should get going too. I'm going to go change into something more comfortable. See what that gets me. Good luck, Major said, pulling me in for a hug and a kiss on the temple. I sighed. If I was going to be myself around Hen, I'd need all the luck I could get.
Chapter 9. Hendrix. I finished my tea and said goodbye to Allie. As much as it sucked to be alone, I'd found that my social battery didn't have a lot of juice these days. Deciding to stop in at the bar another day, I headed back toward my loaner truck. Just as I put the key in the door, a familiar voice grated across my nerves. Hendrix, fancy seeing you here. I glanced to my side. Dick DeWitt, town asshole and father of Chase DeWitt, was standing far too close to me. He had the same shit-brown hair and pasty complexion he'd given his son. The only real difference between them was that where Chase had dull eyes and the intellect of an overused pencil, Dick DeWitt had always been sharp enough to draw blood. I clenched my jaw and bit back a curse. Mr. DeWitt. Shouldn't you be back in Europe? He asked, curling his lip. It's been over a month since your little incident in Mexico. I wondered if I could drive Wren's truck far enough to get away from this man. The answer to that could be found in a heavy truth I hadn't even admitted to my friends. Dick DeWitt owned me. That wasn't hyperbole, it was a fact. This interaction was more than a case of small-town unpleasantness. It was my boss checking in on me. While there was no way in hell I'd have knowingly signed a deal with this particular devil, I'd been focused on better percentages in my most recent negotiations, not the fact that my contract could be sold. It took me far too long to discover that the person who now stood to make the most money off my sales, the one who, behind a multitude of shell corporations, owned basically everything I'd ever done, was Dick DeWitt. Once I'd known the score, I'd been too ashamed to tell anyone. Maybe you missed the news, but that little incident put me in the hospital. My doctor has recommended that I stay off the road for an extended amount of time, and I am following her recommendation. Your doctor's recommendation doesn't take into account your contractual obligations. I shifted on a bit of loose asphalt. You should read the contract again, I said, though I knew this was only a temporary reprieve. In the long run, he still had me over a barrel. I'm to fulfill all touring obligations unless I am deemed physically or mentally unfit. Pretty sure it's a toss-up which one applies right now, but considering that I'm a month out from a feeding tube, I'm guessing you don't have a leg to stand on. You're well enough to drive yourself around town, he pointed out. Barely, I said, with a smile I didn't feel. I've got a lot of recovery still to go. He lingered, assessing me from top to bottom. If his sour expression was any indication, he found me lacking. He knocked twice on the edge of the truck bed. My lawyer will be in contact with your doctor. With that, he stepped onto the sidewalk and disappeared around the corner, leaving me nauseated and powerless. It was a DeWitt family trait, going after people they perceived to be weak. I let myself into the truck and shivered as I recalled the encounters with his son that had set us on this path. I leaned against the fence at the far end of the baseball practice field, waiting for my cousin as the wind whipped my carefully styled hair into a spiky mess that matched my mood. I'd started out the year thinking high school would be so much better than middle school. However, being a freshman, a fish, as the seniors called us, was not at all what it was cracked up to be. Most of my classes sucked, hardly any of the jocks appreciated my humor, and I'd landed in the principal's office so many times he decided I should be the school mascot on account of the fact that I couldn't sit still. Upside, in the coyote mascot uniform, I was catnip to cheerleaders of all genders. Downside, the uniform made me a pretty easy target for bullies. "Hey, shrimp dick!" Fuck. Speak of the devil. A chill raced down my spine and my breathing sped up. Fucking Chase DeWitt. As much as I hated the assholes in high school, I especially hated the one guy who kept lurking on school grounds even though he'd graduated. Chase and his friends had fucked up Holden Page so badly last summer that he'd almost died. Beckett and I had discovered him near the big senior bonfire, broken and bleeding out on the forest floor. I'd had Beckett wrap his belt around Holden's upper arm to stanch the worst of it while we waited for emergency services to arrive. We later learned that he likely would have died if we hadn't found him, and I always shuddered to think about how close the Pages had come to losing their son. Chase and his buddies should have copped an attempted murder charge, but the DeWitt family connections had taken care of that. Needless to say, Chase was not my biggest fan. "Hey, shrimp dick, are you deaf?" He tried to intimidate me all year, but I was always surrounded by my friends. Except for today. Fuck a duck. "Why are you so interested in my dick, Chase?" I tossed back, my mouth writing a check I had no hope of cashing, especially when I realized that he wasn't alone. Surrounded by the same losers he always hung out with, Chase looked down his nose as he shoved me, forcing me back against the fence. "Whatever, you shrimp dick little I cut him off, grabbing my junk. "Why don't you ask your sister how big my cock can get?" I didn't even know if he had a sister, but the way the veins bulged in his neck told me that I'd hit a nerve. Good. Or maybe not. Chase and his dickhead friends circled me, 2 of them wearing shit kickers. Damn it. One of these days my mouth really was going to get me killed. Chase's snarl was vicious. "Shouldn't have said that, you tiny piece of shit." "Lane, hold him. Let's show him what happens to guys with big mouths and tiny dicks." I turned to run, but Lane grabbed me, bruising my skinny arms. I shouted for Ozzy at the top of my lungs, but it felt like my voice didn't have any reach past this dark circle of angry young men. I started to hyperventilate, and shame further crushed my lungs as blood whooshed in my ears. I thought I'd outgrown this particularly embarrassing trait. I tried to free myself from Lane's bruising grip, but didn't have enough oxygen for the job. Chase's cold smile sent chills down my spine, and I winced as he cocked his fist. This was gonna hurt. Before the blow landed, however, a pounding on the earth made my eyes fly open. Augustus Walker, wearing his practice uniform, was racing toward us, and Ozzy wasn't far behind. Hopping over the fence, Walker barreled his way into the circle. He grabbed Lane's wrist and yanked it in the wrong direction. Lane yelped and let go of me, holding his hand to his chest. Still unable to breathe properly, I fell to my knees, gasping as I watched the other boys, seeing Walker's fierce expression take a step back. Of course, I'd noticed the hot baseball player on the first day of school. He was only a few inches taller than me, but his blue eyes, pretty muscles, and country boy charm caught everyone's attention. Today, with his clenched fists and golden hair whipping in the wind, he looked like a boxer, like he could take down anyone with a single punch. He feinted forward with a ferocious glint in his eyes, and Chase DeWitt, the bully of all bullies, flinched. As Ozzy hopped the fence, Chase, realizing he and his dickhead friends were outgunned, spat on the dirt. "Never mind. This asshole isn't worth my time." Acting as if they'd won, they fled the scene. In the meantime, I'd gone to my hands and knees, wheezing through tears and snot. Walker knelt next to me, putting his hand on my shoulder. "You're all right now, Hen. Let's slow it down. Just breathe." His strong Texas accent and reassuring words helped my chest to release. "You okay, cuz?" Ozzy asked, kneeling on my other side. My breathing slowed as Walker pulled a bandana from his back pocket. "Here, haven't used it." Humiliated and kinda turned on, I took the soft cloth and wiped my tears before blowing my nose. Thanks. I'll wash this and bring it back. Nah, you keep it. He helped me stand as Coach slowly jogged up to the fence. Everything okay? He asked, eyeballing me. My mascot antics had put me on his shit list, so I wasn't surprised by his lukewarm attitude. Walker, seeing the score, squared his shoulders. I was gonna take Hendrix here to Mr. Page. I figured he'd be the most help. Yeah, that's fine. Practice is over anyway. Nice priorities, jackass, I thought. Then remembered that Coach was related to the DeWitts through marriage or something. God, I hated living in a small town. Walker put his arm around me. Thanks, Coach. We walked together to Mr. Page's classroom where we were grateful to find he hadn't yet left for the day. Unlike Coach, Mr. Page looked like he was going to bust a vein when he found out what had happened. We didn't talk about what Chase had done to Holden, but I knew Mr. Page had to be thinking about it when he promised that Chase would never be allowed on campus again. Pointing to his watch's rainbow wristband, he said, Look, I want you to feel safe at school. I'm always here during lunch and after classes. You and the rest of the Lost Boys can hang out here if you'd like. Lost Boys? Ozzy asked, scrunching his nose. Like the kids from Peter Pan? Gesturing at my black hair and pale skin, Walker joked. Or maybe like the kids from that old vampire movie. Mr. Page pretended to drive a stake through his heart. How dare you call that movie old? It's from the late 80s. Not to be rude or nothing, but I'm pretty sure you just made my point for me. Walker's eyes sparkled, then went thoughtful. Though I'm glad Ozzy and Han and their friends have a safe spot. That's real nice of you, Mr. Page. You're welcome here too, Walker. He blushed again. Maybe, if I wouldn't be in the way. I decided right then and there that Augustus Walker Jr. was the swooniest guy on the planet. I thought as I made my way onto the Page's property. Not much has changed. Not even, unfortunately, the fact that the DeWitt family still had a hate-on for the Lost Boys. Chapter 10. Sawyer. I snarled when I saw Wren's beat-up loaner truck, which Hen had parked haphazardly in front of the cabin. Sure, he was a grown man with free will, but I didn't think Wren needed to be supplementing his ability to get out and wreak havoc, especially if it involved my parents. I grabbed the old guitar from my back seat and walked inside, my blazer slung over my forearm. Humming filtered in from the back porch. Having identified the location of my problem, I set down the guitar, went into my room, and changed my clothes. Major had always been able to see right through me. I'd known it was ridiculous wearing my suits in the off hours, but it had been keeping me sane. I didn't know why I was aiming for sanity in the presence of Hendrix Cavanaugh. Given the fact that Texas stayed scorching hot through early fall, I slipped into khaki shorts and a navy t-shirt, both classic Ralph Lauren. I might shed my armor, but luxury brands would always be my bulletproof vest. I completed the look with Sperry boat shoes, grabbed the guitar again, and made my way outside. Hendrix's head was bent over a notebook, his eyes closed as he hummed an unfamiliar tune. He opened his eyes to scratch out a few words, then closed them again, humming the same 3 bars over and over. I was struck by the way his raven black hair glinted in the sunshine and proud of the fact that his manicure still looked good. Seeing him in all black again made me feel like the world had finally been put back on its axis. After a few moments, his eyes flitted to mine. You gonna stand there like a weirdo? Just observing, I said, holding up the guitar. His mouth dropped open. Is that my old guitar? Yep, stopped by your mom's place. You left it behind when you struck out on the road, but she kept it stored for you. Oh, cute. We both spent time with each other's families today, he said, fluttering his lashes at me. It's not even remotely the same, Hen. Your mom said I was thoughtful, whereas my mom called you a handful. Probably because I told Cordelia your joke about using Fuss Budget as your FetLife handle, he said, taking the guitar from me. Even Ray laughed at that one. I blinked. You. What? He waved away my concern. Your parents are a hell of a lot cooler than you're giving them credit for.
No, they aren't. I paced the small porch, pulling at my hair. And how are you on a first-name basis with them? He lifted a careless shoulder.
What can I say? I'm good with parents.
Refocusing on the guitar, he asked.
Are these new strings?
Yes, I swung by the guitar shop and had them replace the strings with the ones you use now. While you were telling my parents about a fetish website.
How do you know which strings I use?
He asked, ignoring my distress. I asked Sago.
You have his number?
Robbie's too.
Why?
He asked, cocking his ear toward the guitar as he switched between strumming and twisting the pegs to adjust the tuning. They're important to you.
Fucking Agnes,
he muttered, though he didn't seem to be making fun of me. He started plucking out a familiar tune, and heat rose in my cheeks.
This is one of the songs you like, right?
He asked, winking at me. Menace. It's my favorite.
Ozzy makes fun of the lyrics. He likes to point out that glass melts, so crawling through broken glass in hell doesn't make any sense.
He's being far too literal, I said, sitting next to him. Hen strummed a few more bars, then looked at me and did a double take.
Holy shit! Nice thighs, dude.
Shut up, I shot back, tugging on the hem of my shorts.
Gotta say, you know how to pull off casual rich boy.
That's because I am rich. And I'm pretending to be casual, I joked, then immediately felt awkward about it. Hendrix snorted.
I'm glad to see you finally relax. I was starting to feel like you were my concierge.
I kind of am, I suppose.
Agnes, he said with a sigh.
Angling the guitar toward me, he said,
Thanks for this. I'd forgotten I had a guitar at my mom's house. I've been too heartbroken about my stage guitar to think of anything else.
Marianne? He stopped strumming.
Wait, you know the name of my guitar? Are you the guy who keeps mailing me his underwear?
I laughed. No, my underwear is far too expensive to send to some punk god who can well afford his own. Though, do we need to worry about people like that?
Nah, my fans are pretty cool. I just didn't realize you were paying such close attention.
I shrugged. I've always had good taste. Color appeared on his cheeks, and suddenly I didn't mind if he'd shocked my parents. Ducking his head, he went back to his notebook, this time plucking out the tune he'd been humming. I hadn't quite heard where he was going before, but now, with the guitar, it made more sense. I watched for a while, and though I admired his concentration, I hated the sadness that clung to him like a heavy blanket. When he sat back to stretch, I had to ask, Is something wrong? He opened his mouth, looking like he was about to let yet another snarky comment fly, then clamped it shut. Hen, you can tell me. He thinned his lips, staring out over the fast-moving river, swollen after overnight showers. Just as I thought he wasn't going to answer, he spoke, his voice rough.
On my way from the coffee shop, Dick DeWitt stopped me. It wasn't a fun conversation.
That motherfucker, I snarled. What the hell did he want? Hendrix's eyes widened. I didn't raise my voice that often. He went silent again, absent-mindedly strumming his guitar.
Hendrix, did you know that my contract was sold a few years ago?
I shook my head, feeling guilty for having missed something so huge. I didn't get any alerts about that.
Fucking Google alerts, he muttered. You wouldn't have because it was meant to fly under the radar. The information is out there, it's available. But it wasn't widely advertised, he said, running his thumb along the strings.
Who bought the contract? I asked, sitting forward. As I asked the question, though, the answer was obvious. Dick DeWitt? He owns your contract now? Hendrix flushed like maybe he was embarrassed. When he didn't reply, I opened my mouth to repeat the question, but he cut me off.
I was so happy to get a better contract, I didn't care about the clause that allowed them to sell it. I thought that was a just-in-case thing. Turns out they'd been actively shopping me the whole time.
So they redid it knowing they were going to sell. He strummed a few more chords, scraping his teeth across his upper lip.
Yep.
Did they know your history with the DeWitt family?
He shook his head. I doubt they'd ever heard of him. They sold the contract to a holding company. You have to look really hard to find his name on anything. But he's the big money guy.
Don't the DeWitts own big box stores? What does that have to do with the music industry? Hendrix kept plucking at the strings.
Hen, they do, he finally answered. But his company has a diversified portfolio and everything from oil and gas to, now, punk superstars. If I had to guess, he decided that if we were going to ruin his son's name, he'd find a way to own us. Or at least me.
I cursed again. Over the years, I'd offered to help Hendrix renegotiate his contracts, but he'd always waved me off, saying that his management team was looking out for him. It had been frustrating as hell to have to stand on the sidelines as he'd made business decisions without me. This, however, was worse than either of us had realized. What does this mean for you?
Up until now, it just meant that he was making 60% of every album sale and concert ticket. But now he must be gloating that I'm off the road.
Why?
He wins either way. Once I realized who owned my contract, I had my lawyers approach his lawyers with a deal. I'd do a limited series of concerts, turn over all the tour profits to them, and they'd cut me loose.
Shed.
Exactly. I haven't fulfilled that agreement. I thought I was being smart, but they came up with a schedule that
was designed to bury you.
Yeah. I said yes to it because I didn't want to be beholden to him a minute longer than I had to be.
How many concerts do you have left?
7.
He sighed from the pit of his stomach, as though that were an unimaginable number. He sounded about 90 years old. You aren't anywhere near ready to go back out on the road right now.
I know, he shook his head. I thought a month out I'd feel better than this. I at least thought I'd have more energy. I can't imagine the state I'd be in if you'd left me to my own devices, he admitted with a wry look.
Bet that hurt to say.
You have no idea,
he absent-mindedly plucked at the strings.
I used to be able to play 7 shows with my eyes closed. But now every time I even think about touring, I want to vomit.
I'm sorry to hear that. I squeezed his arm. Dr. Ahmed said that we can start short walks and light weight training. He stuck out his tongue and made puking noises. Whatever, Hendrix, I remember how much you loved playing live. This is how we get you back out there.
I don't know, he sighed. This past summer may have cured me of that. I don't know why Sago and Robbie agreed to the schedule.
Sounds like they're good friends.
Better friends than I realized, he said, frowning. They've been together for God knows how long. How could I have missed that?
It's easy to miss things you aren't looking for, I replied. But now you have to let me use my contacts to find a solution to this.
No way. It's my mess. I got into it, and I have to get myself out.
That's not how friendship works. I lifted my hands, shrugging. Sorry. I was not sorry in the slightest.
Sawyer, you've already done too much, he said,
gesturing with the guitar. You have no idea the lengths to which I would go to ensure you're okay, I said quietly. I'd already ripped my heart from my chest. Everything else was relatively painless. He blew out a breath.
I don't get it.
My eyes fell to his messy hair and I clenched my hands into fists, fighting the urge to run my fingers through it. Don't get what? He rested his arms on the guitar, looking up at me.
What do you see in the Lost Boys? That's a real question. I have no clue what a super successful, super aloof digital security specialist is doing hanging around with a scrappy band of small-town guys, he said, as though his name wasn't known around the world. I couldn't help but note the way he said specialist like a curse.
I know I'm the odd man out, I admitted, shifting uncomfortably. But I knew my parents would be disappointed, no, horrified, to learn I was gay. He nodded.
Solidarity. Though, I at least had my mom.
Well, I didn't. So I was this high-strung queer kid who didn't belong anywhere. even though I didn't really fit in with the Lost Boys, and I definitely didn't fit into shop class. Y'all made room for me anyway. Mr. Page was the only adult who knew about me and kept in touch with me after high school. I'm pretty sure all my success is thanks to having friends and one adult who had my back.
Lost Boys forever,
he said, putting his hands back on the strings. My lower belly tightened, imagining those hands on me. Lost Boys forever. I sat and watched him for a few minutes as he continued to pick out the song, giving it shape and depth. His focused artistry differed so wildly from the frenetic guy I'd noticed at my first high school football game. I smiled, thinking about the day Hendrix Cavanaugh changed my life. I was in the stands, alone and feeling out of place, annoyed that my parents had decided that a high school football game was what I should be doing with my time. I was bored out of my skull and about to leave when the school's newest mascot was announced. Hendrix Cavanaugh was like his own power grid, indefatigable as he ran up and down the sideline, performing cartwheels and sight gags for the spectators in a hilariously oversized coyote costume. I couldn't look away. After entertaining us through halftime, Hendrix finally ran to the water station. He struggled to pull off the head of his costume, but the reveal was worth the wait. Shaking out his sweaty, raven black hair, he looked like a surrealist's wet dream. Incandescent high school spirit with a dark emo soul. Yanking off the furred glove with his teeth, he grabbed a pre-filled plastic cup and tipped it back. I hungrily took in every detail. The black nail polish, perfectly smudged eyeliner, the way the water dripped down his chin and over his Adam's apple before slipping past his collar. It was his devil grin at one of the football players, however, that changed the course of my life. Given my parents' feelings on the matter, I was pretty sure I was meant to hide my attraction to boys. I'd started making out with my buddy Major just to be sure, but that fact would never see the light of day. Hendrix, however, openly displayed his interest and didn't care that others saw who he liked. It was the most terrifying and thrilling moment in my life, and my cock ached with the thought of kissing him, touching him. Before the second half started, I left the game, went home, and soundlessly jacked off in my room while my parents watched the Hunger Games downstairs. I was wrapping up my third silent orgasm as Katniss and PETA fought off a pack of bioengineered dogs. After spending the weekend quietly finding opportunities to abuse myself to increasingly unhinged thoughts of the tiny mascot, I searched out his class schedule. I was a GT student, and the only class I could take with Hendrix was Mr. Page's shop class. Mr. Page had always repped his queer identity, and Major had been trying to get me to switch my schedule since the beginning of the school year. He said that there was a group of queer guys in that class, but that felt dangerous. My gut told me they'd clock me in a heartbeat, and I hadn't been ready for that kind of visibility. That is, until my crush on Hendrix made me desperate enough to sign up for shop next semester. When the spring semester rolled around, it was just as I'd feared. Mr. Page and his lost boys, including Hendrix, knew who I was before I said a single word. I suspected that Major had paved the way for me, and discovered that being seen wasn't as scary as I'd built it up to be. They simply folded me into their supportive friend group and never asked for an explanation. I sucked at woodworking, but that class taught me the most important lesson of my life. Nothing was shameful about who I was. Hen's beautiful chord progression brought me back to the present. I wished I'd been brave enough to tell him what I wanted. I wished he were in the right headspace to hear it. But as always, we were on two different planets, destined always to miss each other as we performed our lonely orbits. His strumming stopped and I looked up, catching him observing me.
I passed the old Allen farm on the way back from getting my tea.
I set my jaw, not wanting to talk about it. Hendrix pushed on.
I didn't realize it had been sold. Looks like there's some construction going on out there.
I still didn't answer, and the silence stretched out between us.
That's where you're building your house, isn't it?
He asked, tapping out a rhythm on the fretboard. Yes, I admitted. I sighed, not sure I wanted to voice this next part. He ran his fingers through his hair, and I tracked the gesture, helpless against his talented hands.
You what?
I shifted my gaze to the river, watching the water eddy and swirl.
I wanted to take back the meaning of that property. After what happened to Holden, the sheriff's department shut down the bonfires, but I guess I paused, listening to whatever type of bird was in the tree nearby. I didn't want that land to just be the place where Holden was nearly killed. We pass by there any time we're in town. The guys who live here must do it several times a week. And it's like pressing on a bruise, you know? I didn't realize you thought about it that way, or that you'd know how it feels for the rest of us. For me. I do know you, Hendrix, whether you like it or not. He chuckled, muttering, Agnes, with a smile. When he went quiet again, I dragged my eyes to the side, only to find him looking back at me with renewed curiosity. What? I asked. The standoffish attitude? The suits? They're your armor, aren't they? Yes. I dragged my knuckles over my sternum, using the pain to distract me. Like your stage antics and don't give a shit attitude, I threw back. Have you told Holden about the property yet? I grimaced and his eyes sharpened. I don't know how to approach it, I said. I was thinking I'd wait till construction was done and then have a Lost Boys bonfire if he's willing. Thought it might be a good way to take things back. Behind that stiff upper lip is the heart of a poet, Hendrix observed. You act so detached, but you're always the first one there, helping wherever you can. I sucked in a deep breath, trying to ease the sudden tightness in my chest. You do the same, I pointed out. You open your wallet just as much as I do. More, even. Yeah, but you're quiet about your contributions. Most of the time, the people you're helping don't know where the help is coming from. As a result, people barely even notice you. Not everyone needs attention, Hendrix. I frowned at how shitty that sounded, but he tipped his mouth into a smirk. I could practically feel my blood rerouting itself south, and I begged my body not to betray me. You don't need to hide from us, he said, his words surprisingly warm. You do know that, right? I swallowed. Maybe. For what it's worth, I think Holden and Wren will love the idea of taking back the narrative on that place. That's good. Hen stared at me for a long moment, longer than was comfortable, long enough for my body to notice. Then, tapping at a rhythm with his socked foot, he went back to scratching out a new song. I got up and let myself back into the house, increasingly uncomfortable as my dick decided to do whatever the hell it wanted to. Retreating to my room, I slipped out of my clothes and lay back on the bed. Fishing my engorged shaft out of my underwear, I pictured Hendrix's pouty, uncooperative mouth. I envisioned myself cupping the back of his head, pushing past his lips. I imagined his narrow-eyed look as he relaxed the back of his throat and took me to the root, glaring up at me as he sucked me, fucking himself on his fingers. I came so fast my heart felt like it was going to explode. Christ. Mom was right. I was in so much trouble. Chapter 11. Hendrix. I fucking hated taking walks for my fucking mental health. I hated even more that it worked because Sawyer would get all superior about it. He'd be unbearable if I told him how much I enjoyed Texas's fall and winter seasons. Thanksgiving was next week, and the rainy season had given way to bright, cloudless skies as far as the eye could see, with temperatures in the mid-80s. This morning, Sawyer was about 3 paces ahead of me, leaving me in the dust as we left Wren's property and entered the neighborhood. I had to wonder if living with me for the last 3 months had finally worn down his sanity. To be fair, a normal person would have snapped at the first attempt to get me to exercise. Sawyer had to practically drag me out of the cabin for the quarter-mile walk to the entry gate, and I complained the entire time. I also may have been a tiny bit dramatic about the bee we encountered. Bonus, I got super winded and he let me ride piggyback on the way back to the cabin. It was hard to feel bad about driving him crazy, though, considering how he'd been torturing me with all his fucking sunshine and healthy food. Besides, I had warned him that I was a nightmare to live with. It wasn't my fault that I was right. Hey, Agnes, would you slow the fuck down? "We're not in a race," I called out, using the last of my damned oxygen. Just because walking made my brain better didn't mean I was any good at the activity. You'd think after weeks of doing this, I'd at least be a little less winded, but no. I wondered if Sawyer had been subtly up in the pace this entire time to build my endurance or whatever. I wouldn't put it past him. Still, the constant headaches and low-lying stress had let up, so maybe there was some method to his madness. One way or another, despite Sawyer's attempts to mother me, I felt more at ease. The man in question turned and put his elegant hands on his trim hips. He was wearing shorts and one of his fitted long-sleeve t-shirts, both of which highlighted his broad shoulders, tight ass, and muscular calves. I, for one, was grateful for the view. "We've got a lot to do today," he said as I caught up. "We have to get our strength training in. We're going to San Antonio so I can sign a few papers, and then we've got to get back and get ready for the soft opening." I snorted. He was talking about Ozzy and Joel's new restaurant, but that's not where my mind went. "There is nothing dirty about the words soft opening," he said, seeming to think I wouldn't notice the slight upturn to his lips. "Okay, fine. But I bet you a new tie that you love an actual soft opening. One you've already worked over. One you could slide into without any additional lube or preparation," I teased. He turned around and started walking again. "Shut up." Agnes had been in a bad mood the last couple of days, maybe even weeks, though time seemed to move strangely on this property. The last time I was here, I'd remained stuck in the house, not even going out to the back porch. I hadn't tried to write. I hadn't tried to do anything. And time had felt like it was moving backward. These last few months had been different. Time still felt like a foreign concept, and I was resting more than I could remember doing ever, but I was weirdly productive. The only thing that took a shine off the situation was the series of phone calls coming in from an unknown Seguin number that I suspected belonged to Dick DeWitt. Dr. Ahmed assured me that she'd been firm with DeWitt's lawyer, but that didn't exactly reduce my anxiety about the situation. In better news, Ozzy and I were hanging out more. We had always been close, but I'd started sharing more of what my life had been like on the road, and it was nice to listen to him talk through the plans he and Joel had for downtown. I still wasn't comfortable telling him about the whole DeWitt mess, but maybe I would once I was past it. Bonus, Walker often joined us. I'm not sure I'd have thought of that as a good thing when I first got here, but after sharing a handful of dinners and lunches with them, I had to admit they went together like peanut butter and jelly. Just as importantly, at least to my mental health, I'd concluded that Walker and I would never have worked as a couple. Under his sometimes gruff appearance and country boy language, he was genuinely the sweetest man on the planet. I needed somebody who could take my shit and throw it right back at me. Realizing that Sawyer was definitely trying to leave me behind, I jogged to catch up with him. It wasn't a good look, me trying to jog, so I switched to skipping. "What do you want to talk about this morning?" I asked, hilariously out of breath. He looked down at me, clenching his jaw. "We don't have to talk about anything. We can just walk in silence." "I miss our conversations," I said, gracefully transitioning from skipping to matching his airport walk. Gulping oxygen, I gestured at him. "Usually you tell me what I'm doing wrong with my life, and I pretend to ignore you. It's been almost 2 weeks since you've told me what to do. I'm tired of giving you advice that you never listen to," he said, wrinkling his nose. Oh my God, Emo Sawyer is the best. I don't know how you pull off ennui and Ralph Lauren sport, but here we are. I held up a finger. Also, I just admitted that I've only been pretending to ignore you. Surely I deserve a little credit for that monumental progress. A muscle in his cheek jumped, and he kept marching forward. "Seriously, dude, did I do something wrong?" I asked as he checked his phone for the millionth time. I'd started to pick up on the fact that he was a pretty big deal in the network security company he worked for. A decent chunk of my money went to them, and I never had any security breaches, so they must be good. While I was pleased with the results, I worried about Sawyer's stress levels. He was never not on, working practically all hours of the night and day. It made me feel a bit guilty,
because I suspected he'd have a more manageable schedule if he didn't spend so much time feeding me, making me exercise, arranging time for me to socialize with our friends, and forcing me to go to sleep at his definition of a reasonable hour. He still hadn't told me what I'd done wrong, and his nose was buried in his screen. "Hey, stop ignoring me," I said. I elbowed him for emphasis, perhaps a little too hard, as his phone fell from his hand and went tumbling into a grassy culvert. He shot me a glare which I ignored in favor of jumping into the culvert to retrieve the device. He held out his hand. I could have gotten that myself. "I know. It's okay for me to do nice things for you too," I said as a message popped up on the screen. I spat out a laugh. "What the hell is Tops? Is this a dating app?" "Give me my phone," he said, lunging for it. I backed away from him, catching the first couple of lines of another incoming message. "Twink baby blue. Daddy, I haven't heard from you in a long time. Are you okay?" "Hendrix, watch out," Sawyer shouted, grabbing my shoulder and prevented me from falling back into the same damn culvert. That would have hurt. "Agnes saves the day again," I said, waving his phone at him. "Or should I call you Daddy?" He dug the palms of his hands into his eyeballs. "I don't ask them to call me Daddy," he said, his cheeks flaming. "But the younger guys in their early 20s, it turns them on." Another notification. "Twink baby blue, let me be good for you, Daddy. Your baby boy wants to nurse on your cock and drink your milk." I handed him back his phone, nearly busting my ass again. I was laughing so hard. He glanced at the message on the screen and let out a disgruntled rumble as he pocketed the phone. "Are you seriously into the daddy-boy dynamic?" I already said no. Though you don't have to be so fucking judgmental. I fucked him once, realized what the score was, and told him we wouldn't be compatible. He's had a hard time letting go. I chuckled. "I bet anyone you let into your bed would have a hard time letting you go." He made a strangled noise. "What do you mean by that?" "I'm not fucking with you, Agnes. I'm saying I see it. You're probably all stoicism and hand necklaces, fully clothed while bossing around some debauched naked twink as he grinds on your dick. I don't judge it," I said, enjoying his discomfort. "You've got game, Sawyer Finch." "Shut up." His tone was grumpier than the situation called for, but he was pre-caffeine, and that was a dangerous time for both of us. Damn, but he made me laugh. "Will you please take this seriously?" he asked, still bright red. Rolling my eyes, I gestured broadly to the great fucking outdoors. "I get up and go on these stupid walks. I do the stupid weights even though who knows what a 3-pound weight does for anyone. It strengthens the intrinsic muscles," he sniped. "Whatever. I eat the healthy food, I get the 8 hours of sleep at night." After pausing for effect, I went in for the kill. "I've been a good boy for you, haven't I, Daddy? What more do you want from me?" He stopped so quickly that I ran into him. I looked up and found him locked in place, his jaw rigid. I could practically hear his molars squealing. "Don't call me that," he said. "If Twink Baby Blue can call you Daddy, then surely I, your lifelong friend, can too." He shook his head so fiercely I felt bad for his chiropractor. "No. You being my lifelong friend means that you can't ever think of me that way." Was that a note of bitterness I heard? "What do you mean? Friends can flirt. They can even fuck. Or are you forgetting about your little experiment with Major all those years ago?" He turned his head, his molten eyes falling to my lips. After taking a beat to, gather himself, he met my gaze. Holy hell. A look like that? I didn't know if he hated me or wanted to fuck me. I had a preference, but I didn't want him to rip off my head and spit down my throat if I got it wrong. Fuck off. He turned on his heel and started back toward the cabin. Spit down my throat it was. "Where are you going? We have another mile to go. I thought we were getting coffee." "You don't drink coffee," he growled over his shoulder. "I'll make you tea when we get back home." That was the thing about Agnes. Even when I pissed him off,
he still took care of me. Now wasn't the time to point this out to him, but he was a much sweeter, more caring man than I would have ever guessed. "You know, if I'm pissing you off this badly, you don't have to live with me," I shouted to his retreating back. "You have options. I'm not tying you to the bed." He stopped, took several ragged breaths, then turned around, stepping into my space. "If anyone's getting tied up, it would be you. I'm always the tyer, never the tyee, and you're not getting rid of me that easily. If I'd stayed with you last time you were in town, you wouldn't have gone back on the road and nearly killed yourself. So yes, I do have to live with you." I'd have taken umbrage at his words, but he was probably right. Worse, if I had to put a name to the expression on his face, it wouldn't be judgment. It looked more like genuine concern. For me. God, I was such an asshole. So what if he got a little interesting in bed? Kind of made me respect that he had some hidden depths beneath his starched exterior. It wasn't hard to picture him sitting on a sofa with a twink kneeling between his legs, his head resting on Sawyer's thigh as he gently nursed Sawyer's soft cock while batting his eyes. I grinned. I'd bet Sawyer had so much self-control that he only got hard when he wanted to. As much as I teased him, that level of control was sexy as hell. Given how well Sawyer was taking care of me, it wasn't difficult to imagine him being that same combination of directive yet caring in bed. Even if he didn't want to call himself a daddy, he was such a daddy. Oh well, a rose by any other name and whatnot. When I refocused my attention, his eyes were narrowed. "What?" I asked, pushing past him as I aimed for the cabin. If he was going to cut our walk short, I wasn't going to complain about it. "Where did your head go just then?" he demanded. "None of your business." "What was on my phone was none of your business." He made a come on gesture. "Spill." I shrugged. "I can see it." "See what?" "You, with a tiny guy sucking on your cock, calling you daddy. Come morning, he's lying back against a luxurious stack of pillows as you bring him breakfast in bed." I wasn't sure why I'd gone and said that. Sometimes, though, when the exhaustion caught up with me, he'd bring me breakfast, all of my meals, really, in bed. He'd even go outside and pick a wild rose from one of the bushes by the tree line, then bring my food on a tray with the rose in a tiny cut crystal vase. Not that I was complaining about him being thoughtful. Even I wasn't that big of an asshole. Though, after that, I bet he'd suck you off one more time to show his gratitude. I swear, if you never said any derivative of the word suck to me ever again, I'd be a happy man, he groused as he led us in through the main gate. Fine, I said, rubbing my hands together. He had no idea what he'd just started. By the way, do you know the name of my favorite summer flower? I tapped the back of his knee with my foot. It was far too flexible to stumble, but he did glare down at me, which felt like a win. No, Hendrix. Why would I have any idea what your favorite summer flower is? Honeysuckle, I said with a big grin. He looked away, trying to hide his smile. You are a nightmare. Wait till you figure out my favorite suit material. He raised his brow, unable to help his curiosity. Seersucker, I snorted. The palms of his hands went back to his eyes. Kill me now, he mumbled. I knocked my shoulder into his arm, hoping to get us back on track. Guess what Chase would always call me in high school? He kicked a pebble into a thatch of grass. Let me guess. Cocksucker. No, he preferred shrimp dick. Or the F slur. Fuck you. Close, but not quite. I heard a tiny laugh escape him as we hit the front porch steps. I shot him finger guns as he unlocked the door. Fine. You're very funny, he said, completely deadpan. But now we have to focus. Before you started all this nonsense, I got an alert that there's highway construction on the way in. So go ahead and take a shower and get dressed. We're going to head out to San Antonio in a few. That's okay. I think I'll stay here. No, you're coming with me. You need to broaden your horizons. Broaden my horizons? I was in Asia most of last year and in Europe most of this one. I bet I've been to more countries than you by a factor of 10. I don't need anything San Antonio has to offer. You know what I mean, Hendrix. You need to get out more. But the Seguin bean doesn't count. Come on, get in the shower. No, stop telling me what to do. He drifted into the kitchen and started a kettle for my tea. Even when I was needling him, he found ways to take care of me. God, what a masochist. As the water bubbled, he opened the cabinet, retrieved a mug, and ripped open the tea bag, all as aggressively as possible. I'd stop telling you what to do if you would do the things you need to. Sawyer, this is temporary. There's going to be a day when you're not up my ass, I muttered while he poured the boiling water into the mug. I meant that as a good thing, but saying that out loud kind of made me feel, I don't know, sad? No, that couldn't be it. Whatever. Not wanting to go down that path, I picked up where I'd left off. And that will be a glorious day. I'll go back to doing whatever the fuck I want to do, and I'll be sending you selfies the whole time. So you might as well get used to that now. He took a deep breath, set the steeping tea on the side table next to me with a loud clunk, then swept past me down the hall and into the bathroom. Seconds later, the shower snapped on, and I imagined him taking off his clothes and folding them neatly before placing them in the hamper. I bet he gave himself exactly 2 pumps of soap for his entire body and only a pea-sized amount of shampoo for his hair. He probably had his shower times averaged on a spreadsheet somewhere, no doubt taking into account time to jerk off.
Lord knew he wouldn't jerk off anywhere else, or the cleanup and sanitization process would fuck with his stats.
The variable in that scene, I supposed, was what he thought about when he was jerking off. No matter what he said, I suspected he liked to imagine that twink at his feet, nursing him while he showered. He'd then flip him against the cold tiles to fuck him while whispering, "Good boy," only once, before coming into his condom, which he would tie off and wrap in layers of toilet paper before disposing of it in the trash. Thinking through the details set my dick at half-staff. "What are you excited about?" I asked my unruly member. "He's never going to touch you." The truth was, I'd been too exhausted to get aroused at all these last few months, so this was a good sign. So what if the thing that turned my crank was imagining Sawyer with someone who, frankly, was probably around my size and build? I imagined he liked waifish blonde men who remained quiet until spoken to. Bratty, raven-haired guys who wore eyeliner and black nail polish probably didn't even register on his sexuality meter. Still, I was happy my dick had decided to come out to play. While the shower kept running, I abandoned the tea, made my way into my room, shed my clothes, and flopped backward onto my bed. I grabbed a pump of lotion and smoothed it over my cock until I was fully hard. God, that felt good. Sure, having multiple people sucking on your Johnson was nice, but it got overwhelming after a while. A simple hand job was kind of refreshing. I went back to the visual in my head, mostly as a middle finger to good old Agnes. I wasn't about to let him tell me what I could and couldn't jerk off to. Turned out Sawyer face-fucking a pretty blonde twink was an image that had legs. I was more than happy to use it to my advantage. I stroked my cock, stretching the foreskin over my glands, squeezing it, twisting and dragging it down and then up and over again. I normally needed some kind of visual stimulation, but today my imagination was doing a fine job. Of course, for a guy like Sawyer, so stiff and unbending, I'd want to be the one to unravel all of his persnickety rules. I imagined he liked giving commands. I'd have bet my next royalty check he could say just about anything to his little app twink and the guy would do it without question. Suck my balls, tongue the webbing of my toes, sit on my face, spread your cheeks. It was a good thing he had that subby twink on call. I'd fight him every second of the way. I for damn sure wouldn't suck on his balls. I'd tug on him and maybe even twist him a little. Pleasurable with just a hint of pain. And he couldn't pay me to lick between his toes. No, I'd drag my tongue along the bottom of his foot until he was shaking with need, begging for me to put my mouth somewhere useful. I was man enough to admit that I would sit on his face. If he wanted me to stay still up there, though, he'd have another thing coming. Double for any cheek spread. If he wanted my cheeks saying goodbye to each other, he was going to have to spread them his damn self. That led me to wonder if he enjoyed rimming. He might have a stiff persona, but I doubted he was one of those stiff-tongued pokers. Nah, Sawyer wasn't the kind of guy who did things halfway. He'd be generous and skilled with his tongue. He might start with a couple of delicate licks around the entrance, but that would never do for him. He'd work his lover over slowly, finessing the tight bud until he could push his way inside, impaling him on his tongue. I was 100% sure prim and proper Sawyer was secretly dirty like that. Fuck, it had been far too long since my last room job. The visual of Sawyer forcing me onto the bed, spreading my cheeks and diving in, that was more than enough to get me there. As the orgasm shot through me, I arched up, distantly registering that the shower had turned off. I fucked into my fist, imagining riding all the way to a massive orgasm on his talented tongue. "Hendrix," Sawyer said, walking in, a pristine white towel clinging to his trim waist. His eyes widened as cum rifled from the tip of my cock. He turned on his heel. Fuck. That cracked my shit up. God, I'm a mess, I thought, running my fingers through the spunk. An evil part of me wanted to tell him I'd come with the thought of his tongue in my ass. Even I wasn't that stupid, though. "It's okay, Sawyer," I called out. "There comes a time in every boy's life when he—" "Shut up," he snarled, slamming the door behind him. "We can talk about it, Sawyer," I yelled. "I'm an open book." "Then close it," he yelled back. It sounded like he was banging his head on the door. I giggled at his distress, hopped out of bed, and swung the door open. Sawyer, halfway through a headbang, fell toward me. Kind of like a cat switching positions in midair, he twisted to avoid me. Unlike a cat, however, he landed on his ass, staring up at me with a look I couldn't describe if you paid me $1 million. I bit my lower lip, appreciating the way his towel had fallen open, exposing his package. God, I loved a soft cock and loose balls. Sure, hard and ready to blow was always a good time, but velvety, clean skin just out of the shower. He snarled and covered himself. Pity. I stroked my spent cock, knowing it'd make his left eye twitch. Jesus, Agnes, what the hell am I going to do with you?
Chapter 12. Sawyer. I was banging my forehead against Hendrix's door, holding on by a fraying thread. Seeing how he looked when he came was so much worse. Read better than I'd ever imagined. As insane as Hendrix was, I somehow hadn't anticipated he'd open the goddamn door, unclothed and covered in cum. I rotated, lost my balance, and landed on the floor looking up at a laughing, very naked Hendrix, his pale, tattooed belly shiny from his spend. Christ. I grabbed the ends of my towel and pulled them together, trying for even one iota of decorum. Jesus, Agnes, what the hell am I going to do with you? The last vestige of my self-control began to unravel as he stretched his foreskin over his sticky, retreating dick. I'd been killing myself over these last few months to help him out, and all I'd gotten from him was attitude and jokes and pushing at my every fucking button. I'd even started meditating, for fuck's sake. But he couldn't just let me walk out. He couldn't keep his goddamn mouth shut. No. He had to mock me yet again. I scrambled to right myself, my chest heaving, my ass sore, and my hands itching to break his fucking neck. My towel almost slipped again, but I caught it in time and carefully resecured it, which he found hilarious. When he saw my expression, though, the laughter cut out like somebody yanking a needle off a record. He took a step back, causing my lower belly to tighten. My half-hard cock plumped behind the soft terry cloth. He started to open his trap, and I cut him off at the pass. Shut up, Hendrix. Dude, I was just jerking off. It's no big deal. Shut up, Hendrix. Agnes, he started, and my vision went white. We have got to get you laid. I thrust my hand out, grabbing his throat. Shut the fuck up, I said through gritted teeth, tightening my grip. He could still breathe. I made sure of it. but his eyes were round as saucers. Maybe now he would fucking pay attention. Whoa, Agnes! Stop calling me Agnes. He raised his hands, calloused fingers alighting on my wrist. Jesus, Sawyer, he said, taking deep breaths, his Adam's apple floating up and down against my trembling palm. The smell of his body, his cum, invaded my brain. When he'd arrived in Seguin, his scent had been sour and sharp with days upon days of sweat and unwashed skin and illness. Now, though, he smelled so fucking good, like man and soap and orgasm. You are driving me fucking insane, I said, my voice a low growl. I've done everything I could to make sure that you recover, that you see your friends and family, that you're comfortable, that you're well fed, that you're not abusing your precious body. And all I get in return is disrespect. That stops today. Nod if you understand me. He went to open his mouth again and I cut him off. No words. Just a nod will do. Do you understand? He nodded a few times, his breath ragged. Thank you, I said, unable to remove my hand from his throat. My self-control obliterated, I inhaled sharply as I drank him in from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. His ink, as always, was a beautiful combination of roses and constellations and American traditional filler. His lips, even in that moment, held their pouty look, and I needed to see them stretched around my cock. I snorted. My cock in his mouth would definitely shut him up. Fuck. Abort. Abort. I closed my eyes and took a deep, cleansing breath, then another. When I opened them, he was fascinated by the massive hard-on tenting my towel. His gaze flicked back to mine, and his surprise morphed into a raised brow and a knowing look. Sawyer, he said as I shook my head. Don't. We both know that telling me no is a mistake, he responded, somehow wresting back control of this conversation even as I held him in place. Shut up. He leaned into my grip. Oh, I don't think I'll be shutting up. In fact, I think I'm going to tell you what I was fantasizing about before you walked in. I'm going to share the visual that got me off. Hen. At first, I was just imagining you with a blonde twink, and I figured, nothing more than a good guess, really. You'd be awfully bossy in bed, wouldn't you? Then I imagined you trying to tell me what to do in bed, he said, chuckling. God, I would fight you every step of the way. His every word stroked my cock, making me dizzy as I pictured what he was describing. Every time you told me to do something, I'd do the opposite, he grinned, no clue how close he was to describing my own dreams. It went on until you made me do it, exactly as you wanted me to. All that repressed rage, all that repressed sexuality. Fuck. Dream Sawyer unleashed all of it on me. I tried to convince myself that I was holding it together, that I could ignore the effect his words had on my everything. The high-pitched whine that escaped from the back of my throat seemed to indicate otherwise. Hendrix clucked his tongue. How many months has it been since you've been laid? It's too bad you put so many constraints on yourself. Hell, I bet you've got a whole shit ton of rules about sleeping with your friends. I screwed my eyes shut again and felt his speeding pulse underneath my fingertips. Had he stepped closer? I should let him go. I needed to let him go. Holding him like this was probably assault, right? Why had he smirked like that? His smirk was going to be the end of... As I was overthinking, he moved and I smelled something. Something musky and... Jesus. My eyes flew open. He'd run his hand over his cum-splattered abs and held it up to my nose. My breath caught in my chest. This, the most idiotic part of my brain screamed. This is what you've been craving. Still gripping his neck, I grabbed his hand and stuffed his fingers into my mouth, dragging them along my tongue so that my taste buds, salt, sweet, and bitter, could experience him. He let out a soft breath, desire and shock swirling in his dilated pupils. His eyes locked on mine. Hen pulled his fingers from my mouth, returning them to his belly, once again dragging them through his spend. He reached up, this time pressing his fingertips to my lips. "Suck," he ordered. My brain reached for reason, but that room had been shuttered, the lights turned out, the door locked. Reason was not home. Starving, I opened my mouth and he slipped his fingers inside. Those talented fingers that lit up his guitar and enticed crowds all over the planet. They were in my mouth, and again I was tasting him. Earthy. Pungent. Hen. "You like that?" he asked, his voice higher than normal. Growling, I released his neck and grabbed his shoulder, then slid my other hand to his undercarriage and picked him up. Grateful to find him heavier than when he first came to town, I carried him over to the bed and threw him onto it. He bounced, his eyes wide, but the smile never left his mouth. He widened his legs as I crawled to him. I laid one long, slow lick from his lower belly to his chest, and my eyes rolled back from the pleasure of it. Drunk on him, I did it again and again until I had licked him clean. He didn't move, staring at me as though he'd never seen me before. When I'd finally savored every drop of him, I hovered over his body, watching his smirk grow. Fucker. I paused, focusing on the lips I'd wanted to taste for over a decade. Unable to wait another second, I dipped down and took his mouth like it was mine, like it would always be mine. I thrust my tongue past his parted lips, sharing his taste, delving as deeply as I could, stroking my tongue against his. I'd imagined the feel of his lips so many times, but I hadn't reckoned with the limitations of my own imagination. The way he kissed me back was all-consuming. The perfect pressure, soft but firm. Confident. He pulled away. "Sawyer, shut the fuck up. Unless you want me to stop, don't say another fucking word." His smirk turned into a grin the width of his face, and he mimed zipping his lips shut and throwing away the key. He drew his hands up behind his head, leaning back with his elbows pointed out as he lifted his chin. A challenge. I kissed that look off his face, then dragged my lips down to his jawline and beyond, sucking hickeys up and down his neck as well as one on the peak of each collarbone. As I took in his hitching breaths, the corners of my mouth drifted up, and I captured his gaze, giving him my most evil grin. "Fuck," he spit out. I pulled away, backing off the bed. "Wait, stop. Where are you going?" he asked, gesturing to his cock, which had somehow managed to revive. The pictures online had nothing on the real thing, even only half-hard. "I told you to shut up or I'd stop." He clamped a hand over his mouth, then the other on top of that one, silently pleading with his eyes. "Good boy," I whispered, removing my towel. His eyes crossed and his back arched as if begging for me to touch his dick. I grasped his hips and pushed him into the mattress. I sighed at the sight of his engorged cock, so out of proportion with his skinny, small body. Grotesque and beautiful at once. I took him into my mouth, moaning at the taste. A tiny gift of cum was still trapped in his foreskin, so I gently pushed it back and licked him clean. My oral sex skills were unmatched, but even I couldn't take all of him. So I pulled back and spat into my hand, then worked it in combination with my mouth, sliding up and down, tonguing the ridge of his head, licking his slit, pulling and petting his ballsack. "Fuck, I'm gonna come again," he warned, breathless, his eyes hazy. I kept the rhythm steady, loving the feel of his balls drawing up under my fingers, knowing the second before his cum hit my tongue that I'd been the one to send him over, that I'd finally had him. His hips snapped up again and again, and I moved with him, gagging a little as I struggled to swallow all he had to give me. As a second orgasm, it was impressive. I pulled back, and he shivered, wrung out and limp. This goddamn punk had had his talons around my heart and my dick for far too long. I loved him, but the part of me that had suffered all these years was furious with him too. I didn't know how to feel all that at once, so I crawled up his body, straddling his narrow shoulders. He curled his hands around my thighs, encouraging me forward. I took hold of my cock and began stroking. There was no way I was going to last, so I didn't try. Instead, I aimed my dick at his face. His eyes met mine and held, and he sent me an approving wink. The sound of my hand sliding over my cock ricocheted through the room, and within seconds I was there. "Close your eyes, sweetheart." He grinned and closed his eyes, but opened his mouth as he tightened his hold on my thighs. Fucking Hendrix. I'd come to a fantasy of him so many times, but it was nothing like this. I'd never quite captured the energy running through every inch of his pint-sized frame. My body seized, ecstasy having its way with me. I let the first couple of spurts stripe his eyelids, then pushed my cock into his mouth, pumping in and out as my orgasm barreled through me. "Take it all," I commanded, pushing till his lips circled the base of my cock. He gagged but didn't back off, even as he turned red. When I was thoroughly satisfied, I pulled out and kissed him, sharing both our tastes before grabbing his t-shirt and using it to wipe his face. Laughing, Hen cracked open his eyes. "Damn, Sawyer. Didn't know you had that in you. I'd have been fucking you this whole time. You're damn good in the sack." Something about what he said didn't sit right with me. It wasn't dismissive necessarily. There was genuine appreciation in his voice, but only of my skill. My heart dropped into my stomach. What the fuck have I done? If it was possible, I was even more fucked up and in love with him than before. "Thanks," I said, pulling away from him. "Now get ready. We still have to go to San Antonio before we hit the restaurant tonight." Chapter 13. Hendrix. I wasn't going to say anything, mostly because I didn't want to get my head snapped off, but I was starting to think Sawyer didn't know the purpose of getting laid. Sex was supposed to make you more relaxed, happy. Sawyer, however, somehow looked even more pissed off than he had before I'd let him come all over my face, and a little down the back of my throat. To be fair, our trip to San Antonio had taken longer than anticipated. San Antonio was no Austin, as far as traffic was concerned. You could usually get in and around the city fairly easily, as long as you avoided peak times. But luck was not on our side today. Sawyer had been right to be concerned about the construction on the way in, but it was the massive tractor-trailer pileup on the way back that had really fucked with his precious schedule. We'd had to make the trip today so he could sign some things in person for the sale of his condo, and then he'd picked up yet another suit, which he changed into for the restaurant. I made fun of his uptight clothing choices, but damn, he really did know how to fill out a suit. "You look sexy tonight," I said, pushing an errant hank of hair from his forehead. "Don't do that," he said, batting my hand away. I bit back a laugh. I knew he was self-conscious about having shown me what he was like in bed. I'd suspected he'd be a super dominant, super toppy motherfucker, and I'd been right. I was still completely shocked to witness the change in his personality. I usually like to participate a bit more in bed, but the way he'd forced me to be his pillow princess, literally not one complaint. Every muscle in my body was well used and happy as fuck. Sawyer was just going to have to get over himself because I was ready for a rematch as soon as possible. "I'm sorry about earlier," he said curtly.
I promise it won't happen again." "Sure," I said, feeling affable enough to let him think I believed he could stick to a one and done. Sawyer was a man who needed regular access to a mouth or an ass, and he'd gone way too long. Dude had licked the cum off my abs like it was whipped cream. He was definitely coming back for seconds. All I had to do was bide my time. After his little declaration, he went quiet. I looked at him and realized that he might not be getting as much sleep as I was. I still had a lot of recovery to go, and my voice was only just now starting to sound like I might be able to carry a goddamn tune at some point in the future. But I was 1,000% better than I had been in Mexico. He'd sacrificed a lot to get me to this point, so I decided I wasn't going to give him as much shit anymore. And maybe, once he was in a better mood, I'd call him out on his own poor sleep habits. It was only fair. We arrived at the restaurant about 20 minutes late. People expected that of me, but I could see it bugged Sawyer a whole lot. I wanted to tease him about his anxiety, but that kind of went against my new be nicer to Sawyer commitment. We joined our friends and enjoyed the hell out of the Jamaican tasting menu the chef had prepared for us. The wine was freaking delicious, and I had a great time catching up with everyone. A lot of people commented on how much healthier I looked and complimented Sawyer on helping. He lowered his head and mumbled something about me doing all the hard work. Everyone at the table, including me, knew that was a bald-faced lie. Still, it hit me wrong that he so clearly regretted fooling around with me, as much as he'd needed it. Hell, he could barely look at me. Christ, Agnes, it was just sex. Maybe he was one of those people who felt guilty whenever they got off. Or maybe he really thought that friends shouldn't fuck. Whatever. Boring. I was hoping to have a chance to chat with him about it when we got back to the cabin, to tell him he could take his stress out on me whenever he wanted to, and I wouldn't mind if he choked me for real next time. I didn't get to have that conversation, though, because he walked inside and straight back to his room, shutting the door. Fine. But if he thought that was how chill, in-control people did things, he was sorely mistaken. If anything, he'd convinced me even more that we needed to make this fuck buddy thing happen sooner rather than later. I went to my bedroom and gathered my things for my nightly routine. Yes, I had a nightly routine. Shut up. We'd driven all over hell in creation, so I was looking forward to a long, luxurious shower. I thought I might even do a quick touch-up and oil treatment on my nails. I slipped into my robe and headed for the hall, assuming Sawyer was still locked in his room, terrified of our sexual chemistry. Or not. He was standing in my doorway. "Sawyer?" "What are your boundaries?" he asked, his voice rough. My eyes widened. I figured he'd come calling eventually. I had not been expecting that to happen tonight. I was proud of myself for not pumping my fist. Instead, I went for playful. "Boundaries? Why the fuck do I need boundaries?" I asked, taking in his tensed muscles. He pushed a spike of hair off my forehead. "As you've seen, I tend to get a little directive. I need to make sure I'm honoring your limits." I decided not to point out that he hadn't been worried about my limits earlier and answered honestly. "I never top, and cum is the only bodily fluid I'll willingly play with. A little pain with pleasure is good, but no torture implements." "So, no spitting in your mouth and leave the cane at home?" he asked, a dark smile curling his lips. I shivered. "Okay, Mr. Evil Sex Mastermind, I see you." "No spitting in my mouth," I verified. "You can use spit to slick my dick and maybe my ass, but that's about it. And definitely no canes. Or whips. Or electro-torture." Understood. He didn't look surprised or confused by the things I'd mentioned, like he was familiar with them and maybe had used them on others. Still, I knew in my guts he'd never disregard my hard boundaries. He reached for my face, thumbing a cheekbone. "Men usually find that my words are enough. But do you need any additional assistance? Do you need to be tied up or blindfolded?"
Or do you think you'll be able to comply with my directions?"
I blinked. "Excuse me?"
"I don't have any of my usual gear with me, but we can use one of my ties if you need support. I prefer to be obeyed the first time."
There's that word again. A sexy thrill slipped down my spine. "That's a you problem, Sawyer. But for tonight, I'll follow your lead."
"Excellent."
He looked off to the side, seemingly debating with himself. Finally, his eyes came back to mine. I squirmed in place, curious about what he'd been considering. He thinned his lips, then said,
"If you want more than a one-time fuck, my boundary is exclusivity."
Not usually my bag, but at this moment it felt better to be safe than sorry. And if Sawyer was anything, he was the safe choice. Sold. Show me what you got. His eyes narrowed, his demeanor shifting before my eyes.
"Take off your robe."
I could fight him, but fuck it. I wanted this. I let my robe slip off right there in my doorway. He bent over and picked it up, hanging it on the hook next to the door. "Are you going to get naked?" I asked, knowing the answer.
"No. And for the rest of the evening, please remain silent unless you need to stop or I've asked you a direct question. Does that work for you?"
I gulped, then nodded.
"Say it aloud so that I can hear it."
"I'll be quiet unless you ask a question or I need to stop." After a pause, I added, "Sir." That sharp smile deepened and Sawyer lifted his chin toward the bathroom. I stepped into the hallway, feeling exposed. He was right behind me, his heat prickling along every inch of my skin. He opened the bathroom door for me, then slid open the curtain and made sure the water was hot before he started the shower.
"Get in."
I obeyed, still gobsmacked by what he was showing me. He rolled up his sleeves, displaying his strong forearms.
"Hand me the soap."
I did as he asked, then stood mesmerized under the water as he pumped a few squirts onto his palm and lathered his hands.
"Face the wall."
He set the bottle of soap on the edge of the tub and redirected the water toward the tiles. His soapy hands then landed on my shoulders, and he began to massage the weary muscles, spreading suds up and down my back, pausing to work out the knots he found along the way. "Damn," I hissed. "Didn't know I was getting a spa day out of this."
"Stop talking,"
he commanded, pumping out more soap before turning me around and sliding his hands around my throat, down my chest, and across my ribs and belly. Finally, he used his thumbs to work over my cum gutters, all the while ignoring the fact that my shaft was at full attention. I watched him work me over, wondering how he was managing to keep his shirt dry. And why did that make this whole scenario hotter?
"Widen your stance."
I complied as he soaped up his hands again before running them down my legs, then over my feet and between my toes.
"Wider,"
he said, tapping on one inner thigh. I sucked in a breath and went as wide as I could without losing my balance on the wet tiles. He knifed a hot, soapy hand into the crease of my ass, and I nearly fell over. He gripped one of my shoulders, pinning me in place as he continued working my ass, rubbing his fingers over my tight bud before grabbing and massaging my nuts. He then squirted more liquid soap directly into my crack. Stroking and pushing, he dipped a finger in just a little. Maybe only to the first knuckle, but I couldn't help the moan that left my lips. "Shh, shh." He sounded like a man trying to settle a horse.
"Be a good boy for me and take it."
My jaw dropped open. Even after this morning, I had no clue what he was capable of. He pushed the finger in deeper, then added another, rough and so fucking perfect. I was dripping with need and nearly sobbed when he finally touched my cock, soaping it, careful to pull back the foreskin and clean under the sensitive ridge. Grabbing the handheld shower head, he sprayed me clean, top to bottom, spending extra time to make sure that my dick and hole were well rinsed. I hissed, rising up on my toes from the overwhelming sensations. Once he was satisfied that I'd been thoroughly cleansed, he shut off the water and grabbed a towel. I reached for it, but he shook his head, instead insisting that I stand, dripping wet on the bath mat, as he carefully, slowly dried every inch of skin. Your bed, hands and knees, face the headboard. Still in shock, I scrambled to my room and assumed the position. He examined me like I was cattle, opening my mouth with probing fingers, sniffing my armpits and groin. Climbing onto the mattress behind me, he once again spread my cheeks, and a low sound emanated from him. Perfection, he rumbled. I'm overdue for a wax, I said, self-conscious as I checked over my shoulder for his reaction. Be quiet and face forward. His sharp tone sent shivers down my spine, yet I still paused before obeying him. I'll have my lady come here to take care of you. Of course he had an esthetician on call. Of course he did. Before I could think of a retort, however, the wet heat of his tongue against my hole stole my vocabulary. Seriously, I was going to have to start from scratch, relearn the entire language. I shook my head as he licked his way up my crease, and yet, still no. Not a single word registered in my brain. Again and again he buried his face between my cheeks, attacking me from taint to hole and beyond. I nearly choked on my spit when his tongue pushed through the tight ring of muscle. He pulled back and kissed the softened bud. Are you consistent with condoms? He asked, his breath hot against the nerve-rich skin. I made an aborted sound. Hendrix. Yeah? What was the question again? Oh, right. Yes, I'm consistent. I never go without a condom. And I'm on prep. Same here. He went quiet, teasing my entrance with his thumb. Fuck. I wanted desperately to turn my head, but remembered at the last second that he'd directed me to look forward. I need to see you dripping. How would you feel about me breeding you? He took a breath as if to steady himself. You can say no. Was there no limit to the number of ways in which this man could surprise me? You're literally the only person I'd trust to do that to me. Fucking breed me, man. Good boy. I didn't think anyone had ever dared call me boy in bed. I had to say, it was a fucking tasty slice of kink I hadn't known I needed in my life. If he kept that up, this night might be over before it began. Before my mind could meander down any additional pathways, I froze at the sound of a zipper being undone and the rustle of cloth. I turned to look over my shoulder, but he grabbed the back of my head. Keep your eyes on the headboard, he said as cold lube met my moist, intimate place. The sheets had been freshly laundered, so there was a comforting scent, mixed with the feeling of whatever the hell this was. I gasped when his naked cock tapped against my hole. Holy shit, I didn't think I'd ever go raw, I whispered. Guess that means you belong to me, he said in my ear, pushing his fat head past the ring of muscle. I jumped as pain and pleasure went to war, but his steady grip on my shoulder calmed me. Keep taking it for me, Hendrix. I know you can do it. The fine hairs at the back of my neck stood up at the certainty and praise in his voice. I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to relax. Good. Good, he said, sliding farther inside me. Your hole feels just as perfect as it tastes, he murmured, moving his hands to my hips as he seated himself fully. I'd never felt so owned by another human. Being an exclusive bottom didn't necessarily indicate who was controlling the situation. As something of a celebrity, I had found that my partners often assumed I wanted to be in charge. The thing was, I bought them because I both liked the physical sensations and loved giving up control. And Sawyer was taking control. Like he could read my mind, like he knew exactly what I needed from him. "This okay?" he asked, giving a test bump. "More than," I gritted out. "Excellent." I was tempted to look back again, to watch him as he fucked me, fully clothed, but he'd said I had to look at the headboard, so I looked at the goddamn headboard. He began speeding up his thrusts, tightening his grip on me. The sharp metal of his zipper bit at the sensitive skin of my inner cheek. My dick was greedy for attention, so I took hold of it, only to have my hand slapped away. "You come on my cock, or you don't come at all," Sawyer said, his voice rough. Seriously, who was this guy? I whimpered in acknowledgement and went down to my forearms, changing the angle. Sawyer grunted and leaned forward, grabbing the low headboard, thrusting deeper and deeper inside me. Snaking a hand to my chest, he found a pebbled nipple, which he pinched again and again. I cried out, and he smoothed a thumb over the abused nub. "Too much?" "Never enough," I choked out. Another low sound emanated from his chest, and he yanked me back onto his haunches. I was basically sitting on his cock, my back against his chest, loving the slide of his fine clothing against my bare skin. I didn't know if I could come on his cock alone. I'd never done that before, but I wanted to believe I could. He had me riding the edge of an orgasm so huge I was going to go out of my mind. He brought both hands to my chest, abusing my nipples while thrusting up so hard I could practically feel it in my back teeth. He had already done a damn fine job of hitting my P-spot, but this new angle was insistent. Brutal. My cock leaked even more furiously, warm liquid sliding down to my balls. He moved one hand to my neck, the other to my lower belly, pressing hard so that his cock was pushing against his fingers from inside me. My eyes rolled back in my head as pleasure first sparked, then became a conflagration, stealing my breath, taking over every nerve and synapse in my body. "Coming," I moaned. He slapped his hand over my mouth. "I said, no talking," he growled, his voice deeper than I'd ever heard it before. I panted against his palm, my taint pulsing violently before the orgasm fully hit. When it did, my climax was like rocket fuel. "Yes, yes, yes," he chanted as I clenched around him, my cum spattered all over the sheets. He slid his hands under my arms, grasping my shoulders for ultimate torque. I lifted my eyes to the window above the headboard, finally glimpsing Sawyer's reflection. I barely recognized him. He was fully clothed, yes, but what I saw revealed so much that he might as well have been naked. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a man possessed, as though fucking me was the difference between life and death. He grunted and his eyes caught mine in the glass as his hot cum filled me. Neither of us looked away, locked on each other as he spilled everything he had. Finally, he slowed his thrusts and broke eye contact, pushing me back down onto my hands and knees. I whimpered as he pulled away, then gasped when his hands landed on my cheeks and spread me wide. After a moment, his warm seed started dripping down my balls. "Beautiful," he whispered, running a finger through the cum. "What a perfect little hole." I shivered, not because his words were cold, but because they were said with such warmth. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined Sawyer Finch like this.
Chapter 14. Sawyer. Major yanked open his door, then drew back in surprise. "Oh, Sawyer," he said, his eyes searching behind me. "Were you expecting someone else?" I asked, noting his sloppily tied robe. "No," he said, obviously lying through his teeth. "I'll come back." I turned to leave. I'd fucked Hendrix last night. I couldn't deal with whatever was going on with Major, too. He reached out, stopping me. "Is there a stain on your shirt? And are your shorts wrinkled?" "Shut up," I said, backing down the steps. "Oh, don't get fussy now," he said. "Just come in." I hesitated, then reversed course and entered his house, calmed, as always, by his interior design. "Where's Leo?" "Where do you think?" "Somewhere in the central Texas hill country at a horse ranch?" "Yep." "Awesome," I said, slouching on his comfy sofa. "So, what's going on here?" He retied his robe and sat across from me. "I fucked Hendrix." "Oh, shit," he said, his mouth a surprised "oh." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" I let out a long breath. "I don't know. At this moment, he's asleep in my bed because we ruined his sheets. Make of that what you will." His warm chuckle pissed me off. "It sounds like a good thing to me," he said. "But you look like you've just murdered somebody's cat." I am so fucked. I buried my face in my hands. So fucked. Why? I thought on it for a while, then gave him the only answer I could come up with. "You know how sometimes you think, I'll just fuck him and get it out of my system?" His shoulders dropped, and he gave me the saddest nod. "I definitely do. And I also happen to know it never works. Ever." "No shit. And now I'm being rogered by that." "Was it that bad?" "No. It was amazing. He let me fuck him without a condom." Major's jaw dropped all over again. "You fucked him raw?" "He says he uses condoms every time that he's on prep and gets tested regularly. I do the same, so I let my head drop back." "Sawyer, this is not like you." "I know, and it was such a mistake." "Why?" "Before last night, I didn't know how it felt to be with him, and I didn't know how it felt to fuck a man raw. The combination is gonna fucking destroy me." "What does he think about it?" "When I left, he was already making plans for me to fuck him again tonight." "And are you gonna?" "Of course I am," I said, pulling at my hair. "The man has been driving me fucking insane for years, and now that I've had a taste of him... fucking hell." "Jesus, dude. I knew you were in love with him, but I didn't realize you had it this bad." I scrunched my face, full of despair and desire. "Neither did I." "And now you're really fucked." "Yes," I sobbed, bemoaning my existence on this goddamned planet. "I can't imagine fucking anyone else now. After this implodes, which it totally will, I'll be doomed to wander the planet alone and unable to look at another man." "This is all very dramatic," Major said, stroking his beard to hide his smile. The motion caught my attention. "Hold up." I drew back to get a better look at him. "Did you get your beard shaped?" He lifted a shoulder. "I'd let it get overgrown. Thought a trip to the barber shop was in order." "And wait, is that a new hairstyle?" I asked, belatedly noting the fresh fade. "Maybe." "I don't recognize that aftershave either." "What is this, an inquisition?" he asked, his cheeks coloring. "Yes." "Whatever. I got a haircut. You went and fucked your tragic high school crush," he fired back. "You know it goes way beyond that." I let out a sigh. "And you're right. This was such a mistake, and I cannot wait to make it again." "What can I do to help?" he asked, worry marking his handsome features. "Do you want me to talk you out of it?" I waved him off. "You could try, but I wouldn't listen." He chuckled, not unkindly. "So this is simply a warning of impending tragedy." "Probably." God, I felt so guilty for putting all of my bullshit on him. He opened his mouth to say something, then shut it.
Go ahead, tell me how asinine I'm being right now. You do know that he'll break your heart, right? Major took my hands in his. He said over and over that he'll never have a long-term relationship. I know. Did you believe him? I whimpered, pulling my hands from his to cover my face. Yes, of course. Then why are you doing this to yourself? Because I'm a fucking masochist, I said, just as the doorbell rang. Major grimaced, his eyes shifting from the door back to me. You sure you weren't expecting anyone? He lowered his chin. Major? The bell chimed again. Just shut up, okay? We can both be monumentally stupid. I scratched the back of my head as Major popped up and ran to the front. Who the fuck had him so bent around the axle? Feeling nosy, I followed him to the door and was surprised to see Ren Page on his doorstep. I again took in Major's robe and new haircut, and everything clicked. Holy shit. Leo had been right. I could only stare at Major, who avoided my look as Ren turned and gave me a smile. Hi, Sawyer. How's it going? I blinked a few times, then got my bearings. Oh, fine. I'm destroying my life one bad decision at a time, and Hendrix Cavanaugh is driving me insane. Ren pulled a face. I'm sorry? Major shot me a pleading look over Ren's head, which he could easily do because he was at least a foot taller than Ren and twice as wide. I tried to picture what those two looked like together, and the mental imagery was melt the bricks hot. And kinda fucked up when I added Mr. Page to the mix. No wonder Major was a mess. Deciding I couldn't really throw stones from my glass house, I sent them both a salute. Well, I've got to get back to the rental and make sure that Hendrix hasn't done something stupid like try to climb a tree or accidentally started a world war. Ren chuckled as I got into my car, and I sent Major a look. We'd be chatting about this later. Holy fucking shit. I took the long way back, driving through parts of Seguin I hadn't been to in years and trying to make sense of, well, anything. I got to the cabin around mid-morning and it was hauntingly quiet. Accustomed to the sounds of Hendrix making music, I went to my bedroom and found him sprawled out on my bed, still asleep. Pulling my wallet and keys from my pocket, I set them gently on the dresser. He stirred at the slight sound and lifted his head, rubbing his bleary eyes. Sorry, didn't mean to wake you, I said, kicking off my shoes. It's okay, Sawyer. You're the one who put me in this coma to begin with. I shouldn't have been proud of that fact, but I was. I so was. Cursing myself, I took off my clothes and joined him under the covers, far too enamored with the slide of his skin against mine. He mumbled, draping himself across my chest. This is nice. I was sure he meant it, even though he had no clue how much the simple act of curling up against me fucked with my head. Given his playboy status, I'd assumed snuggling would be out, but here he was. He rubbed my belly and nose, then kissed my nipples, cozy as could be. What a disaster. Was I going to complain when he latched onto my nipple and suckled it like he was looking for sustenance? No, I was not. As he switched to the other nipple, I ran my fingers through his hair, surprised again by how pretty he was. I'd always been attracted to him, of course, but between the layers of black studded clothing, the eyeliner, and the overgrown black hair, I'd forgotten that he was hiding an ethereal sort of beauty. His tattoos contrasted perfectly with his pale skin, and the effect made my heart beat faster. Or maybe that was the scrape of teeth against sensitive flesh. He looked up at me from behind his thick fringe of lashes, grinning as he slid his hand down, first running his fingers through my thatch of pubic hair, then lightly, so lightly, grasping my shaft. This is nice, he repeated, returning to the first nipple as he absent-mindedly stroked me. Who'd have guessed? Cursing, I rolled him over onto his stomach and flattened him against the mattress. Stretching over his prone body, I reached into the nightstand and pulled out my bottle of lube.
I stroked my cock with it, then parted his cheeks and pushed inside. Fuck me spinning. He was still sloppy from last night, and he fit me like a glove. He moaned sleepily, rolling his hips, rubbing his cock against the bed. Grab the headboard, I demanded. Then stay still for me. Can you do that? He reached up and did as I asked, setting the side of his face on a propped-up pillow so that he could look up at me with one eye. I stroked inside his lax, willing body, knowing that this was, Jesus, so wrong. Now that he'd given himself to me, it was like a gate had been swung open. I couldn't help but walk in and take over. Mine, 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 I thought with each thrust. God, how he just fucking took me. Even if it didn't mean anything to him, the way he let me use his body pulled me in that much deeper. The idea of anyone else fucking him made me want to rip their faces off. I reached out, covering his hands with mine, gripping tightly. You're taking my cock so well, I said, nearly out of my mind. Do you like being a slut for me? It's my favorite, he said with a lazy grin. I angled my hips, and his smile turned into a pleasured grimace as his body started to bend toward mine. I clucked my tongue. Lie still. He whimpered but complied. I'd never needed obedience before, not like this. Sure, I'd fucked a brat or two, showed them a good time by tossing them around the bed and making them do what I wanted. But this was not that. This was the opposite in every way that fucking mattered. I loved Hendrix, but I'd had no idea that we could be like this. Wanting to torture myself a little bit more, I pulled out, reveling in his needy moans. Keep fucking me, Sawyer. I need your cock. I'll get back to that. I flipped him over, then gestured for him to return his hands to the headboard. He did as I asked, making himself vulnerable and open to me in every way. I kissed him from his inner elbow to his armpit, where I licked until the hair lay flat and his trim hips were rising up from the bed. I pressed my hand on his lower belly, pushing him back to the mattress. Stay in place. His Adam's apple bobbed and his eyes sparkled as he nodded. I moved lower, running my nose along the V of his hips, following that with kisses, then licks, and finally with careful nips. I loved watching his disproportionate cock go from semi-soft against his thigh to hard and arched up toward his belly. I did that. He'd gotten hard for me, and only me. Suck me, he begged, ambrosia to my ears. Ruthless, I ran my nose up and down the base of his shaft before drawing his balls into my mouth, one, then the other, alternating between them until he was practically crying. Fuck me, jerk me, something, he whined. I only give nice things to obedient boys, I said, loving how my words made him shiver, sending a fleet of goosebumps over his skin. He let out a frustrated breath, then forced himself to relax again. Is it really that hard to obey me, Hendrix? He shot me a glare and I smiled back, then returned to sucking on his balls. Some of the lube from earlier had been smeared across them, but I didn't care. Once I was satisfied that I'd properly cared for his nuts, I moved to suck on the sensitive skin between groin and inner thigh, leaving a trail of bruises up and over his hip. He was as quiet as he could be, I was sure, but the aborted grunts and moans fed that empty place in my chest. I could have tortured him all day long, but I was thirsty. I needed to taste him. Slipping my middle and ring fingers into his sloppy, perfect hole, I took him down as far as I could go, hollowing my cheeks as I crooked my fingers inside him. Hendrix was the most responsive man I'd ever been with. Curses spilled from his mouth as I sucked his cock and stroked that bundle of nerves until his nutsack drew up against his body, shivering with need. I pulled off him. "Be quiet if you want to come," I reminded him, loving the tortured look on his face. "Fuck you," he spat out, then whined when I drew farther away. Making grabby hands, he pleaded, "Please, please, please. I'll be good. I'll be so good for you." That's all I wanted to hear. I went back down on him, increasing the suction on his cock as I added a third finger, petting that sweet spot, swallowing as his pre-cum began to flood my mouth. Finally, he arched up off the bed, twisting, thrusting, trying to go deeper, pushing back against my touch, frantic, so desperate for the thing that only I could provide. His orgasm was violent and quiet as a whisper. Spent, he dropped his hands from the headboard, reduced to a puddle. Grinning, I turned him onto his stomach again and fucked back into him, loving how much more relaxed and loose he'd become. He groaned but clenched around me. "You want my cum?" He nodded. "Need it. Fill me up. Want me to breed you again and again and again? Yes, please." "If I'm fucking you, who else is fucking you?" I asked. "No one, only you." "Be still, baby. Let me do what I want." He relaxed and I did just that, thrusting into his willing body over and over, loving the way it jerked with each roll of my hips. "You're so small," I gasped, nearly there from the combination of sensation and watching his body stretch around me. "But you take me so well." He nodded, a proud smile playing along his lips. Reaching for the headboard, I gripped it tight, using it for leverage as I fucked him through a massive orgasm. I drained my balls into him, shivering from the squish of hot cum in his used channel. I mirrored his relaxed, boneless pose, my dead weight squashing his smaller body, pushing him even farther into the mattress. "I wish I could stay inside you all day," I said, hating how quickly I was softening. I stayed in him as long as I could, then pulled out and carried him into the bathroom. After letting the shower heat up, I stepped into the tub with him, pressing my fingers inside again, thrilled at the evidence that came away on my fingertips. I washed him thoroughly inside and out, enjoying the feel of his soft, overworked muscles under my fingertips. "I love breeding you," I said, my voice a harsh rasp. I love being bred." He leaned back against me. While I was glad he'd enjoyed what we'd done, those hadn't been the words I really wanted to say. Chapter 15. Hendrix. The weekend after the big community Thanksgiving meal at the meeting house, Sawyer had to go to Dallas for a company meeting. Like the Agnes that he was, he reached out to Ozzy to make sure I wasn't left alone for the nights he'd be gone. Did I feel bad about calling him Agnes after he'd dicked me down again and again over the last several days? Maybe. A little. I mean, fuck me standing, that man could plow me like a field any fucking day of the week. Hands down and by a country mile, Sawyer was the best lay I'd ever had. Even more surprising, he seemed content to let me get my snuggles in. I knew it was contradictory, my love of both one-night stands and being the small spoon. But as the poet once said, I contained multitudes. With Sawyer out of town, Ozzy and Walker picked me up for the Cavanaugh Outcast Sunday brunch. I'd heard good things, but had never been. The other benefit of getting absolutely plundered by a legend was that any remaining heartache over Walker being in love with Ozzy had sorta vanished. Not to compare or anything, and I was sure Walker was great in bed, but I doubted he'd consider making me stay absolutely quiet while he fucked me. I also doubted he'd unzip and order me to suck his cock while he made breakfast before hitting the road.
Nor did he seem the type to have me slide down onto his engorged shaft and then force me to sit perfectly still, his zipper biting into my delicate skin while he fed me scrambled eggs and toast from his plate. Whatever his skills, Walker could not have made me come in that position with a few strokes and a guttural good boy buzzing in my ear. He definitely wouldn't have wiped his spent dick with the breakfast napkins, tucked himself away, and walked out the door with a warning to be good. This morning's hour-long drive out to Canyon Lake consisted mostly of my growing increasingly more bored as I watched Walker and Ozzy put their hands on each other like they couldn't stand to go more than 3 seconds without contact. The universe had made it clear that Ozzy and Walker were meant for each other, and I was meant to get used by our very talented, very discreet friend. It was hard to argue her logic. When we arrived, I followed the 2 lovebirds to the deck out back where a gorgeous spread was laid out on the table. I was surprised when my parents showed up a few moments later. Dad was escorting Mom, his hand on the back of her waist. They sat down next to each other across from me, smiling. Aunt Kiana and Uncle Preston were still flitting about, putting the final touches on brunch, and Ozzy and Walker had gone off to walk the property, no doubt to trade sweet, meaningful blowjobs. "So," I said, "are we going to talk about what's happening between you two? Or do y'all want me to keep ignoring it?" Mom's cheeks flushed, and she reached both hands across the table. I took them in mine. "Sorry," she said with a guilty grimace. "We wanted the focus to be on you, not with what was happening between us." "Which is?" "We've been worried about you, son," my father began. "I don't think we've made a secret of that. Being let back into your life has meant the world to me, and we're so glad to see you finally taking care of yourself. But while a relationship with you has always been my end goal, I've never stopped loving your mother. Ever." "And I've never stopped loving your father," Mom said, glancing away from me to smile at him. She and I had always been able to admit to each other how angry we were, how fucked up it was that Dad had been so awful. That was easy, even if I'd never told her how guilty I'd felt for my part in the way things had gone down. When he'd started reaching out, I'd taken delight in sharing with her how I'd been capricious with our communication. Texts only, no calls. Taking days to respond, opening FaceTime with a shirtless guy on my lap. She laughed along with me, but the reality was it had been impossible to talk about how much it all still hurt. How I was still this fucked up combination of angry and ashamed. But now, after all these years, maybe neither of us was willing to hold back our love and forgiveness from a guy who'd been trying his damnedest to make up for his mistakes. I ducked my head. I hadn't considered that you would miss him as much as I had. My dad placed his hand over his heart. Maybe he'd needed to hear that more than I realized. Maybe he didn't know how much a son could miss his father. "These last several years have been hard," Mom said, wiping away the tear that tracked down my father's cheek. "We've let our anger overshadow our broken hearts. But I don't want to do that anymore. I think it's time to rebuild." I met my father's reddened eyes, and any remaining resentment I might have had vanished in the face of his hopeful expression. "I'd like that," I said, knowing I had to acknowledge my own shitty behavior if we were ever going to make things right. "I'm just sorry that the way I came out fucked everything up." My father shook his head. "Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My reaction is on me." "Fine, but the way I sprang it on you," he held up his hand. "Deep down, I wasn't surprised. If I get real honest with myself, I'd tried to push aside that part of you for a long time. I basically blocked every avenue for you to come out and feel supported." He paused as another tear tracked down his cheek. "I'm so ashamed about how I responded." "Dad, you've already apologized for that. Multiple times." "Well, it hasn't been enough. Because you still seem to think you're responsible for the end of our marriage. I clearly have a ways to go to convince you that's not true." "Hendrix," my mother said, squeezing my hands, "I may have left to protect you, but that doesn't mean that my leaving was your fault." Dad nodded. Our divorce was all on me, and that's a truth I'm going to take to my grave," he said, his voice cracking. "That you've let me back into your life is a blessing I could have never demanded of you. That you're open to building a new relationship with me means more than you could possibly know, son." I took his hand and kissed it. "I always looked up to you, and I'm glad we get to start over." Glancing at my mom, I asked, "How did this happen, assuming that you're officially back together?" She beamed, nearly wriggling in her seat with happiness. "We started talking again when we realized that it might take the both of us to address the fact that you are not doing well. Those conversations allowed me to see how sincere your dad was about making things right. He wasn't doing it to save face, nor for his reputation. He was doing it because he loved you. Always has. Always will," my dad said, his tone serious. "I promise none of this was about trying to get back into your mother's good graces. I think we were always meant to be together. But I needed this time to grow as a person and realize how I'd let my family's bigotry infiltrate my beliefs. I have a lot to make up for, but I love your mom more now than I ever have. And I hope that you can accept—" I cut him off. "Dad, do you see Mom smile?" His eyes went to her face, and he spent a long moment taking it in. "Yes, she has the world's most beautiful smile." I made a gagging noise and reached out to hold their hands again. "You keep her looking like that, and that's all I'll ever ask for. I hate that me being queer interrupted your love story. Again, son, it wasn't anything wrong with you. It's that I didn't have my head in the right spot. I need you to hear me. This was not your fault. I need you to know that you are not—" What was it that she said? "You are not the destroyer of love. You are the result of love. You are love personified." I was surprised at the emotion in my father's voice. "I don't think I've ever thought of myself in that way." "Start," Mom said, arching her brow. "Start now. Take care of yourself. Believe in yourself, and know that you are so loved. Not just by us," she gestured between the two of them, "but everybody in your life. Those lost boys, you're at the center of their world. They'd do anything for you. Look at what Sawyer is doing. The way he keeps in touch with us, that he thought to get your guitar. The way—" She stopped, shaking her head. "What? The way he what?" "The way he cares for you, Hendrix. You should look into that." "Shh, Hen," Sawyer said. "Sit still and eat your eggs." I snorted. "It's his thing. He quietly takes care of all of us in his own Sawyer way." "Sure," my father said, nodding as if he'd come to a conclusion. "But he's not equally concerned about all of his friends. Honestly, it's always been that way with him." He had a point, though I doubted he wanted to know the exact ways in which Sawyer was taking care of me. "I don't know what you're talking about, Dad." "Do what your mom says, though," he insisted. "Think about it." "Okay." With that, he kissed my mom's temple, and I gagged again like I used to as a kid. "Oh, really? That's your reaction to a little affection?" Dad asked, his eyes flashing with something deeper than just love. "Then you're really not gonna like yes." He pulled Mom close and planted a kiss on her lips. The kissing went on for longer than I was comfortable with, but something about it stitched together part of my heart that I hadn't realized had been torn in two. "Brunch is ready," Uncle Preston called out, carrying a tray of mimosas. A few moments later, Ozzy and Walker appeared at the tree line, brushing leaves off each other. "There's plenty of time for hanky-panky," Aunt Kiana called out. "But now is the time for eating, and for celebrating, I think," she said, looking between my parents with a big grin on her face. Mom and Aunt Kiana had always been close, even after Mom and Dad divorced, and I wondered how many late-night chats they'd had when my parents had started getting back together. As I watched the happy couples gather around the table, years' worth of guilt and shame started to dissolve, and I could picture the wall around my heart wobbling like a Jenga tower, tipping then crumbling altogether. For the first time, I thought about love, and it didn't hurt. Not one bit. After brunch, we all sat back, stuffed.
"I bet this was better than the food at the restaurant," Kiana said, grinning.
"Mama, those are your recipes. It's exactly as good. You're the one." "Never mind. I'm not going to get into this argument with you. Of course your dishes are better," Ozzy said good-naturedly.
"That's all I'm saying."
Her grin was infectious. As we laughed, Ozzy pondered, me scratching his chin. "What's up?" I mouthed, and he gestured for me to join him. "Please don't make me walk through the same woods where you defiled poor Walker," I cracked. "No, we'll go another way," he said, not bothering to contradict me. "I just wanted to chat with you." "Of course, cousin." We walked side by side down the path opposite the one he and Walker had taken, and something about it felt familiar, like when we used to walk to and from school together. "How are things going?" he asked. As many times as I'd been asked that question, I felt like every person got a different answer from me. "My head is still in a spin about my parents." "Do you not want them to be back together?" "With as happy as they both seem, that would be pretty shitty of me. Actually, it's made me reconsider how I had always characterized the end of their marriage." "You mean the way you thought their divorce was entirely your fault and that you were a terrible person and unworthy of love because you had torn your parents' precious relationship asunder?" "Asswipe," I answered. "Also, yes." He chuckled, but his eyes were sad. "I overheard a little bit of their conversation with you. What they were saying about Sawyer, they might be onto something. Ugh. Loved-up people were always trying to get the people in their lives just as loved up. Even though he was way off base, I didn't hate it. That's wishful thinking on their part, Oz. They like the fact that he's so boring. They want there to be something more between us because I'd be safer under his watchful gaze." "Wow, you really are an asshole," Ozzy muttered. "In what way?" "After you dragged yourself to my house from Mexico, Sawyer sat at the foot of your bed for the better part of 3 days, in a suit, watching you like a hawk. And that was just the beginning. He spent the last 3 months helping you get back on your feet, and all you can say is that he's boring. Which you know is a lie. I bit at my lower lip, remembering how Sawyer made me go on a long walk with him yesterday, then rewarded me with a shower that had my eyes rolling back in pleasure. So yeah, boring was wrong. That didn't mean that Ozzy or my parents knew what the hell they were talking about. Look, I said, I can understand how my parents would misread the situation. But where is this coming from? You've known Sawyer as long as I have. There's no way that he... Ozzy's expression stopped me. Wait, Oz. You really believe that there's something there? With Sawyer? I wasn't going to say anything because it's none of my business, but yes. Yes, what? I asked, no less confused. Yes, I think he has feelings for you. Agnes doesn't have feelings, I thought. He's just got a fantastic prick and knows what to do with it. I don't know what is more suspect, the idea that Sawyer has feelings or that he has feelings for me. Why is that so hard to believe? Have you met the man? He has more starch in one shirt than I've used on my entire wardrobe ever. Hell, half the time he doesn't even allow me to speak in bed. What does that have to do with anything? We're oil and water, Oz. You should see the way he's bossing me around like someone who cares for you, who's worried about you, like someone who can't stand the thought of you being in pain. But he's that way with everyone. No, he's not. He's there for all of us, but he treats you differently. He seriously wouldn't leave your side, so I sort of tried to talk to him about it. Record scratch. Wait, you tried to talk to him about his feelings for me? My heart sped up, but not in a good way. The thought of Ozzy pushing his way into the little bubble Sawyer and I'd created for ourselves felt wrong. He cut the conversation short, Ozzy answered, running his hand over his beard. But he didn't deny what I'd seen. The more I think about it, the more I suspect he's been in love with you since high school. I blinked at my cousin, not understanding the words coming out of his mouth. You have lost your fucking mind. Have I? I've seen how uncomfortable you are around Walker. Something tells me that you know all about holding on to something for years. Well, shit. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, kicking a rock off the path. Besides, Agnes, Sawyer, has been quite useful in helping me to move past that. I went back and listened to your first album, Hendrix, he said, nudging me with his shoulder. Why would you do that to yourself? All of those songs? They're about Walker, aren't they? I grimaced. I didn't want to lie to my cousin, but I didn't want to answer honestly either. The way you ran in, the way I couldn't stay. I'll be here for you, my love, even if you never look my way, he sang, rather pointedly. That could mean anything, I said. I was 18 when I wrote that. Are you still in love with him? No, I said, far more easily than I'd ever thought I'd be able to. I turned to look Ozzy in the eye. I don't know if I was ever truly in love with him. If I really think about it, I was probably in love with the idea of him. It was convenient that he was straight because I decided I didn't deserve to be loved. We arrived at an overlook, one that showed off the gorgeous Texas landscape, Canyon Lake, the rolling central Texas hills country, the bright blue Texas sky. Why didn't you say anything when I asked you? Ozzy asked. I remembered that call. I'd numbed myself with sex and booze that night. Because the only person who could ever deserve him was you, Oz. I wanted you to be happy, sure, but I wanted that for him even more. What about your happiness? I don't think I've ever been happy, I admitted, then immediately regretted the words when Ozzy's face fell. Anyhow, he was the priority. In the middle of my family falling apart, he treated me like I was important. I think about that on the really tough days. Obviously, your support meant and continues to mean the world to me, Oz, but I owed it to him to try even when I didn't want to. Huh. That felt real, and it made me soften toward the kid I was back then. I sighed. I don't know if that will ever make sense to anyone. It does make sense, Hen, Ozzy said, pulling me into a hug. After he stepped back and looked me in the eye. Does it hurt when you see us together? I shook my head. How you two are? It's all I could ask for. Two of the people I love and admire the most in the world. It fills me with peace, truly. Ozzy hugged me again. I would sacrifice anything for you to be happy, he said. Anything but that man. I can't. I would never ask you to sacrifice him, and he would never willingly leave you. Honestly, if you hurt him, I'll kick your ass from here to the Mexico line. Walker adores you. You adore him. There's nothing to be sad about in that. So stop trying to manufacture something between me and Sawyer just because you feel guilty for being in love. I'm happier seeing you and Walker together than I was ever sad for me. Genuinely. Ozzy put his hand over his heart and was quiet for a moment as he looked out over the vista. Finally, he spoke. I'm not manufacturing anything. You don't have to return Sawyer's feelings. But I swear that man is in love with you. He would give you his entire world if you let him. So, be gentle with him. I snorted, thinking of the hickey I'd spotted on the shelf of my ass in the mirror that morning. Sorry, I'm gonna try to believe you, but the idea that I need to be gentle with Sawyer's delicate little heart. As I said the words, though, I sensed the depth of Ozzy's concern. It was ridiculous. Sawyer had to know how incompatible we were. Well, not physically, obviously. But if he did have any feelings in the dark recesses of his heart, then Ozzy was right. I had to walk carefully. Okay, cousin. I'll be more considerate with him. He playfully knocked into me. Thank you. We spent a few more minutes appreciating the view, then turned around, heading back to my aunt and uncle's house. As the autumn leaves crunched under my feet, I turned over my mother's words and Ozzy's certainty in my head, feeling like my entire worldview had just been upended. In his Agnes way, Sawyer had somehow become the center of my universe. And somehow, that didn't seem like such a bad thing. Chapter 16. Sawyer. I could have, and probably should have, waited till Tuesday and driven home from Dallas on a full night's sleep. The idea of staying away from Hendrix another day, though, I couldn't do it. His mom had texted me, sending selfies from the Sunday brunch she'd shared with Hendrix, Kiana, Preston, Ozzy, Walker, and Sheriff Cavanaugh. Hendrix sat between his parents, wearing his usual black on black with eyeliner and nail polish. His lazy smirk was the thing that pulled me home early, together with the second picture which showed Sheriff Cavanaugh locked in a kiss with Portia. Portia. It's official. Ryan and I are back together. I hope Hendrix learns to stop blaming himself for our divorce, but he seemed happy for us. I thought it was interesting that she offered that commentary unprompted, like she knew that I'd be wondering how Hendrix was taking it. My happiness for them was primarily selfish. Hendrix would never let go of his guilt otherwise. It would take a lot for him to be fully convinced that their divorce wasn't his fault, but this was progress. Still, I needed to see him for myself. I stepped into the cabin and was puzzled to find candles burning but no sign of Hendrix. "Hen?" I called out, carrying my overnight bag to my room. The sound of a guitar filtered in from the back, so I blew out the candles, changed into jeans and a long-sleeve t-shirt, and walked barefoot out onto the porch. "Why did you leave candles burning? That's a fire hazard." "Sorry," he said, his voice a little slurred. "I was in a candle mood earlier." He'd sometimes light candles when he was feeling low or meditative, and I wondered which he was tonight. That's when I noticed a cooler by his feet, along with a few empty Shiner bottles. "Are you okay?" "That is an interesting question. Did you know about my parents getting back together?" "I suspected it might be in the cards, and your mom and I communicated while I was in Dallas, so I'm officially up to date." "Oh." I contemplated him as he continued to strum softly. "Are you not happy about it?" "I am happy about it." He shook his head. "And I'm confused." A string twanged. He examined the head of the guitar and fiddled with one of the tuning keys. "Goddamn thing won't stay in tune," he muttered. "Confused how?" I asked, making a mental note to take the guitar back to the shop to see if they could do anything about it. "Confused because I'd never known love could be that way," he sing-songed in time with his renewed strumming. "Like, my mother loved me so much that she left the man she'd adored since they were in high school. And only when he fully accepted me, only then did she take him back." He played a short chord progression. "I never stopped loving you," he sang under his breath, pausing to scratch something in his notebook. "But you made me choose, and that was the only way we could ever lose." He scowled at the page, then set the notebook aside. "Nothing about her feelings for him ever withered. Like, she would date and have boyfriends, nice ones, you know? But she never stopped loving him." "You don't get a lot of say in the person you love," I noted, sitting next to him. "My record speaks for itself, so I'm just guessing here, but," he started, then took a long, heavy breath. "But even if you don't have a lot of control over who you love, you must at least have some say in what that love looks like." I held up my hand, tilting it side to side. "More or less. I suppose they could have allowed their love to mellow into simple friendship. Maybe." I thought about what I'd seen over the last few months. "I'm glad they went this route, though. I suspect that your mom wasn't the only one who'd been in love all these years. From what I saw in the selfies she sent me, they seem much happier now that they're back together." Hendrix started fiercely plucking at individual strings. No melody, just angst. "They went on and on about how I wasn't to blame for their divorce. How am I supposed to believe that horse shit? I reached out and put my hand on his, silencing the guitar. After a moment, he set the instrument between his chair and the railing and finally looked at me. The sight of the little red veins around his dark irises made my stomach turn in on itself, and I knew I'd been right to come back early. He could be thrilled about their reunion, and it would still bring up heavy shit he'd never fully processed. I slid my fingers between his. Are you taking credit for them getting back together? No, he wrinkled his nose. Why would I? That makes no sense. Squeezing his hand, I asked, Are you sure? You just said that once your mom saw that your dad accepted you, she could accept him back in her life. Yeah, but their love is between them. I widened my eyes at him, ignoring his muttered, Agnes. Which means their divorce was between them too, I spelled out, then brought our clasped hands to my mouth and kissed his knuckles. His eyes tracked my movements. You really think so? I know so, I said, letting our joined hands swing between us. What happened in their relationship was never your fault. And I think it's interesting that you've forgiven your father more easily than you've forgiven yourself. He inhaled and looked out over the river before slowly letting out his breath. A hoot echoed through the trees as a breeze kicked up. Hendrix shivered. It's just, I've spent my whole adult life thinking that I didn't deserve it. Didn't deserve what? I asked, knowing the answer. Love, he said with a shrug, as though that were no big deal. Can I point out a teeny tiny fallacy in your belief? Sure, he said, releasing my hand to grab the beer resting in the cup holder on his chair. My hand twitched as I watched him take a swig and return the bottle to the holder. He took my hand again, and the renewed contact sent heat racing through my chest. But then he lifted his brow, reminding me that I had a point to get across. Working hard to stay focused, I said, When you decided that you didn't deserve love, you were a teenager. A precocious, pain-in-the-ass teenager, but a kid nonetheless. And you lived your life based on that belief ever since. Maybe you should look into that. He chuckled, then reached across with his other hand to grab the beer. He took another swig and set it back down. What's so funny? I asked, wondering if I should be offended. You're wordin'. My mom used that same phrase. You should look into that, but for something else. Someone else. I stiffened. Who was this someone else? Before I could spin out on the possibilities of what he meant, Hendrix continued. So, if they're right, and the implosion of their marriage wasn't my fault, then I have to think about the number of opportunities for love I let slip by me, he said, barely above the sound of the wind in the trees. That line would make for a stunning lyric. Might not fit too well in a punk anthem, but he could spin it into one hell of a heartbreak song. Is this about Walker? I asked, immediately wishing I hadn't. Yes, he admitted. And no. Is that why you're drinking and lighting candles like some heartsick romantic? Yes, and no. He tilted the beer back, finishing it. He set aside the empty, then dug around in the cooler. Withdrawing another shiner, he popped it open on the arm of his chair, then offered it to me. Rather than chastising him for disrespecting Wren's furniture, I accepted the bottle. The foamy head spilled over onto my fingers. I licked off the foam and took a drink. His eyes again followed the movement of my hand. I decided to ignore what I saw in them, if only for my own sanity. So, is that what you've been doing since Sunday? Drinking and agonizing over the state of your pathetic love life? Why do you have to make it sound gross? He laughed. And no, or at least not the entire time. How else have you been spending your time? Hendrix gave me his "Oh, Agnes" look, but held his tongue. Taking my hand again, he examined my knuckles. Ozzy asked me about Walker, and I told him the truth. That you had a huge crush on Walker in high school? Surely Ozzy already knew that. I drank, not sure I wanted to hear what he had to say. Of course he did. He just hadn't realized it didn't end back then. My heart, which had been tripping along just fine, went cold in my chest. I took another deeper drink.
Truthfully, I wanted to pull my hand away, but I couldn't find it in myself to break our connection. "So," I said, my voice catching, "how do you feel about him now?" If you'd gotten me drunk enough to tell the truth a couple of months ago, I would have said I was still in love with him. But I wasn't a good enough person for him to love back. Ouch. I rubbed the cool bottle over my sternum, but it did nothing to soothe the ache underneath. "And are you drunk enough to tell the truth as it stands today, now that you know your self-sabotage around love was unfounded?" I asked, hating myself. "Yeah, but let me grab another beer just in case." Fishing out another bottle, he took a long draught. "Ask the question, Sawyer." I found that I needed a second to gather my courage, so I took a long pull and swallowed slowly. I let out a sigh, knowing I'd have to accept his answer either way. "How do you feel about Walker today?" Hendrix roughly set his beer in the holder. Pulling his hand from mine, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. After what felt like an eternity, he answered, "Walker will always be very special to me. But looking back, I now realize that loving him was a convenient way to keep my heart on the shelf." "Steady. Don't get your hopes up. Do you want your heart to stay on the shelf?" I asked, unable to keep the tremor out of my voice. "I don't know." He lifted the bottle to his lips again, then changed his mind, returning it to the holder. "There's a part of me that feels like it's too late. Like the die has already been cast and I'm just not built for love." "That's not true. It can't be true." "And the rest of you? How does it feel?" "The rest wonders if I've been lying to myself this entire time," he said, picking up the guitar again. He strummed softly, tilting his head in concentration. "And so it goes round and round in my head. Is it too late or am I just getting started?" "Same with the music," he said, picking out a tune. The one he'd been working on recently. "Am I a has-been or can I take a crazy leap?" "What kind of musical leap would you want to take?" I asked, happy for the change in subject. My soul couldn't take talking about his ability or inability to love for another second. "The punk scene has my heart, always will. It's reassuring to know that there are people who feel exactly the way I do. Life's kicked us in the teeth, but we're going to respond with both middle fingers and a roar from the base of our guts." I kept my mouth closed, sensing a but. "But, from a logistical perspective, my vocal cords can't keep doing that. And from an artistic perspective," he paused, rubbing his chest, "I want to try something new." "What are you thinking?" He ran a finger over his bottom lip, pushing it from side to side. "You know how a well-written song will sound good no matter the genre? Like the way a hip-hop anthem sounds heartbreaking when sung by a 40s-style torch singer?" I asked, thinking of one of my newer favorite artists. "Exactly," he said, picking out a few familiar notes. I immediately recognized the song. Normally, Robbie would be on guitar, firing up the crowd as Sago came in with insistent beats on the drums. Hendrix would enter on a banshee scream. This was not that. "No one loves me for me," he crooned over an Americana chord, his voice smooth as silk, his Doc Martens on the wooden decking his only percussion. "And I can only love those who look the other way." This had been his first #1 hit on the punk charts, and it sounded like something one of the recent crops of thinky folk singers had come up with. After a few more lines, he switched to his latest tune. I drank as he picked his way through the song, stopping to look at his notebook, to rearrange a few chords here and there. I'd never heard him sing like this before. I'd never heard that flinty voice of his used in this soft, brutally poetic way. "I thought it was my fault," he sang. "I thought I'd never give my heart the chance." He stopped mid-verse and sent me a nervous look. "What do you think of what I have so far?" I didn't have to scramble for a delicate truth. "I think that's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard.
heartbreaking but real. Of course, everything you write is authentic, but with this you're going deeper. Yeah, I said with emphasis. When you scream your lyrics, it's like you're flinging them at your fans, daring them to believe what you're saying. But when you take it out of the stratosphere, all the way down to the ground like this, you're inviting them to listen. You're not hiding behind the vocal gymnastics. It rides that edge of being too personal. So it's too personal? No, not at all. It rides the edge, though. It's vulnerable, but not in a hokey way. You're not pushing people to feel something. They'll feel it because they resonate with it. Why do you think they'd resonate with it? Because it's the equivalent of you taking off your mask. Sort of like you wearing casual clothes instead of hiding behind your suits, he responded softly, jackass grin firmly in place. God, I love your smile. I gulped down the rest of my beer. It's easier to keep my wits about me when I wear a suit. I had to be careful with my drinking because I wasn't sure I'd meant to say that. Hendrix opened another beer and handed it to me. Why do you need to keep your wits about you? Hell, why did it take weeks before you'd wear something casual around me? I tipped the beer back, drinking fast. So much for being careful. You were the reason I needed the suits. Chapter 17. Hendrix. I watched Sawyer wipe at a drop of beer that was dribbling down his chin. Why? I asked, my heart thumping faster. Were Ozzy and my mother right? He took another drink. Because I was terrified, Hen. When you first got to town, you looked like you were dying. I had to keep my head in the game. Guilt sank into my guts as he kept talking, his tongue loosened by the beer. I had to get you the help you needed. I had to bring in your parents. I had to answer a million follow-up questions from the other Lost Boys. It felt like I was carrying everyone's fears on my back, and I couldn't fathom doing that in jeans and a t-shirt. I, like most of the Lost Boys, had always viewed Sawyer as this stoic man with little access to his emotions. The more I got to know him, though, the more I realized that wasn't the truth. Take his family. After his parents' thinking evolved, his first inclination was to move back to be close to them. As a well-to-do gay man, he'd have a much easier life in San Antonio. It wasn't even that far away. He could still reconnect with his family from his luxury high-rise condo. He didn't need to live in Seguin. Neither did I, for that matter. But this place was starting to make sense. I'm sorry for scaring you, I said quietly. I never wanted to die. I just forgot why I was alive for a little bit there. A tear tracked down my cheek, and Sawyer looked like he'd burn down the world if it meant sparing me sadness. Do you remember now? He asked, his usually smooth voice rough. I'm trying to. What's holding you back? Instead of answering right away, I stood up and stretched, then walked to the deck railing. Leaning against the rough wood, I looked out over the water, which was barely illuminated by the moon. I didn't know if I could make him understand. After a few moments, I decided to try. I think I need to rebuild the story of who I am. Try to become somebody who's worth a damn to the people who care. If you weren't worth a damn, the rest of us wouldn't care so much, Hendrix. You know, I'm not just fielding questions from the people who live here. Robbie and Sago are worried you're pissed about their relationship. They're worried you might never want to play with them again. They're worried about the contract and the shows that will need to be rescheduled, but mostly they're worried about you. More people whose lives I'd fucked up. I opened my mouth to say just that, and he cut me off. And before you start going on about fucking up other people's lives, he stood and joined me at the railing. They worry about you because they love you, and they love you because you are worth loving. Sawyer never varnished the truth, especially not with a couple of beers in him, and he didn't give his good opinion easily. The only thing people find lovable about me is the fact that I can run around on stage like a crazy person and scream into a microphone." Sawyer finished his beer and set the empty bottle at his feet. Shaking his head, he said, "The running around and screaming may have gotten people's attention. But if that's all you did, we'd get bored of you pretty quickly. You're not just some loudmouth who runs up and down the football field in a coyote mascot outfit. You're also the guy who steps in and bails people out of jail, who supports build projects in the small town that mostly rejected you." I shrugged. "That's easy. It's just money." "Fine. You want to talk about hard? You flew from the opposite side of the world to come here for Mr. Page's funeral, knowing you'd have to fly right back, drive 2 hours to your next venue, and perform for thousands of people. And you did it without hesitation." "That's because it was Mr. Page." "Sure, Mr. Page was special. But nobody, not even Mr. Page himself, would have expected it of you. That's why we love you. It's not about the loud physical stuff, Hen. It's always been about who you are underneath. The things you do when you don't think anyone's looking." I'd noticed he only called me Hen when he was saying something he really wanted me to hear. I took a deep breath, enjoying the buzz of alcohol as he wrapped an arm around my waist. "If you don't want to scream into a microphone anymore, then don't," he said against my ear, sending electricity out across my skin. "People will still want to hear you because your kind of authenticity cannot be manufactured." Another tear fell and he kissed it. "I didn't mean to make you cry." I shifted my eyes to his. "I'm not the only one who steps in and helps people. You do it all the time." "That's how I take care of the people I love." His lips brushed my temple. "I support them. I nag them. I make them drink tea and eat healthy foods, and I arrange for people to look after them when I'm away." His words, even said jokingly, stitched together another part of my heart I hadn't realized was broken. I leaned into his touch. "So, you love me?" I asked, my voice slurred from exhaustion and alcohol. "Of course I do," he said softly. If pressed, Sawyer would no doubt say he was talking about a friend's love and then change the subject. With my mother's and Ozzy's words still ringing in my ears, though, I no longer believed that his love for me was limited to brotherhood. I wondered briefly how it'd feel to let him love me. I'd avoided catching or causing feelings for years, and I didn't know how to wrap my head around a love that had survived for so long in the dark. A love for me, specifically. I took a deep breath, a sort of shuddering inhale. I might have been slightly more than buzzed, but the warmth of the alcohol mixed with the warmth of his body was heaven. He tightened his grip, and I wondered if I should. I turned in his hold and stretched up, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. My senses were dulled by the beers, but I was surprised, and maybe a little hurt, when he drew his chin back, looking down at me with confusion in his eyes. "Hendrix?" he asked, his voice gone a little funny. "Sorry," I said, trying to step away from his embrace. "Wait. Don't go." Seconds passed as we held each other, daring to look into each other's eyes. Then Sawyer wrapped his hand around the back of my head, drawing me in for another kiss. This wasn't one of his pushy, domineering kisses. It was at once soft and deep. The way he held me told me things his words never did. And I needed more. More of what I couldn't quite pin down, but this was not enough. Once again, a thought tapped at the inside of my skull. I couldn't keep ignoring it. I needed the real Sawyer for this to work, though. "Would you make love to me?" I asked, running my fingertips through his hair, worried I was asking for too much. "Hendrix, shut off the Agnes part of your brain for a second. I need this," I said, a sudden want bleeding into my words. "I don't need Dom Sawyer tonight. I need someone who loves me. You keep telling me that I'm worthy of love, but I need to feel it. Hendrix, I don't think you know what you're asking for. For the first time in all the years I'd known him, Sawyer looked truly afraid. I know exactly what I'm asking for. I've been fucked by half the world, and none of those experiences felt nearly as dangerous as asking someone to make love to me. But you're the safest person I know. We have a friendship to consider, he said, trying to retreat with his words as his body swayed toward mine. Changing our dynamic in bed could fuck that up. I cursed under my breath. He wasn't wrong, even if he was sending mixed signals. You're right. I brushed past him, aiming for the door to the cabin. I'll just go to bed now. He reached out and stopped me. Wait. I faced him. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he took my hand and brought it to his heart. Okay, he said, terror flashing through his intelligent eyes. I'll make love to you. You don't have to. We've been drinking. It's a stupid idea. He closed his eyes, exhaling through his nose. He raised my hand to his lips. It's not a stupid idea. It scares me, but I would be honored to be the first person to make love to you. Every time I thought I had a handle on Sawyer, he showed me something new. Okay. Sawyer led me to his bedroom and kissed my forehead, a gesture so sweet it melted me to my core. He leaned in to kiss my mouth, grabbing the edge of my t-shirt. After pulling it over my head, he immediately went back to kissing. As he worked off my jeans, he kissed my nose and my eyelids. You are so beautiful, he whispered in my ear. I wanted to tell him he didn't have to sweet-talk me, that I was a sure thing, a la Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. But my typical snark felt like cowardice in the face of his bravery. So I let him continue his murmurs as he dropped my jeans and underwear to the floor. Shit, I said, smiling against his lips. I've got to get out of these boots. He face-palmed and dropped to one knee. Sorry, I'm usually a little better with logistics. He kissed the tip of my cock, which swelled in response. Pushing up the hem of my jeans, he untied one boot and then the other, quickly removing them along with the rest of my clothing. When he stood up, his cheeks were red. Are you seriously embarrassed about forgetting my shoes? Yeah, I am, he said with a smile. I guess I just don't have any game with you. I thought of his armory of perfectly tailored suits. He'd been protecting his heart from me. Sure you do, I said, tugging up his shirt. And I don't think I'm looking for game tonight anyway. He kissed me again and whipped off his long-sleeve tee, then made quick work of his jeans and underwear. We stood naked in front of each other, a little awkward. I reached out to touch his ribs, where I remembered he had a tiny fine line tattoo in gray. I saw that you had a tattoo here, but I never asked what it was. He covered my hand with his. It's a quote from Wuthering Heights. I had a serious Bronte phase in college, he said, oddly self-deprecating. Maybe it was just odd because I'd never seen him embarrassed about anything. Ever. What's the quote? He took my hand and kissed my knuckles. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. Sawyer would never put anything on his body that didn't have a deep meaning. There was a damn good chance that the quote he'd chosen had to do with me. Faced with the seriousness of that revelation, my first instinct was to tell a joke, to divert us away from this vulnerable conversation. But I couldn't do that to Sawyer. Not now. I was ashamed to realize that until that very moment, I hadn't spent much time thinking about what he might need. Suddenly, I had to know what his other needs were. I was desperate to find out if anyone at all, had ever given him what he needed. Or was he always the one doing for others, never thinking about himself? Yeah, that sounded about right. God, I'm gonna need a fucking step stool if I want to make out with you, I said, as we angled to kiss again. Can't have you putting a crick in your neck. Darn, he smiled. We'll just have to go to bed. Guess so, I said, happy to see his mood lighten. He went to the bed and dragged me down on top of him. I nestled between his strong legs, and he pulled me in for a kiss, parting my lips with his tongue as his hands roamed my body. I had gotten the sense that he really, really liked my ass, and not just because he'd had his tongue in it more times than I could count. I pressed my butt into his hands, and he tightened his grip. I'd have fingertip bruises in the morning, and damn if I didn't want to have them tattooed there. Kissing like this, though, wrapped up in each other, I wondered, not for the first time, how much I'd missed out on, bypassing affection to go straight for sex. The combination of his kisses and his hands and the way his long legs trapped me against him, it brought me back to our conversation about feeling worthy. At this moment, with all of his heady attention, I did feel worthy. Or at least I didn't feel like a shitheel. I needed more assurance, though. Can you get on top? I asked. I like your weight on me. He nodded, then continued kissing me as he rolled me onto my back. He trailed kisses down my jaw and over my Adam's apple before grazing my collarbones with his teeth. He went back to my lips as though he missed them, then dipped down to tongue and suck on my nipples. He had been aggressive, almost detached every other time we'd fucked. But this was delicate, soft, erotic, of course, but in a way that twined vulnerability and safety. His soft kisses trailed down past my ribs to my belly, and he smiled against the freshly waxed skin. Did you like my esthetician? He asked, looking up at me, his eyes a brilliant blue. He was scrupulously groomed below the belt, but he didn't remove everything, for which I was grateful. His body hair was dark and lush, a delicious contrast to my smooth, hairless skin covered in tattoos. She was great. I still think it's super bougie to have an on-call waxer, but I can't complain about the results. Neither can I, he said, dipping down to tongue my slick balls, surprising another laugh out of me. I stopped laughing, however, when he took me into his mouth. Unlike when he'd fucked me before, this time he let me hear how much he enjoyed taking care of me. He groaned at the first taste, then gagged a little as he tried to take my ridiculous cock. He pulled back and scowled at it, like my dick had offended him by not being small enough to swallow. Don't mean mug my dick, Sawyer. It's not his fault he's so big. Why do the Cavanaugh men have such enormous penises? He asked, scrunching his nose. I mean, I'm no slouch in the meat department, but this is just unreasonable. Do I want to ask how you know that Cavanaugh men have huge dicks? Or why you'd refer to your dick as the meat department? Locker rooms and Boy Scout outings, he said, rubbing his eyes as if to scrub the memories from them. By the way, that answer applies to the nickname as well. I giggled. And now you know why I'm a bottom. His head snapped up. Wait, do you want a top but people can't take you? His question did something inside my chest. Like I knew he was a top who topped other tops who were on vacation or whatever. But the seriousness of his expression made me wonder if he'd bottom for me if I asked. Not that I'd ever asked, but I could imagine him saying yes just to please me. It was a joke, I said, running my fingers through his hair. I love bottoming. Believe me, people have asked me to fuck them, but I was not interested. Not even with women? Not often. Besides, no human complains once I get my mouth on them. His lip curled up into a snarl, and he stuck his fingers in his ears. La 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 la, I don't need to hear the details. It's not disgusting to go down on a woman, Sawyer. I wasn't implying that, he said, avoiding my eyes.
I just don't like thinking about you with other people, especially when I'm the one pleasuring you." God, I loved it when he got jealous. "Fair enough," I grinned. "Would it make you feel better to know that you're definitely the best lover I've ever had, man, woman, or otherwise?" His sharp smile returned. He kissed the head of my cock. "It does help. Thank you," he said before taking me about halfway down, using his hand to make up the difference. I dug around in his nightstand, already familiar with where he kept his supplies, and handed him the lube. He grunted, pulling off me. "Thanks," he said, switching it up to spend some time on his favorite little strip of skin between my crotch and thigh. It was one of the few untattooed places on my body, and I wondered if I shouldn't get an X inked there with the words, "Property of Sawyer." I laughed at my thought and opened my eyes to find him looking at me. "What?" I asked, lifting my chin. "What are you laughing at?" he asked, uncertainty in his eyes. "I might tattoo that spot to designate it as yours." His chest rumbled and he sucked at the skin until I was a babbling mess. He was giving me a hickey, and the thought of seeing the evidence of this night a few days from now was its own kind of high. Fuck. Everything about him was sex. Pure, unadulterated sex. This was one of the most sensual encounters I'd ever had. I'd always assumed that the sweet, making love kind of sex was not all that steamy. I should have known that wouldn't be true with Sawyer. Even so, this was entirely different from what we'd done before. Before, he was all carnal efficiency, his hands and fingers landing precisely where they needed to go to achieve the result he wanted. Tonight, he wasn't trying to control my reactions. Rather, he seemed to want to draw from me every pleasure he could find. And he was damn good at finding my pleasure. He continued blowing me while he squeezed some lube onto his fingertips. I widened my legs and tilted my hips, giving him easier access. He grinned around my cock and shot me a look of appreciation. He swirled his fingers around the strong ring of muscle, then gently slid one in, working it for a while until he could push in another. I wasn't sure who'd given him the map to my body, but he knew exactly where to crook his fingers as he eased me open, sending pure pleasure through me. I let out a high-pitched whimper and he sat back, admiring his handiwork. My cock was fully hard, slick with his spit and bending in a weeping arc toward my belly button. I wanted to complain about leaving the hot cavern of his mouth, but his fingers were still doing a number on me. He kept them inside me while rocking forward, thrusting his tongue into my mouth, taking the kiss even deeper than before. Every time we came up for air, he whispered something new into my ear. "You have a beautiful cock. Fuck, I love your hole. I could write sonnets about your mouth." On and on he went, up and down my body, telling me what he liked about it and why. I knew he wasn't trying to ply me with false flattery. That wasn't his style. If he said he liked something, he meant it. He liked me. All of me. And that sentiment ran deeper than I'd ever have guessed. The longer we spent in this intimate moment, the more I was convinced that Ozzy had been right. After Sawyer edged me a few times, he pressed himself against me, pushing through the softened muscle into the tight clutch of my body. I let out a groan, loving every second of it. "You okay, baby?" he breathed out, capturing my gaze with his. I nodded, seeing every emotion he'd been hiding from me. "I'm better than okay." In the past, any time one of my lovers had shown the tiniest smidge of attachment, they were done for. I was already making plans for my getaway. Not only had Ozzy's warning not scared me off, no fear arose as I watched Sawyer's expressions evolve from concern to affection to pleasure, all supported by a deep well of emotions. And I was certain I'd only just begun to scratch the surface of who he was inside. I breathed deeply through his thrusts, watching him as he watched me. He brought every part of me online. In our previous encounters, he dominated and fucked the living daylights out of me because that was what I'd wanted.
Tonight, the strong roll of his hips was rooted in my pleasure, but there was no aggression in him at all. I'd once described him as a robot, but that could not have been further from the truth. Now I knew he was closer to a big cat, muscular, sleek, passionate. I marveled at the changes in each of us. As my world tilted yet again, he adjusted our position so that he could grasp my cock. "Come with me." "Yes." With our gazes locked on each other, we moved in time, our bodies rocking on the tide of pleasure. His hand had the perfect amount of grip, the combination of internal and external stimulation exquisite. As my eyes began to roll back, more of his whispered words, as potent as his cock inside me, drifted to my ears. "You're so beautiful. I love the way your body grips me. I love making love to you, Hen." He filled me as my own cum striped my belly. He shivered, grunting, inelegant, and very much not in control. His kisses grew sloppy, and his hips shuddered. The stream of his lovely words suddenly cut off, and my eyes flew open to take in his face. He was biting his lip as if trying to hold something back. I could, I thought, guess the words he wanted to let slip. I didn't know where we would go from here, but as we collapsed against each other, then parted to clean up, then came together again, more emotions swirled inside my chest. There was only one thing I was certain of. Sawyer was no longer the safe option. Maybe he never had been.
Chapter 18. Sawyer. I stared into the bathroom mirror, toothpaste foam dripping down my chin, my head spinning. Last night had been magic, pure and simple. I usually kept sex impersonal, but that was because there was only one person I wanted to be with in a deeper way. I had no clue how to carry my love for Hendrix anymore. For years it had been painful but manageable. I could fit it into my pocket and mostly ignore it. Take it out and play with it at night, then put it back and go about my business the next day. This reminded me of the airbed I'd purchased a couple of years ago. It had come out of the bag easily enough, but after that, no matter how carefully I'd pushed out all the air, I couldn't quite roll it tight enough to fit back into the original packaging. I wiped my face and rinsed my mouth, then walked back down the hallway. Hen was still sleeping, his inhales and exhales even like a metronome. I could listen to him breathe forever. Maybe I'd leave the lyrics to the professional songwriter. I walked into the living room and my eye caught on Mr. Page's compass. I'd left it on the mantel when we first moved in and forgotten about it. I grabbed it and flipped it open, thinking about Mr. Page's letter to us and how he'd said I should find my true north, no matter what that looked like. I couldn't be more lost if I tried. I was smarter than this. I'd known for a long time that Hendrix was dangerous to my heart. Making love to him, though. As transcendent as last night was, I might as well have dug out my heart with a spoon and set it on fire. I would never, ever recover from this. I snapped the compass shut, wondering what the hell Mr. Page had been thinking about giving this thing to me. Why would I even need a compass when I had one on my phone? I flipped the cursed thing over and ran my thumb along the engraved numbers, scrutinizing them. They had to mean something, right? Every code we used on the property included those numbers. Hendrix would be asleep for another 2 to 3 hours, so I put on comfortable joggers, tennis shoes, and one of the t-shirts I'd purchased from Hen's first tour, then grabbed my keys and that damned compass. 10 minutes later, I arrived in Wren's neighborhood. As luck would have it, Major was in his truck, exiting the cul-de-sac as I was entering it. The last time I'd seen him, we'd gone to San Antonio and eaten at Jim's, catching each other up on our fraught love lives. He'd admitted that Wren had reached for him in a desperate moment. Despite Major's initial hesitation, he'd taken care of Wren's needs, and accidentally left his heart behind. Since then, they'd continued hooking up, but Wren insisted that was all it was. The Lost Boys never did do anything the easy way. We stopped, our driver's side windows facing each other, and I could tell that something was wrong. Major was a serious guy, but I'd never seen him look so unhappy. "Shut up," Major groused before I could even open my mouth. "I didn't say anything. Your face said it for you." My inability to control my expression was proof positive that last night had fucked me up. Maintaining a neutral facade had always been my superpower. "Are you okay?" I asked, not sure if I was directing that question to him or myself. Major's meaty hands gripped the wheel as he checked the rearview mirror. He looked nothing like the steady Eddie I knew him to be. While I was the stoic one of our group, Major's quieter tendencies had a peacefulness that folks were drawn to. Usually. Maybe not today, though. I wondered again why I couldn't have fallen in love with him. My heart was turning out to be a really fucking inconvenient organ, despite its usefulness in keeping me alive. "Not right now," he finally answered. "But I will be." What happened? He sent me the world's saddest smile. "Ren broke things off." "Oh, shit. I'm so sorry." "Sorry, but not surprised, I take it." I was tempted to lie, given how vulnerable he looked, but he'd never let me get away with that. "No, but that has more to do with Ren than with you. If it means anything, I hate seeing you like this." "It does." He squeezed the wheel again, then lifted his chin at me. "You visiting Beckett?" I was actually going to ask Ren about this compass that Mr. Page gave me. Maybe I should save it for another day. "Nah, don't worry about Ren. He's just fine," Major said bitterly. "Seriously, what happened?" "Nothing." Major sniffed and turned his head, to wipe away a tear, I suspected. "Nothing happened. From the beginning, Ren has only ever been truthful about his inability to start a relationship. My mistake was that I thought I'd be able to change his mind." I couldn't stand for my friend to be alone in his sadness, so I added my hat to the ring. If it makes you feel any better, I ignored the fact that Hendrix doesn't do relationships. So when he asked me to make love to him last night, I did. Major startled, his mouth opening with shock. "Oh, shit. Dude, that's..." "Exactly. As bad as I had it for him before, double that. Triple it, maybe." I pulled at my hair in frustration. "I hope the fact that I've doomed myself to eternal heartbreak will make you feel better about this thing with Ren." Smile lines creased near Major's eyes. "You know what? It does make me feel a little better." He started to laugh, then saw my expression. He reached out, taking my arm. We looked into each other's eyes, each of us exhaling hard. "We are pathetic," I said. "But we're sexy," he replied glibly. "And that has to count for something, right?" "God, I hope so." He laughed and let go of my arm, and we went off in opposite directions. I pulled into Ren's driveway and turned off the engine, then promptly lost my nerve. The only person I'd ever discussed this with was Major, and that was because he'd been there in high school to see my tragic crush on the school mascot develop into an even more tragic one-sided love affair. Had Major not witnessed the whole thing, I'd have gone to my grave without admitting these feelings for Hendrix. It would have been easier that way. What was I thinking coming here? I pressed the brake and reached for the push-button start. "Sawyer, is that you?" Ren asked, disrupting my one-man pity party. Well, fuck. Since I'm here. I got out of the car and faced him. "I have a question about this," I said, unable to temper the irritation in my voice as I held up the godforsaken compass. I didn't appreciate his knowing grin. "I thought you might come to me at some point." "Why is that?" I asked, following him inside. The Page home had always been clean, but had a comfortably lived-in appeal. It was now spotless, and while I appreciated order, something about all the shiny surfaces didn't sit right with me. Ren shut the door before answering me. "Robert figured that when you and Hendrix were ready for each other, you'd have questions." My jaw swung loose as I followed him into his cozy kitchen, which looked a little less pristine than the rest of the downstairs. Ren turned on his electric kettle and gestured for me to sit at the kitchen table. "So," I hesitated. I didn't exactly want to crack open my ribs and reveal the secrets inside, but maybe they were already known. Mr. Page knew about my feelings for Hendrix? Wren rolled his eyes, some untold memory playing behind them. My husband could be annoyingly perceptive at times. He always suspected you were in love with Hendrix, maybe even before you knew it yourself. His words reminded me how everyone had known Walker had a thing for Ozzy long before they'd gotten together. Had I been that obvious? I belatedly picked up on something in Wren's initial response. Wait, you said he thought I'd turn up when me and Hendrix were ready for each other. Does that mean Mr. Page thought Hendrix loved me back? He shook his head. Robert knew Hendrix wasn't there yet, but he felt that you would balance each other out. Of course, you can't force another person to have feelings, but he figured if you two spent enough time with each other, nature would take its course. Is that why he wanted Hendrix to stay in Seguin for so long? Robert kept some mystery around his reasoning, but I suspect so. Wren pulled out 2 mugs and added 2 tea bags to each. Turning to me, he asked, Did it work? I lowered my head. Something told me that lying to Wren would be foolish. We've started sleeping together, I admitted. A lot. Why do you sound so sad? He asked as the water began to bubble. It's so much worse now, I whined, unable to maintain even the thinnest veneer of self-respect. Wren poured the hot water into the mugs and set them on the table to steep. I grabbed mine, violently dunking the tea bags. Wren reached out and put his hand on mine. Are you sure you're worse off? Hendrix and I got a little drunk last night. Not bad, just enough to tell the truth, I said, repeating Hendrix's word. What happened? He said that with all his one-night stands, no one had ever made love to him. That he didn't know what that meant or felt like. We'd already been fucking for weeks, so he asked me if I would switch things up and make love to him. Wren sat back, observing me. Interesting. I'm assuming you honored his request. Of course. How was I supposed to turn down the chance to do the one thing I've wanted to do for fucking years? I winced when I realized how loud my voice had gotten. Sorry. I just feel like I've been reduced to... Fuck, what does Beckett call it? Brainstem, Wren chuckled. Even in the midst of my emotional turmoil, I admired the way Beckett had become an integral part of the Page family, especially the myriad ways he'd helped Wren and Holden to navigate their grief this last year. Yes, pure fucking brainstem without an intelligent thought to be found. How curious. Have you always believed that it would be foolish to follow your feelings? I glared at him. There is nothing smart about falling for Hendrix Cavanaugh. And now everything's at the surface, and I don't think I can hide these stupid emotions anymore. Wren laughed softly, though I didn't think he was making fun of me. I know a little bit about inconvenient feelings. Robert asked me out after we hooked up, and I told him there was no way I could give him any more than a one-night stand. I was busy with my last semester of college, and I didn't have time for a handsome bear to take over my life. Looks like that turned out okay? Mostly, I amended, thinking about the grief Wren must deal with on a daily basis. The sadness returned to his eyes. Yeah, mostly, he said, his voice thin. Speaking of inconvenient things, Robert left me a note in which he insisted that I grieve him for an appropriate amount of time, a time frame he had a lot of opinions on, then date and fall in love again. I'm guessing you're not entirely on board with what he had in mind. I rubbed my heart as I remembered the despondency I'd seen in Major's eyes. Wren absent-mindedly discarded his tea bags. How could I be? I'm still head over heels for him. I mean, physical stuff with a living human is good. Great, even, he said, looking off into the distance. He straightened his shoulders. But I was made to love one man, and I don't think I can love another. I understood his struggle and simultaneously felt awful for Major. This thing between them, or not now that Wren had broken it off, wasn't anyone's fault. Wren looked up at me, his eyes shiny.
You may be right, Sawyer. Stupid emotions are stupid. The worst, I said, clinking mugs with him. We sat and sipped in the quiet for a while, contemplating our respective broken hearts. Finally, Wren broke the silence. So, you came here for clarity, and I've just told you that I'm as useless as you are. Still want my advice? I laughed, appreciating his good humor even as we bled out in his sunny kitchen. Maybe not advice, I said, flipping the compass to show the back. But at least some clarification. Wren brightened. Okay. What the fuck is this code? It's everywhere. It works for the gate, the door, the Wi-Fi password, and it's driving me insane. I assume Mr. Page wouldn't have given this to me unless it meant something. But how the hell am I supposed to know what? Did you try Googling the engraving? I grimaced. No. Wren gestured at my phone. Go ahead, with the symbols. I'd noticed the symbols but never paid them any mind. I pulled up my phone and typed in the full line. +89 degree sign. 15 apostrophe. 51 quotation mark. The first thing that came up was a Wikipedia article for Polaris. That sounded familiar, like maybe it was a comet. Or constellation. Definitely something in the night sky. I hadn't consumed enough caffeine to remember, so I clicked on the link. Polaris is the North Star, I read from the screen. That it is, Wren answered, seeming almost apologetic. My husband was often quite sentimental, finding meaning in things that frankly used to annoy me. At the sound of a sniffle, I looked up to find him wiping away a tear. He raised his hands. What can you do? After composing himself, he continued. Robert said that a good couple was made of a pair of North Stars. He thought that paired with the right person, you could look to each other and know how to stay true to yourself and your path. That's a beautiful sentiment. He was kind of a dork that way, Wren smiled as more tears fell. I thought it was one of the more melodramatic ideas he had ever had. But, pulling up the sleeve of his shirt, he showed me a tiny white tattoo on his wrist. +89 degrees, 15 minutes, 51 seconds. Robert had the same tattoo, and in the end he was right. I helped to tame some of his wilder ideas, and he reminded me that I didn't always have to follow the rules. We were perfectly balanced, he said, his voice breaking. No wonder I feel so lost. I reached across the table and took his hand, realizing that Major was never going to be able to compete with Wren's feelings for Mr. Page. You'll find your path again. I know you will. I hope so, he said, shaking his head as if to clear it. All I can tell you is that Robert saw something of us in you and Hendrix. I was swamped with emotion at the simple tenderness of his words, along with the pain of knowing that Hen and I would never have what they'd had. I took a sip of tea, trying to hold on to some scrap of calm. Wren picked up the compass, running his thumb over the numbers. Robert wanted to use the same code for all of our rentals. I had to convince him, with blowjobs, mind you, that it was a massive security risk. His laughter was as contagious as it was nostalgic, and I lost him to a memory for a few seconds. Coming back, he set the compass on the table. Robert insisted, however, that this had to be the code when Hendrix stayed there. I thought back to when Hendrix had originally visited the cabin. If Hendrix had stayed at the beginning of the year, I wonder if any of this would have ever happened. Maybe not, Wren said, taking another sip of tea. Robert understood there was a chance that you two would never get together, but he was convinced that it would happen eventually. He waved a hand. Having lived with the man for so many years, I should have remembered how well he read matters of the heart. When you insisted on moving in with Hendrix this time around, I had to smile. Now that I know you've made love to him, I don't know much about an afterlife. But if there is one, my dear husband is gloating. Big time. I blew out a breath, knowing that the truth was less ideal than Mr. Page had hoped.
Wren's eyes were shrewd. What's that look? I took a sip of tea. Wren tapped the table, not letting me get away with the delay tactic. I think Hendrix saw how much I felt for him. And that's a bad thing? About as bad as you seeing how much Major loves you, I almost said. Instead, I answered his question. I don't know. I pulled at my hair, a complete emotional wreck. Fact of the matter is, I never should have slept with him in the first place. Wren made a psh sound. Do you really believe that? Yes. No. I don't know, I admitted, losing the battle with the emotions rising behind my eyes. Something came over me when I saw him after his collapse. I probably should have let him recover on his own, but Fuck. I couldn't. And then, spending time with him. It felt inevitable, didn't it? My silence answered more loudly than my voice ever could have. Besides, Wren said, gesturing at me with his mug, you and I both know it was a mistake to let that man try to recover alone the first time. Guilt about the decisions I'd made back then still seeped in around the edges. I stayed away thinking it was for the best because I was trying to avoid exactly this scenario. Which is funny, given how well he's been doing with your help. I snorted. You call it help. He calls it nagging. Whatever he calls it, his recovery wouldn't have worked without you, he said, gripping my hand. And, if you don't mind me saying, I'm guessing Robert thought you needed him just as much. Or at least that you could need him if you let yourself. As hard as I clenched my jaw, I was unable to hold back a few tears. I don't know if hearing how Mr. Page felt about us makes things better or worse. My husband's feelings on the matter aside, what this requires is a real conversation with Hendrix. Maybe be honest about your feelings and see what that gets you. Before I could respond, we were interrupted by a knock at the door. I dashed away my tears and drained the remainder of the tea. Dad? Holden called out. Hikaru said he was helping you in the garden today. I pocketed the compass and stood as Holden, Beckett, and their son Hikaru joined us in the kitchen. Nice to see you around these parts, Beckett said, giving me a hug. He held me an extra second. You okay? He whispered. I nodded somewhat jerkily, and he sent me an understanding look before I released him and got a hug from Holden. I was on my way to run an errand and thought I'd stop by and chat about Mr. Page. Pops would be thrilled to know that people are still talking about him, Holden cracked, his eyes going shiny. For sure, Wren said, sending me a wink. We made small talk for a few minutes after that, then parted on a final round of hugs. Call me if you need anything, Beckett said. I dipped my chin and left as quickly as I could without seeming to flee. I wasn't sure I was any better off for having learned the meaning of the code, but it felt good to share my feelings for Hendrix with someone who understood what it meant to love someone they couldn't have. There you are, Hendrix said, standing on the front porch of the cabin, wearing an apron and covered in flour from head to toe. Despite everything roiling inside me, I had to laugh. What the hell happened here? After the proper fucking you gave me last night, I decided that I needed to return the favor and make you breakfast. But then you weren't here, and I wasn't sure if I had scared you away. I didn't know how to take that. Fucking was a pretty dismissive way to describe what had happened between us, and yet the uncertainty in his last sentence told me he was worried about my opinion of him. Pretty much the opposite of dismissive. How could you possibly scare me away? I asked, climbing the steps to stand in front of him. I tugged on his apron. Also, why bother with this if you're going to get flour all over the rest of yourself? He quirked those troublesome lips, then wrapped his arms around me, transferring at least half of the flour to my outfit. Bastard. Figuring I was already a mess, I hugged him back. He laughed into my chest and lifted his face toward mine. Helpless to do anything but comply with his wordless request, I kissed him. What an amazing and terrifying thing to do in the sunshine. We kept at it until the smell of burned something filled the air. Shit, Hendrix shouted, racing inside. I forgot to set a timer. He pulled out a tray of biscuits that somehow managed to be both undercooked in the middle and burned on the bottom.
I suck at this.
Hendrix tossed the oven mitts on the counter in disgust. Was this your first time making biscuits? I asked, badly hiding my amusement.
Yes.
His pout was adorable. And you expected perfection right from the beginning? His answer came in the form of a scrunched-up nose, which was adorable when combined with the flour and the eyeliner that showed off his mischievous blues. Sorry, Anne. That's not how it works. First of all, I said, examining the knob, why is the oven set to 500 degrees?
The recipe said 350, but I wanted these to be ready when you got here. I figured increasing the heat would reduce the time.
I looked down at him and crossed my arms. You've watched enough sitcoms to know that doesn't work. He mirrored my pose, deepening his scowl. Fucking adorable. I shook my head and bent to kiss him. Tell you what, why don't we take a shower so I can make you feel better with a good tongue fucking? After, I'll show you how to make biscuits properly. Hendrix's scowl twitched into a grin.
Okay.
Sir. I rolled my eyes at his teasing tone and scooped him up off his feet, draping him over my shoulder as I walked toward the bathroom.
Chapter 19. Hendrix. I was sitting on Sawyer's face, admiring his sleek body laid out before me when my phone went off. I reached over and rejected the call so that I could focus on Sawyer's tongue in my ass. We still hadn't talked about last night, but maybe we needed to ease into that conversation with something less monumental, like Sawyer practically licking my brain through my asshole. I'd woken up alone this morning and been swamped by a tidal wave of emotions. As confusing as that was, I knew instantly that I hated waking up alone. Hated it, and never wanted to do it again. Considering how much effort I'd put in over the years to ensure that I always woke up alone, this was a tectonic shift on the order of the continents colliding. More damning was the fact that I didn't want to wake up with just any old lover. No, I wanted to wake up with Sawyer and Sawyer alone. On that, I was crystal clear, which made me wonder if I'd been walloped upside the head or somehow transported to an alternate universe in which I was a relationship guy. I'd even flipped my phone over to double-check. Nope, I was still in Seguin, Texas, and I was falling hard for Sawyer Finch. It was weird to want him romantically, considering I'd loved him platonically since high school. I knew my fellow Lost Boys would never have believed me if I told them how much I adored them. I was too goofy to be taken seriously, but I did. I loved every single one of them with everything I had. This thing with Sawyer, though, it was shocking what a difference one night of lovemaking, seriously, who was I, could make. I had to wonder if these feelings had been hiding inside me this whole time. As far as surprises went, it was a pretty good one. That, however, left an awkward and uncomfortable truth. I was going to have to find some way to tell Agnes that, I was practically in love with him, and it wasn't going away anytime soon. My brain screeched to a halt on that thought. As a songwriter, I'd always romanticized my preoccupation with Walker and the resultant ephemeral nature of my sex life. My ability to release any and all attachments, literally my ability to go away, had been a big part of my personality for a very long time. Perhaps it was letting go of Walker that helped me see what had been waiting for me the entire time. Talk about your fucking whiplash. I was going to have to sit with this for a while. In the meantime, I was riding Sawyer's face like one of those horses our buddy Leo kept going on about. I let out a grunt as Sawyer ran a slicked hand up and down my cock. Fuck, baby. You have the best tongue on the planet. Endearments usually made me cringe hardcore, but Sawyer had called me baby last night and I'd liked it. I liked the word even better when it was rolling off my tongue. Seriously, who was I? Sawyer's body stiffened below mine, and I wondered if the nickname affected him as much as it did me. I hope so. After one final thrust of his tongue, he slid me down his chest toward his slick cock as he sat up against the headboard. Guiding my hips, he pressed himself against my slippery, relaxed hole and pulled me down. Jesus, I cried, the breath stolen from my lungs. Too much? He asked, starting to pull away. Never, I said, stopping him. I turned and caught his look. You know I love it. There. I could see it in his eyes clear as day, the emotion behind the smoothed-out expressions. How long had he felt this way? Had he really been in love with me since high school? I faced forward and thrust down as he thrust up, and I promptly went out of my mind with pleasure. He sucked on my earlobe while plucking at a nipple and jacking me off. Everything about the way he held me and fucked into me was perfect, as if he'd read my mind and responded accordingly. You've ruined me for all others, I joked, but not. The thought of having sex with anyone else after having been introduced to Sawyer's mouth, cock, and hands. Yeah, fuck no. I couldn't even fathom it. That fact alone was a fucking 17 on the Richter scale. I ruined you? He asked, keeping his voice light as his breath ghosted over my neck. What about the fact that there is literally no more beautiful asshole on the planet than yours? Seriously, why is it so pretty? Keep talking to me like that and I'll marry you, Sawyer Finch. I laughed and shivered at the same time. I get it bleached twice a year. I'll see if my esthetician offers bleaching, he said, stretching my foreskin over the head of my cock, then gently pushing it back again. We went on like that, chatting and fucking and just being with each other. Connected, unhurried. We didn't need to get to every position in this go-round because we'd get to them later. We'd have time. He kissed my shoulder and I turned to find his gaze locked on the hand he was using to stroke me. Your balls are so pretty when they get high and tight like this, he murmured. Call it a condition of getting fucked by you, I replied, then choked as his hand drew even sharper pleasure from my body. Fuck, I'm close, Sawyer. You want to come for me, James? I whined, arching against his chest. Yes. Fuck, that was hot, him first naming me while buried inside me. Good. Why don't you come for me now? Sawyer increased his grip and speed and I went off like a rocket. I would swear on a stack of Bibles that whenever I came for this man, he blew out the circuits to every goddamn nerve in my body. I never came in just one place with Sawyer. It was always a full-body orgasm. He sped up his thrusts as I was coming down, his rigid dick rocking against my overworked nerves. I loved it. I loved the bloom of heat when he came inside me. I especially loved the way he took care of me after. We moved to the shower, where we faced each other, his long fingers inside me as he kissed me. I marveled at how comfortable I was with him and how comfort wasn't nearly as boring as I'd been led to believe. How all my assumptions about feelings being scary and relationships being a snooze fest were just that. Assumptions. Wrong ones at that. We hadn't lived together very long, but it was as long as I'd ever stayed under one roof with another person since high school. Setting aside the fantastic sex, just for a second, sharing space with Sawyer had been easy, even when he fussed at me and even when I left things on the bathroom counter. If this was what it felt like to settle down, maybe I needed to give this shit a second look. After a brief post-sex coma, I finally stopped ignoring my phone. It's my lawyer, I said, showing the screen to Sawyer as we sat back against the pillows. The first thing I'd done when I'd realized that DeWitt owned my contract was fire my old lawyer and hire Terrence. Sometimes it felt like that was the only smart business decision I'd ever made. Do you need some privacy? He asked, running a hand over my thigh. Yeah, no. I needed him right where he was. Actually, would you mind sticking around? I'm sure you're better at dealing with lawyers than I am. Unfortunately, you're probably right. Then again, you're better at guitar than I am, he said, kissing my nose. And singing. And hyping up a crowd, and wearing nail polish. I rolled my eyes. I could paint your nails for you. It'd be sexy as hell seeing you in a suit with your nails done, I teased as I hit the speakerphone button. His little growl in my ear made me hope he'd have another round in him later. Hey, Terrence, I said, dragging my attention to a phone call that had no hope of containing good news. I've got my friend Sawyer on speaker with me. Sawyer's lip curled at being called my friend, and my heart practically tripped out of my chest. Hey, Hendrix. And Sawyer. The gravity in Terrence's voice confirmed I'd been right that I wouldn't like what he had to say. Lay it on me, man, I said, wanting to get this over with so that I could go back to the business of falling for Sawyer. The label has already rescheduled the tour dates. Fuck. I'd expected bad news, but this was well past that. I turned to Sawyer, my eyes widening. His expression was shuttered, his jaw tight. They can't do that. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I canceled those dates. No, you asked Paul to cancel them, and instead he went to the board. They decided to reschedule you for January. I checked the calendar on my phone. Why didn't they tell me? They had to have made that decision right after I collapsed. Yes. Seriously, why didn't anyone tell me? Probably because they thought Paul would be a professional and pass along the information. I could hear my molars grinding at this point. I'd ignored his calls because I'd fired him with cause. They had no business making him the person to keep me informed. So they want me back on stage in a month? Sawyer silently pulled me onto his lap. Despite the shit news, having his arms around me helped stave off some of the panic. I couldn't even fathom getting on stage at this point. Actually, we're looking at a little less than a month, Terrence said. Sending you the new calendar. My phone dinged and I pulled up my messages to find a marketing visual advertising the new dates. I can't wait to get back on the road, it said in bold type. I was going to be sick. The first show is set for New Year's Eve, I said, showing Sawyer the text. His chest heaved as I returned my attention to Terrence. That's not January, that's December. I'm telling you, man, I don't have it in me. My voice is better and Dr. Ahmed likes my progress, but I don't have the stamina. They should not have published these dates. All of that was true. But the thing really fucking with me was the thought of having to leave Sawyer just when I'd figured out that he might be my person. They're saying that if you don't, the deal's off. What do they mean, the deal's off? I asked, trying to pull my attention back to where it needed to be. If you don't complete these shows at these dates and times, they will not only keep you on contract, they will also sue you for breach of that contract. Sawyer took the phone from me and pulled me against his chest. Terrence, this is Sawyer. I have a minor in legal studies and they cannot sue Hendrix for breach of contract. He is not in breach. His doctor says that we still have a few months to go before she's comfortable releasing him. And his contract clearly gives an out for medical issues. The board is requesting that one of their doctors examine you. Why? I asked, starting to panic. Terrence let out a tinny sigh on the speakerphone. One of the board members has a contact in Seguin. He said that he's seen you out and about over the last couple of months looking healthy. Just because I don't look like a Dickensian orphan anymore, I said, stealing Sawyer's words, doesn't mean I'm capable of putting on a full punk rock concert. It's basically jogging while singing for 2 solid hours. Hell, Sago and Robbie were so exhausted I doubt they could do it either. I've talked to them, and they're willing to back you up either way. I swore under my breath. The contact in Seguin had to be DeWitt. We had a confrontation a couple months ago. His lawyer contacted my doctor who shot him down. That's why they want another doctor to look at me. Terrence cursed under his breath. Fuck. Tell me again what happened with that loser son of his. It's all high school bullshit. Chase beat the crap out of a friend of mine, then tried to do the same to me. And last year he burned our local community center to the ground. I remember now, Terrence said, shuffling papers. His lawyers worked out some sort of deal, right? Yeah. Chase did very little time. Also, once he completed his community service hours, his conviction was scrubbed from his record, I said, thinking of Holden lying on the ground bleeding out. Despite this sweetheart deal, Chase had been punished more severely for destroying property than he had for nearly killing a man. Hendrix, I know this is grade A bullshit, and normally I'd say to fight this with everything we've got, but these tour dates are not that bad. We're talking a show or two a week, a little over a month and a half of work. The Europeans love you. You know your fans will show up. It was true. I had the best fans in the world. Dick DeWitt could go fuck a cactus as far as I was concerned, but I hated disappointing the people who'd been loyal to me from the beginning. Still, I couldn't imagine singing the set list we'd been performing so far in the tour. This is not me acquiescing, I said, more to Sawyer than to Terrence. But is there any way to adjust the set list? I'm telling you, Tara, I'd have to do it seated and my voice will be shredded by the end of the first concert. The long pause on the line was not encouraging, and Sawyer was already shaking his head, not liking this one bit. Seeing his protective side was doing all sorts of things to my heart, but I had to stay focused. Look, Terrence said, finally breaking the silence. I've done a lot of contract negotiations, worked with a lot of asshole millionaire types, but I've never seen a group of people less willing to give even an inch on a contract. These folks want your blood, and I think they're going to get it from you one way or another. I dropped my chin to my chest, knowing he was telling the truth. Sawyer kissed my temple, then asked, "What options do we have?" As far as the money goes, it's not a bad deal. We can have a vocal cord specialist examine you and we could force them back maybe a month. But these concerts are going to happen and pretty soon. It's the only way they'll ever let you go. I couldn't stand the idea of Dick DeWitt making another penny off my hard work. It wasn't just about making him wealthier. It was about what he did with that wealth. He had his hand in Texas's regressive politics, and our current legislature was especially focused on going after queer and gender nonconforming kids. The thought that my music and lyrics helped fund any of that made my stomach turn in on itself. How much do I stand to lose if I simply refuse to perform? They'll sue you for the full amount of the contract, and they'll get it. I hissed. I'd done well for myself, and the money manager that Ozzy had hooked me up with was really good, but that would wipe me out. Okay, I said, feeling defeated. Give me a few days and I'll get back to you. You don't have much time, he said. If you don't respond within 2 business days, their lawyers will consider you in breach of contract. Those motherfuckers. Let me talk this over with Sawyer. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Okay, talk to you then. I ended the call and spun around in Sawyer's lap. What do you think? I asked, hoping he had thought of something I'd overlooked. I need to see the contract before I can give you any advice. Though I have to say it sounds like Terrence has done what he could, he said, running his fingers through my hair, his expression pinched. We might have to get creative. Fuck, this was bad. This was really bad. Also, he continued, I agree that you should see a throat specialist to get an idea of what is and isn't possible for you physically. I bit my lip, hating everything about this. I should have gone to a specialist a long time ago, but I couldn't face it. Hey, he said, lifting my chin until his sharp blue eyes bored into mine. You are not alone in this, okay? If these assholes want to play dirty, then we'll play dirty. There's no use following the rules if they aren't going to. I scoffed. I doubt you've ever intentionally broken a rule in your life. For you, I would, he said, his expression dark. Why? I asked. I know that you do a lot for the Lost Boys, but... He silently cut me off with a tilt of his head. I gasped at the certainty in his eyes. Maybe it was shit timing, but I was never one to put off a conversation that needed to be had, and we needed a conversation big time. Might as well fucking dive in. I'm not just any lost boy to you, am I? Blinking, he inhaled sharply, taking in the look of my face. He must have seen what he needed to. No, he said quietly. Is it because of my tight, perfectly bleached asshole? I asked, putting on a fake grin. He snorted. Nope. I'm told my mouth is pretty good too. Maybe it's that. He pursed his lips, unamused. Oh, I know. It's because I sometimes let you boss me around in bed. You know that's not it either, he said, the intensity in his voice off the charts. I tapped my chin. I wonder if it has anything to do with what my cousin told me a while ago. Sawyer's eyes widened. What did Ozzy tell you? I rubbed the back of my head, considering my words. Hendrix, what did Ozzy tell you? I kissed him and touched my forehead to his, whispering, that you've been in love with me since high school. He pulled away, dumping me off his lap onto my side of the bed. His breathing sped up. Why would he say that to you? Because I was an idiot not to see it, and he thought I should know. Sawyer opened his mouth and closed it, then opened it again. Wait, he said, drawing farther away. Is this why you asked me to make love to you last night? I mean, yes, but why are you acting like I'm a plague monkey all of a sudden? His chest rose sharply, uncertainty color in his eyes. Awesome. I'd panicked one of the greatest stoics of our time. Way to go, Hen. Sawyer? I asked, trying not to smile. Why are you so afraid? He didn't answer at first, and then his words tumbled out all at once. Because if I'm reading this wrong, I'm going to need to flee the fucking country. I bit the inside of my lip, my heart soaring. How are you reading it? I asked, barely keeping my tone even. His eyes skittered away from mine as if that could somehow mask his feelings. Too late, my friend. I see it and I won't unsee it. Look at me, Sawyer, I demanded. His jaw trembled as he darted a glance in my direction. I let him see my full grin and softly repeated my question. How are you reading this situation? Like you might be open to returning my feelings, he finally whispered, looking like he might vomit. I lifted a shoulder. Then I'd say you've got a pretty good handle on things. Terror filled his eyes as I wondered how something so monumental could slip so easily from my tongue. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Chapter 20. Sawyer. Hendrix closed the distance I'd opened between the two of us. Smiling, he hiked a leg over my lap, straddling me. Did you hear me? He asked. I already loved you as a friend, and now I'm falling for you. I'm gonna need you to add words here. Before I had a chance to patch together a response, he kissed me. I pulled away again, pure reflex. Don't kiss me if you don't mean it, Hendrix. My heart can't take it if you're fucking with me. His smile softened. I would never do that to you. I'm serious, I said. If this is some why the hell not sort of thing, just don't. I slid him off me and began pacing the rug by the bed. Hendrix's knee walked to the edge of the mattress. It is definitely not that. I'm surprised, and I don't know which end is up. But this is not a whim, he said, reaching out for me. In fact, my realization is probably long overdue. I drifted into his touch and let him pull me down on top of him, not sure what the fuck to believe. He pressed his lips to mine, and, helpless, I returned the kiss, pushing him into the pillow as my tongue dueled with his. Before the kiss ended, I was talking again. I'm not like you. I'm genuinely more comfortable in a tie. I like to plan things out in advance. I like right angles and sharp corners and knowing where I'm going to sleep from one night to the next. An evil smirk kicked up Hen's lips as he wiped away the moisture of the interrupted kiss. You do know that a right angle and a sharp corner are the same thing, right? I shook my head. A right angle is 90 degrees exactly. A sharp corner can be 90 degrees or less. You are such a dork, he said, laughing as he kissed me again. I thought of Wren's words, how he had called Mr. Page a dork and meant it in the most beautiful way possible. Yeah, well, you're a punk. Are you supposed to talk this much during a makeout session? Hendrix asked. I'm still trying to figure out if this is a fever dream or not, I murmured, before delving into his mouth, rubbing my tongue against his, losing my mind at the insistent press of our bodies. This is no dream, Sawyer Finch. This is me falling for you, he growled, his voice that perfect blend of rough and silken as he began to pull at my clothes. It was the sincerity in his eyes that finally convinced me this wasn't some typical Hendrix flight of fancy. I could barely breathe for the way his words struck my chest and spread warmth everywhere. I lived for every one of his smiles, but I was used to his dark aesthetic. Seeing him lit up from within, genuinely joyful despite all the things barreling down on him, I had no words to describe it, only a sense of wonder. We couldn't get our clothes off with me hovering over him, so we broke for a few seconds, scrambling off the bed to strip. He whacked me in the stomach as he took off his t-shirt, knocking the wind out of me. I laughed as he kissed me and apologized, then pulled down my pants. No sense in delaying a good time due to a lack of oxygen. He pushed me back onto the bed, straddling me again before reaching for the lube. Rather than handing it to me, he slicked his own fingers, pressing them into his body. I watched him prepare himself for me, loving the way his initial wince melted into pleasure when he found the parts of him that felt good. I rested my hands on his hips as he pulled a cheek to the side and grasped my hard shaft, angling it toward himself. Slowly, baby. We've got plenty of time, I said. He turned to face me, his expression softening. Say that again. Baby? No. The other thing. We've got plenty of time. On those words, he sank down, letting out a satisfied sigh. Thank God for time, he said, his eyes sparkling. I didn't know what I was missing, and now I have a lot of catching up to do. My brain glitched on the idea of what catching up would look like, sound like, taste like, feel like. I groaned as he took me deeper and deeper into his body, loving the slide, loving the clench. I let my eyes peruse his inked serpentine body and the way his black nail polish set off the outline of his hands on my chest. As much as I enjoyed watching him undulate on top of me, I suddenly understood neediness. Because I needed him. I needed his skin against mine, his breath against my mouth. Kiss me, I begged. His smile broadened right before he leaned forward. I whispered his name until he took my lips with his, and then I wrapped my arms around him, pressing his chest to mine as we deepened every aspect of our lovemaking. The words were right there on my tongue, but I didn't want to scare him off. Even if he knew how I felt, saying it aloud would be too much. He pulled back, bringing his hand to my cheek as he examined my face. Say it, he demanded, clenching around me. What? I asked, out of my mind with pleasure. Say the words. I saw your face last night. You wanted to, but you held back. Don't do that. I slammed my eyes shut, shaking my head. I don't want to scare you, I said, groaning as he rolled his hips. I'm not scared. Open your eyes, Sawyer. I cracked my eyelids and found him staring into my soul. Say it. Fine, I breathed out, my voice broken. I love you so fucking much, I don't know what to do with myself. Happy? Yes, he purred in my ear. Very. And thank you for loving me even when I didn't love myself. My eyes were fixed on his, searching, needing to see his truth. I won't rush to say the words back to you, he promised, touching his forehead to mine. because when I do, I want to mean them as sincerely as you do now." "I love you," I said, repeating the words I'd kept locked away for so long. "I'm so in love with you, Hen. Always have been, ever since I first saw you at that football game. Always will be." He laid kisses all over my face, and then I flipped us so that he was on his back. He wrapped his legs around my waist, and I sped up, pumping in and out of him with everything I had in me. His eyes began to roll up, his neck arching, his body taut with desire. I stroked his cock in time with the movements of my hips, then changed the angle until he let out a cry of pleasure. His cum striped his inked belly, turning his tattoos into an impressionist painting. Every emotion raced through me, and I let myself go, filling him, whispering, "I love you, I love you, I love you," with each heart-pounding thrust. His widening smile assured me that he wasn't afraid, his expression telling me I could say it again and again, and he'd love hearing it every time. We lay on his bed, an entire hot mess, and I gazed at him until my eyes became grainy with the need to blink. "Wow," he breathed, his smile as bright and guileless as that of a little kid. "Now I get what the big deal is. Nothing feels better than this." I buried my face in his neck, inhaling the essence of him, grateful. "As much as I wanted you, I didn't know it could be like this either." He kissed my head. "Stay here. I'll get something to clean us up with." Hendrix Cavanaugh hopped up from the bed looking like the punk god he was, covered in tattoos and cum, his black hair spiky and all over the place. There was a lot heading our way, and I'd have been lying if I'd said I wasn't terrified. But something was growing in my chest alongside the love that had always been there. Something an awful lot like hope. DB was surprised when I showed up at the Dallas office the next day, but he knew I hadn't battled through 4 hours of I-35 nonsense for a social call. "I'm assuming you have something you couldn't tell me electronically," he said, facing me across his large modern desk with 3 enormous monitors plus a flat screen on the wall. I nodded and wasted no time. "I want your friends to do a deep dive into Richard DeWitt's businesses. He's holding Hendrix's contract over his head, and I can't sit by and do nothing." DB didn't seem put off by my request. He merely asked a few questions about the nature of the contract and started pulling up files he had no legal access to. After a few minutes of reviewing the documents, he whistled through his teeth. "Man, they fucked him over a couple of times. This newest contract is worse, though, because it was made to look like a better deal than it actually was." I cursed under my breath. Hendrix wouldn't let me read it before he signed. Said his manager knew what to look for. If his manager knew what to look for, there's no way he'd have missed this. Fucking Paul. I'd deal with him later. "Can you take care of it?" I asked. "Sure," he said, lifting a hand as though it were nothing. "But the real question is, how do you want it done? We can keep it clean, go in, fix the contract, get out." DeWitt would never let it go at that. "He needs to be crushed so that he never tries to touch Hendrix again," I said, bringing my fist down on the desk. DB's eyes widened. "Love is an interesting look on you, Finch. He should not have fucked with what is mine." "You know what you're asking for, right? If I send in my friends, they will not play nicely. I believe you're familiar with Anders?" I grimaced. "Yes." I'd always suspected that DB had friends who operated outside the law, but my only connection with that aspect of DB's business came when I discovered something that was illegal, or should be. I'd deliver my findings to DB, who would turn them over to his friends. Anders was a different kind of shit show altogether. "Maybe don't use Anders on this one," I said. "I'm pissed, not homicidal. I just want your technical friends to take DeWitt out at the ankles, but a squeeze on his holdings." DB grabbed his cane, which was more for fashion than anything else these days, and tapped it against the industrial carpeting as he thought through what I'd asked of him. "You know that if any of DeWitt's holdings are illegal or harmful, we'll destroy them regardless." "Excellent."
DB and I settled on the particulars, and I was back on I-35 just after lunch. Hendrix would never know I'd been here. Chapter 21. Hendrix. I woke up in a position I was rapidly getting used to, face down with Sawyer laying kisses across my shoulders. I would complain about the early hour, but I want you to keep doing that, I said, grinning into my pillow. What are your thoughts on getting fucked first thing in the morning? Sawyer asked, jiggling my ass. Assume a yes. Always, I said, shifting my hips. I smiled even wider when the bed dipped and he pushed my legs farther apart to give himself room. His hands gently encouraged me to my knees. He started off by doing double duty, nibbling at the shelf of my ass while squeezing out some lube. The harmonious sounds of both made my lower belly tighten. I was still loose from last night, and his probing fingers made quick work of preparing me. I moaned into the pillow as he breached the tight ring of muscle, then nearly came when one hand went to my hip and the other to my cock, pleasuring me with a series of noisy, slick strokes. He fucked into me hard and dirty, but his kisses along my shoulders, up my neck, and around the shell of my ear were sweet. It left me dizzy and thinking truly scary thoughts, with words like forever bouncing around in my head. His sleepy, turned-on grunts grew louder. He'd always been a gentleman, making sure I came first. But this morning he didn't hold back, filling me in mere moments. I grinned, imagining what kinds of lovely dreams that turned him on first thing in the morning. I'd gone to bed nude, nestling in against him until his dick split my cheeks. Despite his grumbled cock tease, we'd drifted off quickly. If this was his version of payback, then I planned on sleeping naked for the rest of my life, especially given the perfect grip of his hand on my dick as he continued to rut into me. Fuck. I spilled, realizing at the last minute that he'd put a t-shirt beneath me. I wondered how David Lee Roth felt about having his likeness jizzed on. I'd guess it happened a lot. As Sawyer withdrew from my body, I stayed in position, knowing he liked to watch his cum drip from my hole. He used his thumb, no, that's his cock, to push it back inside me, only to pull out and watch it drip again. It was deeply satisfying to hear his broken, low-pitched whine as he stared at my asshole. Fucking beautiful, he murmured, slipping the t-shirt from underneath me to wipe me down with the clean side. I'll have you know that was my mom's favorite concert tee, I said, my voice still scratchy from sleep. He flipped me over and kissed me stupid. Morning, love, he said, grinning at me. I won't tell your mother how you defiled her t-shirt if you don't. You've got a teeny tiny dimple in your left cheek, I said, touching it. How did I not know that? I normally don't smile this big. I stretched beneath him, loving how his eyes tracked the movement of my body. So, you've got me up at an ungodly hour. What are we doing today? Funny you should ask, he said, popping his brows. It's Saturday, and Lupe needs volunteers to install the rest of the bunk beds from Walker's shop class. Want to join me? I groaned, but he was unmoved. Fine, I muttered. I'm not very skilled at putting things together, but I can be your tool buddy. He dipped down to suck on my Adam's apple. I suppose that's better than you helping with breakfast. I grabbed a pillow and smacked him with it. That was one time. I can't believe you're using my biscuits against me. Maybe after we do some good today, I can hold all sorts of things against you, he said between kisses. I snort-laughed. Who the fuck are we? And when did I become enough of a morning person to say yes to volunteer work? I'm a good influence, he said, teasing a nipple. What can I say? Truer words. We cleaned up in the bathroom and took our time getting ready, our hands drifting, finding anything to grab onto. I was in such a good mood that I blew him in the kitchen while he made our teas to go. As we strolled out to Wren's truck, Sawyer pulled me into a hug and kissed my temple. You ever worn a cock cage? No. That's something you like? I asked, intrigued by the idea. Occasionally, he said, his eyes devouring me as he ran his teeth over his bottom lip. What does that look mean? You're a grower, not a shower. Yes, I'm aware. Ever heard of a sissy cage? No. I wrinkled my nose, pulling out my phone. After a quick Google search, I shook my head. There's no way I'd fit into that. Aroused, not a chance. But soft? Absolutely. And the idea of trapping that monster inside the equivalent of a shot glass makes me so fucking hard. He pressed his half-chubbed cock into my hip in demonstration. Sucking on my teeth, I gave myself a chance to consider it. It's not a no, but it's also not a yes. Yet, I said, knowing I'd probably do anything he asked of me. He grabbed my ass, then kissed me before going to the driver's side. Let me know when you decide. By the time we were halfway to Lupe, the mental image of him holding a key while I was bound up in a cage had gotten me good and hard. I gestured to my pitiful state. Look at what you've done to me. How am I supposed to volunteer around children in this condition? His eyes slid over the bulge in my jeans and he licked his lips, then directed the truck to a bit of gravel mostly hidden by tall grasses. This is the little cutout that Joel and Tristan use, he said, making quick work of my jeans and underwear. With some effort, he pushed them to mid-thigh before jacking me right there in the front seat. As I started to come, he took my cockhead into his mouth, sucking and swallowing my cum. He put me back together, smirking. That should hold you till tonight. Even with our shenanigans, we arrived at Lupe earlier than the rest of our friends. According to the group chat, Major had a plumbing emergency to take care of. Beckett and Holden were hosting a young couples event at the meeting house, and Ren was watching Hikaru for the day. Ozzy and Walker's excuse, however, sounded suspiciously made up. Like maybe they'd started their morning the same way Sawyer and I had. I was glad for the bit of alone time because we hadn't yet talked about what we might say to our friends. Even though we both felt the same level of certainty about each other, we knew it would come as a shock to them, and we didn't want to have to justify how quickly we'd become a couple. I snorted, as if the years of Sawyer holding a torch for me and months of us living together were sudden. We parked just as Leo, Ginger, and some of the older kids were transferring the finished sections of bunk bed from the high school truck to the living quarters. Walker had done a great job of numbering each bed, enabling us to gather all the pieces before we began. Sawyer waved at someone driving up, and Ginger's lips thinned. Hey, I'm going to go inside and help with breakfast, she said. You mind getting the rest of this? I shrugged. Sure. The car shut off and Jules got out. She was wearing an adorable pair of oversized jeans, a Judy Garland t-shirt, and black Chucks. Hendrix, she jogged over and gave me a big hug. Jules and I hadn't spent much time together, but her sister was a huge contributor to Lupe, and I'd agreed to match her donations. Jules had roped me in on a few other things that she was working on, and now I guessed I was a part of the Martinez family's charitable organization. I figured I should probably look into that. It's nice to see you in person rather than on a Zoom call, I said, returning her hug. It's even nicer to hear your voice recovering, she said, hip-checking me. Hold up. Is that color in your cheeks? Will your fans even recognize you? Where's your eyeliner? I looked into the truck's passenger side window and pushed my hair around until I liked the direction of the spikes. Huh. She was right. My cheeks were pink. Though to be fair, I'd just gotten a roadside blowy from my boyfriend. Sawyer joined us and pulled something from his jeans pocket. It was one of my travel-sized Kohl's. You're the best, I said, taking it from him and leaning into the side mirror to work it into my upper and lower waterlines. He kissed my cheek, and Jules's eyes widened. Called it, she said under her breath. Of course you did. I pocketed the Kohl. You and I both have good taste. And I have extremely questionable taste, Sawyer said, winking at me.
My mouth fell open, ready to protest, but he cut me off by grabbing my shirt and pulling me in for a mind-erasing kiss. He only stopped when Jules let out a low whistle. Yeah, I could get used to this. Jules gave us a cheer, even going so far as to mimic a set of pom-poms. Sawyer's laugh loosened up the last bit of anxiety in my chest, and the three of us helped bring in the remaining pieces of the beds. Sawyer took charge of the logistics, determining that we should split up and assemble the beds in the rooms. I'd said it before, and I'd say it again. Bossy was a good look on Agnes. A damn good look. Sawyer went back outside to grab a few more things, and Leo and the others finalized their assigned setups. Jules and I went to the den to sort out the fasteners. I knew she had questions, but I had a few of my own, so I shouldered her as we knelt by the coffee table where we staged the fasteners. Was it me, or did Ginger see you and beat a hasty retreat? Yeah, Jules rubbed her forehead. I thought we'd gotten past this. Gotten past what? I know y'all had a bit of a dust-up at the old meeting house, but I thought that had been cleared up. She took a deep breath and blew out raspberries. We actually worked through that pretty quickly. The real problem is that she and I have been crushing on each other for a while now, and I guess she thought she was ready. Ready for what? Jules raised a brow. Really? I asked, excited for my friend. Except her expression and Ginger's quick departure told me things had not panned out. Oh, she wasn't. No, Jules said on a sigh, hopping up to grab a stack of red Solo cups from the pass-through between the den and the big industrial kitchen before returning to the coffee table. She was not. I'd worked with Lupe's volunteer therapists long enough to know that you didn't try to force things with a person who'd experienced the kind of trauma Ginger had. Their guidance was to go as slow as the slowest part of a person's recovery, which was often frustrating for the person who thought they could move on more quickly. What happened? We kissed, she said, pulling her t-shirt away from her chest and fanning herself, even though the day wasn't that warm. That good, huh? She rolled her eyes. It was one of the best kisses of my life. It sounds like there's a but coming, I said as we separated everything into piles. She nodded. You know we've been moving slowly because we both have considerations. Tapping her temple, she said, would have been real smart of me to remember that. Oh no, I said, scooping the leftover screws into a cup. Did your considerations run into each other? You could say that. Okay, so you're kissing and... I went to pull back, but she wanted to keep on making out. I explained that there was going to be an unavoidable physical reaction if we kept doing that, and I didn't want to, no pun intended, spring that on her. She thought about it and said it would be fine, so we kept going. I'm guessing she wasn't as fine as she'd hoped she would be. Aggressively pushing a pile of nuts into a cup, she answered, Got it in one. Shit. I am so sorry. For both of you. Her chin trembled. It wasn't anybody's fault. Nobody did anything wrong. She really thought she could handle it, me being... She looked around and lowered her voice. Someone who hasn't had bottom surgery. A lot of my fans were trans or non-binary, and I'd done a lot of work with various trans organizations, all of which probably made Jules more comfortable with me, even though we weren't necessarily besties. Yet, I gathered the bolts into their cup, curious but hesitant to cross that line. Go ahead and ask, she prompted, lining up the cups on the coffee table. I respect your privacy, I said, climbing onto the well-loved couch. She sat next to me. I know. That's why you're allowed to ask, she said, putting her head on my shoulder. I hesitated, considering my words. Finally, I decided that she must have invited the question because she wanted to talk about it. So, is this a temporary situation? Like, do you have a surgery plan that's going to solve this, or... She shook her head. No. Everyone's feelings about surgery are super individual, and every trans person's approach is valid. Of course. She laughed to herself. It's funny how you sound so confident about that. I keep wondering if someone who looks as femme as I do should be taking hormone replacements and scheduling the surgeries. I mean, I've done the laser hair removal and the tracheal shave, she said, ghosting her fingertips from her jawline to the light scar where her Adam's apple used to be. And while I'm super happy with that, I wonder if I should have already had top surgery. You don't want to? She shook her head and locked eyes with her shoes. I'm so lucky, with my family, with my friends, with the resources available to me, but she glanced around, then looked me in the eyes, hesitating. Nothing you say is going to shock me, Jules. Feel free to share whatever you choose to share. She took another big breath. I'm just a girl with a dick, she said, then watched intently for my reaction. Okay, and I'm fine with that. But I'm also a lesbian, and any partner of mine will have to be good with everything I bring to the table. It's not Ginger's fault that she's not, but I can't be with someone who can't accept my body as it is. I agree, though I'm sure none of that is simple. It isn't, which is why I usually only date other trans girls. They get it. Not all of them are comfortable with my body either, but at least they tend to feel more safe saying that up front, before anyone's feelings get too involved. But with Ginger, she smoothed her hands along her thighs. I'd hoped it'd be okay. This blows, and the fact that it's nobody's fault kind of makes it even worse. Exactly. She thumbed away a tear. It would definitely suck less if Ginger wasn't such a cool human. She's been through so much. Like, I fought in a war, and I'm not half as brave as she is. Facts, I said, not knowing the full extent of what Ginger had been through, only that it was really, really awful. I'm so sorry. Do you think y'all can be friends again, maybe with time? I hope so, she said, but she didn't sound confident. Strong, familiar hands landed on my shoulders, and I smiled. Is my boyfriend dispensing heart-to-heart advice? Sawyer said, squeezing and releasing the tired muscles. I looked up at him and mouthed, Boyfriend? He smiled wide enough to make his dimple pop. That okay? I hopped up and gave him a hug. More than okay. Jules looked back and forth between us, her face lighting up. Y'all are too cute. Sawyer spun me around to hug me from behind, and I could hear the smile in his voice. Agreed. Though I prefer sexy. Ginger joined us, her eyes widening when she clocked Sawyer holding me in a prom pose. She glanced at Jules, then turned back to us. Breakfast is ready, and it looks like Leo and the kids have just about everything in place. Are y'all hungry? I gestured at Sawyer. This one had me up at the crack of dawn with the promise of breakfast, and I plan on collecting, I said, marching toward the kitchen. Hey, punk god, Sawyer called. Dining hall's that way. He pointed in the other direction, hiding a smile behind his fist. I knew that. I was just testing you, I retorted, sticking my tongue out at him. He put his hand on my lower back, and we headed to breakfast. While we were waiting in line, we were joined by Major, Beckett, Holden, Ozzy, Walker, and Joel. Ozzy's mouth opened as he took in Sawyer's arm around my waist. I'd gotten so used to Sawyer touching me when we were alone that it hadn't occurred to me to ask him to stop. My cousin and I had a silent conversation consisting mostly of increasingly theatrical eyebrow-related movements. We've been spotted, I whispered out of the side of my mouth. Sawyer pulled me closer. Want to give them a real show? I chuckled. Obviously. He turned to face me and gave me the up gesture. I grabbed his shoulders and jumped, wrapping my legs around his waist. He held me securely, his eyes tracing over every part of my face. Kiss me, I said, already smirking because I knew the reaction we'd get. He followed through without hesitation, his lips brushing mine. The gesture was sweet and appropriate for the teenagers, but I was not disappointed. Boisterous hoots and wolf whistles echoed through the dining hall. Still clinging to Sawyer, I turned my head, grinning. There are kids here. Have a little respect. That started off another round of laughter and catcalls, mostly from Ozzy.
I slid out of Sawyer's hold as our friends launched themselves at us. The fierceness of their hugs and the blazing joy in their eyes made my throat catch. Ozzy Up nodded me. Didn't realize how happy people would be for you, did you? No, I admitted, a hot flush growing on my cheeks. I've never felt like this before. He winked at me. Ain't love grand? I looked back at Sawyer, whose spine major was realigning. Yes, it is. Chapter 22. Sawyer. Breakfast at Lupe was more enjoyable than I could have ever expected. While we ate waffles and crispy bacon prepared by the older teenagers, our friends peppered us with questions about how Hendrix and I had gotten together. After a fair amount of razzing and genuine happiness for us, we moved on to the subject of Hendrix's recovery. He told them about the contract being held over his head to force him to make up the last 7 dates. He didn't bring up DeWitt, so I didn't either. Our friends were sympathetic and bemoaned the fact that they didn't have any solutions. They didn't need to worry, though, because as we were chatting, I received the text I'd been waiting for. The message was only 2 words. DB. Got him. I stifled a smile and put away my phone. This was shaping up to be a very good day. When Hendrix and I got back to the cabin, I had Hendrix take a shower and use the time alone to get on a video call with DB and his tech guy. Jake, a fashionable goth type with massive multimedia arts projects lining the walls behind him, had gone above and beyond. He'd done his job with gusto and had a plan of action that made me smile. DB and Jake reiterated that they'd be happy to take care of things on their own, but I declined. I needed to look Dick DeWitt in the eye so that he knew I was not to be fucked with, especially as it concerned Hen. Which was how, on Monday morning, I found myself outside DeWitt's office with an appointment to review his digital security. Mr. Finch, Mr. DeWitt is ready for you, his secretary said. She seemed like a sweet lady. I hoped he at least treated his staff well, though I doubted it. I thanked her and sent her a smile before letting myself into his office. Good old Dick was sitting at an ugly, expensive-looking desk, chewing on an unlit cigar, focused on the screen in front of him. He didn't bother to look up when I walked in. Hello, Mr. DeWitt. Sawyer Finch with Blaylock Security and Investigations. We have an appointment to discuss your network security. Not sure how this meeting got on my calendar, Mr. Finch. I already have McAfee. I don't need whatever it is you're trying to sell me, he said, switching out his chewed-up cigar for a fresh one. He still hadn't made eye contact with me. Yes, sir. McAfee is excellent for spyware. They wouldn't be much help, however, if someone were to hack into your offshore accounts and zero out your balances. That got his attention. He dragged his eyes from the screen to me. Do I know you? I doubt it. I'm loosely acquainted with your son, Chase. I hear he's in Dallas these days, living with a leather daddy. The thing about the leather daddy was just weird enough that I had to double-check DB's sources. Chase DeWitt could go suck my left one, but he'd really had no chance of growing up a well-adjusted member of society with Dick as his father. Hopefully his new daddy would teach him some fucking manners. It was fun watching the elder DeWitt try to figure out who the hell I was. After a moment, his eyes widened in recognition. You're one of Mr. Page's boys, snarling, he demanded. Why are you here? I have a proposal for you, Mr. DeWitt. Release Hendrix Cavanaugh from his contract, and I won't let my hacker friend eat your organization alive. DB's associates would be zeroing out the illegal parts of the organization regardless, but I was willing to give DeWitt a chance to save his legit holdings. DeWitt's eyes narrowed, and he stood up, trying to look intimidating. You're bluffing. I touched my neck where my shirt collar concealed a hickey from that morning's round of lovemaking and smiled. I thought you might say that. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. I pulled out my phone, navigated to a website I knew he'd be familiar with, and slid the device in front of him. He glanced down at the screen and did an admirable job of keeping his face neutral. He was looking at the super-encrypted portal that controlled all of his holdings, the one no one was supposed to know about. This, however, was the webmaster's page, and a line of delete buttons ran parallel to DeWitt's accounts. My friends are thorough, Mr. DeWitt. We know where everything is. No need to start off with the nuclear option, though. I had them find your smallest holding. It's a tiny, insignificant shell company fronting as an online shop for baby clothes. DeWitt blanched, some of that neutrality draining away. I continued, enjoying myself a little too much. The shop's finances appear to be put together in such a way that the money goes to only one person. My friend, who is truly so industrious, took it upon himself to do a little digging. Turns out a Miss Emma Connor is blackmailing you. I can't imagine what kind of leverage a pregnant 21-year-old could have against an upstanding married member of society like you, but I'm sure we'll find out when the money dries up. You touch anything of mine and I'll dial 911, he warned, but I had far too many aces up my sleeve to be worried about law enforcement. I leaned forward and hit delete. Oops. Look how quickly it vanished, right off the face of the earth. Every penny gone. Actually, I'd transferred the assets into one of DB's offshore accounts, which were a good deal more secure than DeWitt's. That's it. I'm calling the cops, he spat, his eyes bulging. And what will you tell them? I asked blandly. The truth. He drew himself up to his full, unimpressive height. My office has a number of hidden security cameras, and you've been caught on tape. DB had insisted that my chuckle was villainous, and based on DeWitt's reaction to it, I had to concede that my boss might be onto something. Do you really think that the person who scoured the world for every single one of your accounts would somehow overlook the cheap Wi-Fi-enabled cameras you purchased off of Amazon? I clicked my tongue. He would never be so sloppy. Dick's face reddened, and for a moment I was concerned for his coronary health. I mean, no one would truly mourn the man if he died of a heart attack, but I'd assured DB that this little venture would require no body disposal and indeed had rejected his offer of wet work. Was I disturbed that wet work had been on the table, or that I'd had to Google the term just to make sure I knew what he was talking about? Of course. But it was better to have those kinds of people on your side than against you. What do you want from me? He asked, fear creeping into his rage. I already told you. Release Hendrix from his contract. Cancel the remaining shows and let him go. I stand to make millions off of that contract, he said, his voice low and rough. If that's the case, why would you ever offer him an early out? I asked, suspecting I already knew the answer. It was fun to grind that little shit into the ground, he admitted. I knew he'd never be able to complete the tour. Though I will say he got further than I expected. Canceling his days off to send him to Mexico was my idea, he added. Work, too. He went on to brag that he'd forced someone to open up a spot for Hendrix and his group on the music festival's docket. I clenched my fists, willing myself not to call DB and tell him I'd changed my mind about Anders's involvement. Instead, I scrolled down to the next shell company and hit the button, blitzing that company and all its assets out of existence. That company had been exactly the size of Hendrix's contract. I held up my phone. DeWitt had been so enamored of his little speech that it took a moment for him to realize what I was doing. I waited till I had his full attention, then hit another button. His shocked expression was very, very satisfying. What the fuck did you just do? He asked, circling the desk. And why the fuck do you care about some punk nobody? He'd gotten a little spitty, what with all the yelling, so I stepped out of the line of fire. Please calm down, Mr. DeWitt. If I end up with so much as a scratch on me, my boss is going to send over his brother-in-law, who has a meat hook in his kill room. It turned out that DB's husband was Anders's twin, and their combined organizations had been working in Texas for years to keep the worst of society at bay. Wet work indeed. Fuck you. No, fuck you, Mr. DeWitt. I obliterated another one of his holdings. To answer your other question, I care because Hendrix Cavanaugh is the love of my life. I'd do anything for him. Then why didn't you just do your little magic trick and disappear his contract? Why are you destroying years of my work? I shrugged. Oh, I can do that too. I just figured that we should come to an understanding first.
What kind of understanding? You're trying to make me think that you've blown away millions in assets, he said, breathing heavily. Which I doubt. Though if I've lost anything, I'll have you investigated for theft and blackmail.
All certainty had left his voice, and his threats did nothing but spur me on. If you take any action against me, Mr. DeWitt, I'll erase the rest of your assets and trigger a hostile takeover of your legitimate business ventures. I figured if I showed you how easily I could delete all of your tax dodges, you might be amenable to simply letting Hendrix go. That said, it's your choice.
The second you walk out of this office, I'm calling the police.
To say what? Complain that I destroyed your... I looked through the list and found the shell company that supported fentanyl distribution in the Pacific Northwest.
Drug dealing operations? I said, tapping the screen.
Stop! My finger hovered above the next name on the list.
Yes? Fine. I'll release him from his contract. He'll get the paperwork this afternoon.
Despite my calm exterior, I was thrilled to see the man who'd done so much to stall this town's progress brought to his knees. Excellent. I thought you'd see it my way. I tapped my chin. Just in case you were still thinking of going to the authorities or attempting any extra legal means of retribution, my friend with the meat hook is an evergreen threat to your safety and wellness. Just ask Chase, I said, crooking my little finger. DeWitt's phone dinged. You should get that, I said, allowing myself a small smile. He reached for his phone and pulled up the message. His eyes widened and he bent at the waist, vomiting into his fancy trash can. Sending a picture of Chase's amputated pinky had been DB's idea, and it was a nice touch. A tiny part of me hoped that DeWitt took me seriously. The rest of me, however, wanted him to test the waters. He had intentionally run Hendrix into the ground, and I wouldn't think twice about having him spend a little time with Anders. As you can see, Mr. DeWitt, this is no joke. And I'm sure we can do better than this afternoon. If I don't see the paperwork releasing Hendrix from his contract by lunchtime, I'll arrange for you to receive a very different kind of visit. On that note, I walked out of his office feeling like a badass. As I made my way to the elevators, my boss exited a bathroom on the same hallway. You had way too much fun with that, DB said, laughing at me. I removed the lapel pin he'd given me that morning and handed it over, returning the bit of spy tech to its rightful owner. That man has been terrorizing queer kids for decades. Fuck him. I'm telling you, you have a talent for this work. If you ever want to get out from behind the computer, just let me know. I have a punk god to care for, DB. I simply don't have the time. He grinned, fist bumped me, and walked off in the opposite direction. Chapter 23. Hendrix. Sawyer and I found seats in Seguin's newest downtown offering, a gourmet hot dog restaurant. This spot had been made possible by a grant from the Syrup Project and was run by a local queer guy with a wiener and a dream. The hot dogs were delicious, but Sawyer looked happier than a dinner ought should warrant. "What's this whole face about?" I asked, gesturing in a circle. He was wearing a suit, which I always appreciated, though I was glad he no longer wore them all the time. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a white envelope, and slid it across the table to me. I narrowed my eyes at him. "What is this?" "Open it." I slid my finger under the flap and withdrew a folded sheet of paper. "More documentation will follow, but this is the important one," he said, way too proud of himself. I opened up the page and saw that it was from the desk of Richard DeWitt, DeWitt Enterprises. I flicked my eyes to Sawyer's and he lifted his chin. "Read it." "Dear Mr. Cavanaugh, this is to inform you that you have satisfied the requirements of your contract and are no longer under contract with Big Music. These contract adjustments apply to Sego Torres and Robert Sparks as well. Your remaining 7 tour dates have been canceled, and the profits from the completed tour dates have been split equally per the language of the contract between the 3 band members. This concludes our business in its entirety. Please contact my lawyer directly should you have any questions. Sincerely, Richard DeWitt." I read the words again, not quite believing them. Then I looked at Sawyer.
What did you do?" He rubbed his hands together.
Maybe it's best not to ask too many questions.
While I was over the moon with the result, I needed to make a few things clear. I took his hand. "You do understand that I am an adult and responsible for my own bad choices, right? I don't need you to interfere on my behalf. Dom Sawyer doesn't extend past the bedroom." He turned my hand over and kissed my knuckles.
"I do know that, and I promise to rein in my white knight tendencies."
He leaned across the narrow table and kissed my forehead.
"But I didn't interfere on your behalf. I interfered on mine. I can't abide someone harming you the way he did, so I taught him a lesson he won't soon forget."
I drew back, narrowing my eyes at him. "Seriously, babe, what did you do?"
"I work for some very powerful people. Anders may have also been invoked."
"That insane friend of Beckett's?" I hissed, looking around. "Are you trying to get me thrown into jail?"
"Nobody's going to jail. DeWitt gets to keep his empire, minus a few illegal elements, and he will never speak to you again."
"How did you get him to agree to that? You know he's going to go straight to his friends in law enforcement."
"Oh, that's the last thing he'll do if he values his pinkies," Sawyer said, his grin feral.
I sat back, realizing that Sawyer's love for me went deeper than I could have ever imagined. I knew he'd hated everything about DeWitt and his attempt to bury me, but that he'd been willing to bring in Anders of all people. Wow. My buzzing phone pulled me back from the shock. It was a call from Sago.
"Answer it," Sawyer said, practically wiggling in his chair.
Who was this man? "Hey, Sago," I eyeballed Sawyer, shocked to see his dimple come out to play.
"Am I reading this correctly? Are we out from under the contract?"
"Yep," I said, pulling the letter in front of me again.
"And we don't have to perform the remaining tour dates?"
"I have friends in high places," I said, shaking my head at my industrious boyfriend.
"Holy shit, dude. So, does that mean we're free to do whatever we want to?"
"That's exactly what it means. Hey, you and Robbie should come for a visit. I've got some ideas."
"You're supposed to be resting," Sago said.
"True, but the words are flowing. There's something about this area of Texas that inspires me," I said, reaching for Sawyer's hand. He gripped mine, sure and steady.
"Okay, man. Might take a little bit, but we'll meet you down there."
After dinner, Sawyer and I made a beeline back to the cabin where he made love to me while being extremely bossy. It was a perfect combination of the ways in which we'd been coming together, and my heart kept beating in time with his. This. Later, as we snuggled in bed, I told him something I'd been keeping to myself. "I have an idea."
"What's that?"
"I rarely get online, but whenever I post something to social media, it goes a little crazy."
"Okay."
"My social media gal said that people have been asking for an update on me." Sawyer shifted to face me, cupping my cheek.
"How do you feel about that? Do you want to give them an update?"
I leaned into his touch. "I do, but not just on my health. I kind of want them to see where I am, too."
"Like, physically where you are, or psychologically?"
"Yes," said the part of me that was exhausted but hadn't given up. "Both, I think." He waited, delicately running his fingertips over my face as I put together the words. I took a deep breath. This was important. "You seem to really like the stripped-down versions of my songs. If I'm going to shift the way I write and sing, I don't want to disappoint the fans who have been loyal to me all along."
"Are you worried about them accepting a less screamy version of you?"
"Yeah, I am. But it's not just about them not accepting me. I don't want them to feel abandoned. I can't figure out how to make it all work. I just know that I can't keep killing myself like this anymore." He pulled me in close, nodding along as I spoke. His support grounded me in a way I'd never experienced before. How had I not seen that he was my person this entire time?
"I'm definitely on board with you taking better care of yourself," he said, turning me so that I could lean back against his chest.
He wrapped his arms around me, resting his elegant, capable hands on my inked belly.
If I'm following along, does this mean you want to put out a few of the acoustic versions on social media? He asked, far more in tune with me than I'd realized. Yes. I want to talk to my fans about my process for getting better and share what I'm going to do going forward. I hope that kind of openness might help them accept the changes I have in mind. One of his hands drifted up to rest over my heart. I like it. I do feel guilty about those last 7 shows, though, I said. People from all over the world bought tickets, then adjusted their plans when new dates were sent out. I don't know how to make up for that. What if you could do the dates on your own terms? In what way? I don't know. Though I will remind you that most of your songs don't actually require literal screaming. So I'm wondering if you could remove the screaming or have the audience scream for you. Like, point the mic at them and tell them to go for it? He kissed the top of my head. Exactly like that. It'll be primal scream therapy for a bunch of people who, based on the fact that they listen to you, could probably use it. I chuckled. I could see his suggestion working, though. Sawyer continued. If these acoustic versions do well, which, how could they not, maybe switch out a few songs for the new versions in the live shows. Do you think people will be happy with that, though? If they bought tickets to hear me scream, acoustic is going to be the opposite of what they wanted. That's why you'll be upfront about it. In your update, explain what's happening with your vocal cords and your health, and let them know what you can and cannot do. The people who love you will understand. Do you think Mr. Page would consider it a breach if I did the 7 shows and then came right back? I think Mr. Page would want you to do what's best for you. It was probably never reasonable to make you, the great Hendrix Cavanaugh, stay grounded for an entire year. I bet he'd find it acceptable for you to cobble together the equivalent of a year off the road within a reasonable time frame. I'll ask Ren what he thinks. Another thing to consider is that several of those original venues are relatively small and close together. I wonder if we could combine some of the shows and hold them in a larger venue. Maybe reduce it from 7 shows to 3, and honor all the tickets. Every time he said we when talking about my remaining tour made my heart beat a little faster. The venues have already been paid, so they wouldn't lose ticket sales, I mused. They would, however, lose out on concessions, so I'd like to see what we could do about that. Then I don't mind paying out of pocket for a larger venue, but only if the experience is going to work for the fans. I'm sure we can make things right for the smaller venues and the fans, and none of those concerns take priority over your voice and your health. I loved watching that big, beautiful brain of his figure things out. After a moment, he said, I bet we can even find a way to reach out to the fans who had incurred significant travel expenses to come to one of those shows. Maybe offer to pay for their transportation or have them meet you backstage. I like the sound of that, though I have no clue how we'd pull together that kind of thing. I think your team can figure it out. If not, I'll help you find the right people for the job. Do you really think people will like the new versions of my songs? I can't speak for anyone else, but I've been a fan of your music from the beginning, and I love those versions because they highlight your beautiful songwriting skills. Yeah, but you're biased. His deep chuckle vibrated through my body. That I am, Hendrix. I have always been and will always be unapologetically your biggest fan. I melted against him. Then let's do it. Holy shit, I've never had a video go viral so quickly, I said as I refreshed the screen. 2 million views in under an hour. Even better, the comments were super positive. Sure, there were a few boo-birds who said I sold out, but most people really heard me when I said I couldn't destroy my body and my vocal cords like that anymore. That I had to figure out a way to be punk and take care of myself. They seemed to enjoy my new look, too. Before I'd made the series of videos for the acoustic tracks, Sawyer had arranged for several estheticians to come to the cabin for our very own spa day. We were waxed, bleached, and buffed to within an inch of our lives, and the couple's massage made my muscles melt. Sawyer had also brought in his barber from San Antonio who'd shaped my overgrown hair into a fierce, spiky slant that seemed to flow from the smirk on my face. He'd also added a teal flame right at the front, a shout-out to the younger me who'd love to dye my entire head in outrageous colors. Our glam team was barely out of the house before Sawyer had me face down on the bed, eating me out like the world was ending, our favorite t-shirt below me to catch the mess. If I ever met David Lee Roth in person, I'd feel compelled to apologize for the number of times I'd defiled his face. Refocusing on the overwhelming response to my first video, I went back to the comments. "Oh my God, I love the stripe of teal in his hair. He's even more beautiful than before. The leather harness he's wearing in this video is so fucking sexy. I'm a huge fan of hardcore punk, but hearing his lyrics acoustically, I don't think I ever understood how good of a songwriter Hendrix was before. He could produce an acoustic album and I would buy it and go to the tour. Did you hear that he might revive the final leg of his European tour? I wonder if there are any extra tickets." Sawyer was looking over my shoulder, reading along with me. I nudged him. "Go ahead, say it." I would never. "Just say it," I said, setting aside my phone to climb onto his lap. He slid his hand over his mouth. "Told you so," he said behind his fingers. I threw my head back and cackled. "Do you feel better now?" He moved his hand so I could see his brilliant smile and the dimple that only came out to play when he was purely joyful. "Yeah, I do." "Look at you. So proud of yourself. Where's my stoic man?" I teased, nipping his nose. He schooled himself, transforming his expression into that sharp, dark look that never failed to send desire straight through me. It was his Dom Sawyer look, and I couldn't get enough of it. "I still can't figure out which I like better," I said, imitating his stern look and then his smile. "I love both. So much." Sawyer's breath caught in his throat and his face, his entire demeanor really, lit up. He'd assured me that I didn't have to rush to say I love you, and I hadn't. I wasn't going to pressure myself to catch up to where he was at. I'd wanted to spend time with the man and let myself fall in love naturally. It had been scary as hell to give myself permission to do that. Turned out, loving Sawyer was the easiest thing I'd ever done. "You mean it?" he asked, uncharacteristically hesitant, his eyes shiny with unshed tears. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my lips to his. "I love you so much, and I mean it with every part of me. You may have loved me longer, but I promise you, Sawyer, I'm there with you now. And I don't want it to end, even if I'm still not sure what you see in me." "That's easy," he said, returning my kiss with the endless well of passion I'd just begun to get the sense of. "I see forever." Chapter 24. Sawyer. Tonight was the last of the makeup concerts, 4 months to the day after I'd imploded Dick DeWitt's illegal businesses. In that time, Hen's health had improved by leaps and bounds. He still complained about our workouts, of course, but now he did it while running. Once the band's shitty manager and DeWitt were out of the way, it was clear that their team of organizers truly had their backs. I didn't know how they'd arranged everything, but 3 large venues had opened up for the guys, and they were able to honor every single ticket while taking care of the smaller venues. Hendrix and I had spoken with Ren and verified that Mr. Page would have been okay with him taking a break from his hiatus to fulfill his promises to his fans. After Hen's initial social media post went viral, the rest of the acoustic series had more likes, reshares, favorites, and downloads than Hen had ever seen. Each video was more popular than the last. Fans new and old were beating down their door to get the acoustic versions of the songs on the streaming platforms. I'd initially been afraid Hendrix might be pushing his voice too soon, but I'd tracked down the best vocal cord specialist money could buy, and she was impressed with his continued recovery. She was also thrilled that he had agreed to retire his famous scream. She would have preferred him to shut up a little bit more, but he laughed and ignored that suggestion entirely. Once we had the doctor's blessing, I arranged for time in a studio just outside of Canyon Lake. Sego and Robbie joined us, and the 3 of them recorded an album of their top hits in the acoustic format. I didn't know Robbie and Sego well and was heartened to find that they were good men. Robbie had grown up in Weslaco and Sego in Refugio, so they understood being raised in a smaller town in this state. More importantly, they understood Hendrix. Even better, they fell in love with Central Texas and bought a place just down the road in New Braunfels. I didn't talk about it much, but I knew that Hendrix needed more support from people who understood the life of a touring musician. I was thrilled that his bandmates had basically become our neighbors, and the Lost Boys welcomed them with open arms. When we'd started to plan for the makeup shows, the first thing Hendrix had done was hire an intern to find out who'd been most impacted by the initial cancellations. The guys had personally reached out to a number of folks and made sure that their travel costs were taken care of. When the first date had come around, Hendrix and the guys had been nervous and second-guessed their decision to shift several of the songs to acoustic. They needn't have worried, though. The crowds had loved those songs in person even more than they had online. An unintended consequence of making that change was that they could hear everyone singing along at the top of their lungs. All three of them had cried when it happened at the first show, and when Hendrix had pointed the microphone at the fans so they could scream for him, their response had been so loud it had nearly blown him off the stage. Overwhelming barely began to describe it. The second concert had been just as good, and tonight was the best I had heard him sing ever. I was waiting backstage after he made his final bow, and he leapt at me, sweaty from running all over the stage, a massive smile on his face. I didn't care about the sweat or the people around us. I caught him tight in my arms, loving the way he wrapped his legs around my waist. We kissed like no one was watching. "You were spectacular," I said when we finally came up for air. "Here, drink some water." I handed him his canteen. "It happened again," he said between sloppy gulps, still grinning. "Did you hear them?" "I did, baby. I really did." There was one more way that these shows were different from the way Hen used to perform, though we weren't letting the rest of the world in on it. In preparation for his return to stage shows, I'd introduced Hendrix to the sissy cage. He liked it more than I thought he would, saying it felt like a physical reminder that I would always be there for him. Also, it's punk as hell to secretly be caged up in front of thousands of people. We kept kissing as I carried him toward the green room. It wasn't the most efficient way to get from point A to point B, but we made it work. Hendrix scrunched his nose as we approached the green room door. Pushing his caged cock against my belly, he let out a whine. "I thought we were going back to my dressing room for some personal time." "We will, darling. But first I have a small surprise for you." His pretty eyes lit up. I love surprises. "What did you get me?" I kissed his thick, shapely brows, smiling. "It's not what. It's who," I said, opening the door. I'd flown in the entire Lost Boys crew for the final show, and they surrounded us as I walked in. Hendrix slid down and was immediately overtaken by an enthusiastic group hug. I touched my cheek and felt the dimple that seemed to come out all the time now. "Holy shit, man," Joel said, his eyes shining. "That was the most amazing show I've ever seen." His words rang with sincerity, and it did something to my heart to see all of our friends not in agreement. "We even exchanged blowjobs in your dressing room like rock stars," Tristan said, grinning like a loon. "Oh my God, I'll have to sanitize everything," Hendrix said with a groan. "Already on it," I said, reaching for my phone. Hendrix laughed and mumbled, "Agnes," under his breath. I leaned over to whisper in his ear. "Keep calling me that, and I'll leave you in that cage for the rest of the night." He shook his head, and Ozzy, who was standing closer than I'd realized, laughed. "I don't even like punk rock. I'm a George Strait boy through and through," Walker said, hugging Hendrix. "But this was art, man." I felt like somehow, maybe with a little help from Mr. Page, things had turned out exactly as they should. Ozzy was, of course, thrilled for Hendrix. "Cousin, I've seen you play many times, but this, tonight, your best show ever." The two of them had had long discussions about Ozzy's relationship with Walker. Ozzy had carried a lot of guilt, falling for the man Hendrix had loved for so long. When he'd seen how happy Hendrix and I were, he was finally able to release it. Speaking of releasing guilt, Hendrix's parents joined us. They'd been with us at all three stops, and seeing their relationship continue to grow, both with each other and with Hendrix, was one of the most special things I'd ever been a part of. "Son," his father said, tears in his eyes, "you are a wonder. I have no idea where you got this talent from. Must be from your mom's side of the family." He kissed the top of her head. "Oh, for sure," Portia said, smiling up at her husband. They'd snuck away to Vegas the weekend before we'd flown to Europe, surprising us on the plane with their matching wedding bands. I'd never seen Hendrix cry so hard. Major nudged me, grinning.
Looks like you're not the only one who can pull off a surprise, he said, gesturing to the door.
My brother and sister walked into the room, followed by their spouses. My hand went to my head, and I gaped in shock as they hugged me en masse. Oh my God, what the hell? That was the extent of my response. It was Major's idea, Evangeline explained, Truman at her side. Mom and Dad are back at the hotel watching the kiddos. Our parents left Texas? I asked, incredulous. Truman cracked up. All we had to do was dangle time with the grandbabies in front of them, and they folded so quick. Also, Mom has decided that she wants to retire to Prague. Dad is not convinced. I laughed along with him. It was well nigh impossible to get my parents to leave Seguin, let alone the country. Wow, I can't believe they'd support Hendrix like this. Truman thumped my forehead. No, jackass. They're here to support you. Also, I caught Mom humming the acoustic version of Matchstick Man the other day, so clearly they've been taken over by aliens. Hendrix had written that song for Walker, calling him a matchstick man because the thought of being with him set Hen on fire. I'd always been a little jealous, a lot jealous, about the fact that many of Hen's early songs had been written under the influence of his unrequited feelings for Walker. That's the beauty of songs, Hen had explained one afternoon as I sat with him on the back porch of the cabin, watching him pick out a new tune. Their meanings can change as we evolve. Sure, I wrote those songs with Walker in mind, but he's not who I'm thinking about when I sing them now. No? He'd stopped his strumming and looked me dead in the eye. Not even close. That my mom was humming a tune my boyfriend had written for another man but now sang for me was proof positive that we were in the multiverse. I chuckled to myself, watching our friends and families mingle. Hendrix stayed glued to my side, our easy affection drawing smiles from everyone. We eventually moved our impromptu party to the hotel so that Hen could take a quick shower and change. I released him from his cage, taking time for a fast and dirty blowjob, which he enthusiastically returned. Then we made our way down to the lobby, which had been taken over by our friends. That looks like the face of a man who's been freshly blown, Beckett said, smacking my shoulder. Love to see it. He was wearing his usual preacher getup. I wasn't sure the locals quite knew what to do with a foul-mouthed, tattooed man of the cloth. My parents joined us with some very sleepy babies. They kept their visit short, but Mom's smile as she hugged Hendrix was everything. They'd been texting back and forth between concerts, and Mom thought Hen's stage look was cute. Hen had mentioned that Dad had hugged him when they met at the coffee shop. I figured that had been a one-time thing, but no. Hen dove into my dad's arms, and Dad didn't hesitate to hug him back. That was going to take me a minute to process, but as they said their farewells for the night, it occurred to me that nothing said love quite like doing the internal work to accept the most important person in my world. Thank you for putting the smile back on our son's face, Mom told Hen, cupping his cheeks. It means the world to me. He ducked his chin, charming her with the humble attitude that surprised those who didn't know him well. He makes me just as happy, Cordelia. After they left, I approached the hotel manager, promising we'd keep it down to a dull roar. He simply smiled and pushed back the sleeve of his jacket to reveal a line of Hendrix's lyrics tattooed on his forearm. Whatever you need, we'll take care of it, sir. He gave us a dedicated bartender, who got into a gin versus vodka debate with Joel and Ozzy that ended with most of the group getting rip-roaring drunk. When said bartender accompanied my brother and his wife into their room at the end of the night, I decided not to ask too many questions. Instead, I pushed Hendrix into our massive suite and took him apart in every way I possibly could. Why did you bring so many ties with you? Hendrix asked, pawing through my things to find the bottle of travel lube. Want me to show you? I asked, grabbing one to run through my fingers. As it happened, he did. The hotel's four-poster bed proved quite useful in strapping my mini punk god down on his belly. I mentally added that to the list of furniture I planned on buying whenever my new home was finished. Once I'd prepped him with my cock, I added a sleek vibrator to the mix, slowly stretching his perfect hole with the tapered tip until I was able to slip it in alongside my dick. Are you fucking DPing me with a vibrating dildo? He choked out, writhing underneath me. Is that a complaint? I asked, turning up the vibes. Fuck, he groaned. No, not complaining. That was good because the powerful toy was making my eyes roll back in my head. I fucked up against it, pressing it against his happy nerves until he shouted through his orgasm. The way he tightened around me intensified the vibes, and I bred him the way he deserved, filling him completely.
"Poor David Lee Roth,"
he murmured into his pillow, his muscles slack from overuse and pleasure.
"He'll never forgive me."
I chuckled and cleaned us up, then wrapped my arms around him as we tucked in for the night. I suspect he would approve.
Chapter 25. Hendrix.
"Dude, I'm telling you, these pickles are the best," Robbie said, grabbing a ginormous jar of sliced pickles from a tiny shop in Green, Texas. Green, pronounced green like the color, was a historic district in New Braunfels and was the spot where Sago and Robbie had put down roots. This was mostly a touristy area, but it was also known to support local artists. Moreover, between gigs, Robbie had discovered that he had a talent for roasting coffee. His little shop now sat next to the pickle lady's shop, and I had to agree. They were the best pickles I'd ever tasted. Sago's talents, however, were in his ability to create relationships with local artists. That talent came in handy with our fledgling label Pecan Street Records. This was another syrup project, with our main office scheduled to open just off the Seguin downtown square in a few months. In the meantime, Sago had become friends with the gal who managed Green Hall, a famous Texas-style dance hall right at the corner of the busiest intersection in this tiny historical district. She was a fan of our music and invited us to play. Flanked by oak trees that were older than all of us put together, Green Hall was a simple venue with wood floors. Despite its humble appearance, some of the country's most talented artists had passed through its doors. We were talking the likes of Dolly Parton, Willie Nelson, and Garth Brooks. I'd managed to nab tickets to see Brandi Carlile play there a few years ago, and her voice nearly blew the roof off the place. Punk wasn't the venue's typical genre. The manager pointed out that it was, however, the perfect place to play a fully acoustic set. We were still defining our new sound, but she'd convinced us that this was the right place to test our latest songs. So tonight we'd show our fans what we'd been working on. Sawyer stood in front of the stage, swaying as I sang one of the songs I'd written for him. He was beaming with pride, and tears edged the corners of his eyes. And to think I used to believe that the crazy hours running around on stage and the roar of the crowd were what I needed more than anything. The crowd here was still pretty loud, which I appreciated. But what I needed most were my two bandmates who'd been with me from the beginning. The words we were writing and singing together and the man in front of me. Those were the things that fed my soul. Despite the initial positive reaction to my social media posts, a few more negative elements had managed to make their voices heard as well. I was disappointed when some of my favorite punk bands acted like I had sold out, as if I'd switched to singing Americana as a cash grab. The rock idol I'd met in Mexico City, however, posted that I'd proved punk lyrics could hold up against any other genre and he'd be at my next tour. That, along with Sawyer's and my friends' encouragement, had given me the push to keep going. This venue had made me more nervous than even the final shows in Europe. Unlike those concerts, tonight's set list contained a lot of songs no one had heard before. We'd started off with acoustic versions of a couple of old favorites, which the crowd loudly sang back to us. Punk fans and black chainmail and soccer moms who enjoyed my new, more chill vibe seemed to get along just fine right next to the guys in cowboy boots. When we played our newer songs, the crowd moved with the music, pumping us up with a loud, enthusiastic response every single time. As the last notes rang out, I chuckled. What a life. How things had changed when I'd opened myself up to being loved by the man who'd been there for me all along. I hopped down off the stage and into Sawyer's arms. Fans had quickly picked up on the fact that I had, in addition to leaving behind my vocal cord shredding ways, somehow managed to snag a serious boyfriend. My fans knew that I wasn't straight, and most of them were thrilled that I had fallen in love. Even better was the growing number of Sawyer's boys who eagerly posted calling him daddy whenever he was photographed standing stoically behind me in one of his immaculate suits. Sawyer acted like he was horrified, but I knew an ego stroke when I saw one. I got in a quick kiss and ass squeeze with Sawyer before I was surrounded by fans.
I spent an hour with him, speaking with everyone who approached, happily taking selfies and signing autographs. When most everyone had cleared out, I spotted a man standing awkwardly by the stage and made my way over. My hand went to my chest when I recognized him. He was my rideshare driver from Mexico City. "Tez?" I asked, shocked. "Is that you?" "It is me. I'm so happy to see you feeling better," he said, tentative at first. I gave him a huge hug. "Man, what a great surprise. Did you just come up for this show?" He flushed. See, my wife," he gestured to a tiny plump lady with dark hair that fell to her waist, "and I wanted to thank you for your very generous tip. It changed our lives," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Suddenly I was locked in a hug between the two of them. Once I'd gotten my feet under me at the cabin, I'd pulled up my history on the rideshare app. Not only had I found his name, but I'd also made use of the tipping option. I was glad I'd been able to make a difference. Sawyer strolled over. "Everything okay here?" "Tez is the driver who made sure I got to the airport in Mexico City safely," I explained. "I tried to tell him to stay," Tez said. "I say we should go back to the hospital, but no, he was stubborn." Sawyer laughed and surprised Tez with a hug of his own. "Thank you so much for taking good care of him." The Lost Boys, who wouldn't have missed a night for the world, had been hanging out waiting for us to be ready to leave. They welcomed Tez and his wife, who were invited to join us at Sego and Robbie's for a house party. Their place was a typical Texas historic home, a freshly painted white clapboard two-story with old wooden floors, crystal doorknobs, and modern amenities that had been added long after the original building had been put up. They'd worked with a local architectural firm and the Texas Historical Commission to upgrade the spaces to make them more livable. The moment I'd walked into their home for the first time, I'd understood exactly how they fit together. Sego and Robbie were opposites. Maybe not as extreme as me and Sawyer, but they made it work because they loved each other's differences. I still liked to tease my man, but I cringed whenever I thought back to how I'd treated him at the beginning when he'd put his life on hold to care for me. He'd shown me that true partners didn't just put up with differences. They celebrated them. He certainly celebrated me. All of us enjoyed Texas barbecue together, drank, danced, and sang into the night. Sego, Robbie, and I also showed our friends some songs that weren't quite ready for the public. I ended the night dancing with Sawyer, my head on his shoulder, his arms wrapped around me. "I love you," I said, humming into his chest. I would have never guessed that this was possible, not in a million years. But now I can't imagine life without you. "Me either, my love," he responded, kissing my temple. "And I can't wait to see where we go next." Epilogue. Sawyer. Sometime after construction began in earnest on my house, I had the panicked thought that Holden might not appreciate what I was trying to do in taking back the property that had been the scene of his attack. So I brought him and Beckett in on my plans. Holden, who'd done a lot of healing, was incredibly supportive. Touched even. While most of the construction was planned so as to conserve the existing trees and natural spaces, I had the backyard pool built on the site where Chase DeWitt and his cronies had beaten the shit out of our kind, sweet friend. I like the idea that my family will come here to laugh and play. Feels like a big middle finger to the assholes who tried to take all of this away from me, Holden had said when I'd shown him the plans. Still, our housewarming was going to be his first visit to this property since that horrible moment. We arranged it so that Holden and Beckett would arrive early, and it was wonderful to see the grin on Holden's face when he spotted the bonfire set up just off the driveway. "Is this where we get to roast marshmallows?" Hikaru asked. "Yes, son," Holden said, rubbing the arm that Chase had broken. I walked up to him. "Are you okay?" He nodded. "I like the idea of what you were doing with this land from the start. It immediately made driving past this place easier." "And being here today?" "Better than I thought," he said, taking a deep breath. "I won't lie, I was a bit of a mess earlier." "A hot mess," Beckett whispered as he handed Hikaru a bottle of bug spray. Holden nodded. "An entire hot mess. But being here right now, totally worth it." Turning toward the house, he said,
And your new place is gorgeous. Not sure I would have imagined you choosing this style, but between you and Hendrix, it kind of fits." Hendrix joined me, snuggling into my side. "The original plan was a bit more modern looking on the outside, but we were influenced by Mr. Page's cabin over the last year, so we made a few last-minute changes to the exterior. The house I'd originally had in mind would have been beautiful, even if it hadn't quite meshed with the surroundings. We'd kept the footprint and the basic architecture the same, but instead of smooth, cream-colored adobe, the exterior was a combination of local stone, white-stained wood, and dark gray accents. The effect was more cabin-like, and it brought in the colors that Hendrix and I both enjoyed. I especially loved the cheerful red door. More cars made their way up the drive, and in ones and twos the Lost Boys exited their vehicles, each carrying something they'd brought for the potluck. Everyone set their dishes on the massive kitchen island and got a tour of the new place, and then we moved back outside. Major, ever the mother hen, had set up the small bonfire stack yesterday, and he had a whole set of rules for it. He pulled out a comically large match and helped Hikaru touch it to the kindling that would set the blaze going. Major had done an excellent job, and soon we had a roaring fire and a bunch of slightly drunk Lost Boys telling their favorite Hendrix stories. "He once set a trampoline between the gym and the swimming pool," Walker said, laughing. "He jumped from a second-story window in the gym to the trampoline and did a flip before executing a perfect dive into the pool, in full costume." Hendrix shrugged. "I had detention for the rest of the school year, and it was totally worth it." I narrowed my eyes. "Don't even try that with our pool." His answering smirk was not comforting. Beckett laughed. "What about the time you were busted fucking a cheerleader in your mascot uniform? How did you get her in there with you?" "We were both very tiny and very determined," Hendrix said, lewdly miming his antics. He laughed when I muttered under my breath. Joel stroked his beard. "So you were fucking her during a football game? In front of the entire crowd? Not that they knew what was going on, but yeah." The pride he took in his shenanigans made me worry that he'd want to repeat them, though there certainly wouldn't be any cheerleaders involved. Part of me couldn't wait. "Gentlemen, maybe not within earshot of my grandson," Ren said, pointing to Hikaru, who Major was distracting by showing him how to roast marshmallows. "He's over there, we're over here. It's fine." "We can hear you," Major called. "I'd really rather not have to explain the logistics of what you just said." Ren laughed and Major's eyes hit the dirt. It had been about 6 months since Ren ended their arrangement. They avoided each other when they could, and Major was always respectful, but I wished things had gone differently for them. Hendrix, unaware of their drama, lowered his voice and kept going. "Honestly, it was super easy. I'd put on the condom before I got into the suit, and she didn't wear any underwear. We had it all planned out." I shifted my jaw. "Didn't she open up a pottery shop across the square with her husband? And their 3 children?" "Did you know that before you and I got together, they liked to have me as the meat in their sandwich every time I came to town?" Hen shot back. I grunted. It was a sore subject. Tristan snickered into his beer. "It's so weird to see Sawyer jealous. When I first knew you, I wasn't sure you were capable of emotions." His eyes widened as the words left his mouth. "Sorry, I blame the beer." The guys laughed at me, but I dragged Hendrix in close. "There are no more sandwiches, and we can order our mugs online." Hendrix inhaled dramatically. "Never. We support local, always. Isn't that right, Ozzy?" he asked, addressing his festively dressed cousin. Ozzy nodded. "It is the syrup motto." "I can't believe I'm investing with you guys," I groused, nosing the teal spike in Hendrix's hair. "And I can't believe that I haven't yet convinced you to open a tie shop," Joel said, elbowing me. "I don't need ties anymore. I work from home." The entire San Antonio operation now worked from home, with monthly meetings to keep us close. I'd shown DB my floor plans when we were discussing this arrangement, and he agreed my dining room was sufficient space for everyone. Our first meeting was scheduled for next week, and I was looking forward to it. I also might have splurged on my personal office, getting pretty much the largest computer monitor I could without it actually being a TV. Hendrix called it my control room, though that was also his nickname for our bedroom. Mr. Page's compass sat on a small stand on my desk, an analog reminder amidst the digital finery that my love for Hen had always been and would always be my true north. In that same vein, most of our intimate time was just that, intimate. But we still had our kinks, and Hendrix had come up with some very imaginative uses for my ties. I watched as he brought out his guitar, and we sat in a semicircle around the bonfire listening to him sing the lyrics he had written about me. You love me for me, even the messiest parts. You've never once flinched at the secrets I've bared. I didn't know that you had so much love inside. I never would have guessed how much you've always cared. But I'll be spending the rest of my life loving you and every memory in the cabin we've shared. He'd named the song Agnes. It went viral, first among his original fans and then on social media in general. Several labels offered him massive deals to sing with them, but Pecan Street Records had already snagged that contract. Hendrix never wanted to be beholden to someone ever again. Other than me, I thought with a grin. While I still enjoyed my work with DB, my involvement with the Seguin Revitalization Project was equally rewarding. Both of those paled, however, compared with helping Hendrix realize his dreams. Robbie and Sego joined us a little later in the evening, a baby girl on Sego's hip. Robbie's sister had offered to carry for them, and it was wonderful seeing their joy. Ozzy and Walker had a bunch of questions for them because Ozzy had a cousin who'd offered to do the same. I could see something similar with Hendrix years down the road, gathering around a bonfire, our little family growing. I often thought of Mr. Page and what he meant to us, how proud he would be to see us falling in love, starting families, and reclaiming the things that had hurt us. Mostly, though, I concerned myself with the man sitting on my lap, resting against me like I was home. The feeling was mutual. Hendrix. Our parents were funny. The bonfire was technically illegal, so they didn't join us until after we'd put out the fire and moved inside for the official housewarming. Mom and Cordelia complimented the architecture of the house, while Dad and Ray made a big deal of the outdoor kitchen area. Rather than take the party into the fancy dining room, Sawyer suggested that we all hang out in the kitchen. It had been his idea to put in a big island, saying it would be the gathering place for us and our family and friends. I'd been skeptical at first, but seeing us all together, it made sense. Sawyer put his arm around me, and I leaned into him as I always did. Our friends' faces still softened every time they saw the affection between the two of us. For a very long time, I'd assumed I was the outsider, the guy they felt sorry for. The one they accepted because I was funny or famous or willing to come in and sponsor this community project or that. But no. Seeing how happy they were for me, I understood how loved I really was. Just as gratifying was witnessing how much they loved Sawyer. He had once admitted to me that he also felt like an outsider. He was always the quietest one in the group, and when he spoke up, it was usually to voice a concern. My calling him Agnes had made him even more self-conscious about that. I apologized to him, repeatedly, with my ass, but more importantly, I made sure that he understood how much I appreciated him every day. Even now it felt weird to say those words. I was used to thinking of myself as the good time guy, the wild friend, loyal but from a distance, not built for settling down. Now I understood the pull of a true home. It was a soft sort of magic, one you had to shut up and listen for, but it was real. I'd always loved being in front of a crowd. It was in my bones. But I no longer had to be a fake version of myself in front of the crowd. And that crowd no longer had to fill a stadium. I had a regular spot on the calendar at Green Hall, along with a few other places in the Austin and San Antonio areas, and that kept me grounded. I had another world tour set for next year, but it was going to be so different. It would, of course, include my punk hits, but I'd no longer be meeting up with random strangers in every port. No, my boyfriend would be taking a leave of absence to travel with me. It wouldn't be the same as being fucked by a guy while going down on a girl, but I wouldn't trade it if he paid me. Sawyer kissed the top of my head, waking me from my reverie. Ren has a gift for you, he said softly.
No one person had filled the space that Mr. Page left behind. All of us, it seemed, had stepped in to take over different pieces of the support that he had provided. Ren continued to heal, and as he did, he became more and more involved in the syrup project. Even better, he'd become the guy we could all go to for questions and advice. Sawyer kept his mouth shut about certain things, but I'd picked up on the fact that something had gone on between Ren and Major. It was over now, and I thought Major was still a little sensitive about it, but Ren was forever part of our group. You didn't need to bring me anything, Ren. I'm just glad you're here. He shrugged his trim shoulders. Well, if you put together all of the time you spent in the cabin, we've reached a year, and my husband made a promise to you. I frowned, puzzled, as Ren pulled out a large rectangle covered in butcher paper. And then I figured it out. This is my mom's picture, I breathed, and he nodded. I'd somehow forgotten that Mr. Page had promised me the portrait I'd tried to render of my mom in wood if I took the time I needed for myself. I remembered being self-conscious when I made it back in high school. It hadn't even been an original idea. I was copying a local artist in town who did that kind of work every day. I'd originally created it as a Christmas gift, but after what my mom had done for me, I'd wanted to give her something nicer than the comparatively crude artwork. I went with a gold necklace instead, which meant tonight would be the first time she saw it. I turned and sat the awkward package in front of her. I made this a long time ago for Christmas, but I decided it wasn't good enough. Still, if you like it, you're welcome to it. She kissed my cheek, then carefully peeled back the paper. I was surprised by her immediate tears. Son, my father said, his voice cracking, you made this back in high school? Ren nodded. Robert was so proud of his work, but Hendrix was not in the right place to accept the praise. My mother snorted. It wasn't good enough. Look at the artistry. Where did you get all these different types of wood? Mr. Page helped me find them, but it doesn't really look like you. It's not meant to look exactly like me. You were copying Mr. Rainier's style, right? I nodded. Not very well. You're wrong. His portraits never look exactly like their subjects. They capture their essence. That's what makes them so beautiful. You definitely captured your mother's spirit in this, Dad said, reaching out to touch the wood. I love all your songs, but this is my favorite piece of your art, he said, pulling me in for a hug. The three of us shed tears that were probably long overdue. I looked up, and all my friends were blubbering too. We are a mess, I said as my parents released me. Yeah, but only you are my mess, Sawyer said, pulling me into his arms. We held each other a little longer than was appropriate for a dinner party, but our friends and families didn't seem to mind. Sawyer took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Honestly, if we're all going to be weepy, I might as well do this now. A gasp went around the room as he knelt before me. Are you serious? I asked, bringing my hands to my cheeks. As a heart attack. He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a small black box. Yes, I said, throwing myself at him. I knocked him back and the box skidded across the floor. Everyone burst into laughter, and Hikaru seemed to think it was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. I scrambled over Sawyer and reached for the box, opening it. Oh my God, this is gorgeous. What is this material? I asked, turning it over in my hand. Cedar, limestone, and one of your guitar strings, he said as he righted himself on the floor. I put it on my finger. It's gorgeous. I love it. He shook his head, his dimple lighting up his face. What? I asked, hopping to my feet and helping him up. You didn't even let me ask the question, he said, laughing so hard he could barely get the words out. Shit, I fucked up. Ren put his hands over his grandson's ears. Language, Hendrix. I grimaced. Shit, sorry. More laughter went up around me, and even though my friends were teasing me, it felt like love. Pure and simple, vibrating in our house. Sawyer had looked up the meaning of a housewarming, and I remembered it was a blessing for the house and for the people in it. And that's what I felt, blessed by their laughter and their love and their acceptance. "Okay, then," I said. "Okay, then what?" "Ask the question." He smiled. "James Hendrix Cavanaugh, I've loved you for as long as I've known what love was. I will love you for the rest of my life. That is, if you'll let me. Will you marry me?" I couldn't help myself. I threw myself at him again, tumbling us both to the floor, kissing him between a million yeses. Once we were upright again, I knocked my hip into him. "We'll definitely have to get into your ties." Hikaru scrunched his nose. "But why do you have to wear a tie? Are you getting married tonight?" Cordelia choked on a laugh, and Holden tried to level a serious look at me. But I'd just gotten engaged, so I was irrepressible. Hiding his smile, Holden explained. "They aren't getting married. Mr. Sawyer doesn't really use his ties much anymore since he works from home, so they find different ways to fold them up." He shot me a look that bored into my soul. I wasn't going to contradict him. "Kind of like the origami that you and your grandfather do." "Oh," Hikaru said, looking up at me. "I bet you make beautiful origami ties." "Sawyer is the artist on that one," I said, enjoying the stifled laughter of our circle of friends. Beckett had to get in on it. "Yeah, you'll have to tell us how many ties you've used in a single piece of origami." Sawyer face-palmed as he gestured toward my future in-laws. Beckett blushed. "Oops, sorry." Ray chuckled as he put an arm around his wife. Hendrix Cavanaugh is going to be our son-in-law. We're used to it." I winked at Sawyer, then answered the question. 8, though I have a feeling we'll be breaking that record tonight. "Behave," Sawyer warned. I wrapped my arms around him, shaking my head. "If you wanted to marry someone well-behaved, you should have chosen a different guy." He tightened our hug, pressing his forehead to mine. "Not on your life." This has been The Punk, Lost Boys Book 3, written by Kelly Fox, narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2024 by Kelly Fox. Production copyright by Kelly Fox.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.